Chapter 1326. Ant. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Wang Ba's words. Wang Ba actually called someone at the mortal shedding stage an ant. Did that not mean he was worse than an ant? Duan Lingtian was currently a martial cultivator at the innate void restoration stage in the Tao martial saint land. Whether it was the acquired stage or the innate stage, they were all at the mortal stage. Whether it was a martial cultivator or a Tao cultivator, one could only break through to the mortal shedding stage after breaking through the shackles of the mortal stage. We'll see when the time comes. I have a feeling this isn't as simple as it seems. Duan Lingtian said. He had never thought about it before. Since Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, was suspected to be at the mortal shedding stage. Then, with his strength, no one in the 4 great overseas Saint Islands or Cloud Continent would be a match for him. At the very least, there was no one on the surface. Nothing was absolute. Duan Lingtian did not dare to say there were no reclusive powerhouses on Cloud Continent or the overseas Saint Islands. Even Shui Nai often came back from the Tao martial Saint Land. It was not impossible for other powerhouses to come to the overseas Saint Islands or Cloud Continent from the Tao martial Saint Land to cultivate in seclusion. Today was the day Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, would test the people from the 3 great overseas Saint Islands to select his direct disciple. Under the lead of the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island, the people from the 3 great overseas Saint Islands arrived at a deep mountain in the north of Half Moon Island. This deep mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist all year long. Many inscription formations were set up. Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the inscription formations' fluctuation from afar. There from Coral Island. Soon after, Duan Lingtian looked at a group of people nearby. These people were led by an old man. There were only 28 people following behind the old man. There were less than 30 people. The rest of the people followed from afar. The 2 people missing were the 2 people who were killed by Han Xuanai half a month ago, Luo Fengzhu and Lin Tai. That's Coral Island's 2nd island master. A voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell it was Fong Wen, the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Ever since Han Xuanai made her move half a month ago, be it the 1st island master of Hidden Fog Island or the 3rd island master of Hidden Fog Island, they were very polite to those who were close to Han Xuanai. Now, seeing that Duan Lingtian was looking at the leader of the Coral Island group with great interest, Fong Wen took the initiative to remind him, expressing goodwill to Han Xuanai. Duan Lingtian was the closest person to Han Xuanai. Fan Gwen didn't dare to be negligent. At this time, the group of people from Coral Island also saw Duan Lingtian and the others. Their gazes fell on Han Xuanai beside Duan Lingtian, revealing traces of hatred. What? You want to avenge those 3 fellows? Han Xuanai glanced at the people from Coral Island nonchalantly and asked in a neither fast nor slow manner. As she spoke, her eyes gleamed with a cold gleam. At once, the expressions of the people from Coral Island, including the 2nd island master of Coral Island, changed drastically. Although they were furious, they still withdrew their gazes from Han Xuanai. What a joke! Half a month ago, the other party killed their 1st island master, the strongest powerhouse on Coral Island, in just one move. If they were to provoke the other party, they might not even be enough to fill the gap between the other party's teeth. It's the people from Heaven Reef Island. Nobody knew who said it, but Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on another group of people. This group of people was led by an old man and a middle-aged man. There are 30 people following closely behind them. Naturally, apart from the 30 people, there was another group of people following from afar. It was apparent that they were here to join in the fun. For example, the disciples of Emperor Wu and demon emperors from Cloud Continent who did not make it to the top 30 in the Hidden Fog martial competition, as well as the disciples of Emperor Wu and demon emperors under their command. After the group of people from Heaven Reef Island arrived, their gazes also paused on Han Xuanai for a while. There was a hint of dread in the depth of their eyes. It was apparent that they had also heard about what Han Shu and I did half a month ago. The rest of you wait here. The top 30 of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Follow me. 3 months ago, Xiao Kuan, the Vice Island Master of Half Moon Island, who had arranged accommodation for the people from Hidden Fog Island, said to Duan Lingtian, Han Shu and I, and the rest of the 30 people. At the same time, the other 2 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island were also greeting the people from the other 2 overseas Saint Islands. At that moment, the 3 groups of people gathered under the lead of the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island. They entered the deep mountains that were shrouded in clouds and mist and disappeared before the group of people outside. I'm afraid there's no doubt about the result of Lord Diyong, the Island Master of Half Moon Island, selecting his direct disciple today. Someone sighed. That's right. That lady from Hidden Fog Island can even kill the first Island Master of Coral Island. She'll definitely be the winner today. She'll definitely be the direct disciple that Lord Diyong is going to accept. Someone agreed. I don't think so. I heard that she relied on external help to kill the first Island Master of Coral Island. If she didn't rely on external help, she might not be a match for the first Island Master of Coral Island. Someone said, she relied on external help to kill the first Island Master of Coral Island. However, she didn't rely on external help to kill Luo Fengzhu, who ranked first in the Coral Martial Competition. That's right. Although Luo Fengzhu was distracted at that time, she managed to kill him before he could react. Her ability is definitely above Luo Fengzhu's. If she's really that powerful, why didn't she rank first in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition? Many people were discussing about Han Shu and I. However, they soon learned from the people from Hidden Fog Island that Han Shu and I did not participate in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition to compete for the first place. If she had competed, the first place in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition would have been within her reach. That Duan Lingtian wouldn't even have a chance to win. Many people said so after they learned about the ins and outs of the matter. No matter how lively it was outside, Duan Lingtian and the rest of the 88 people soon realized that the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island were nowhere to be seen. It was as though they had vanished into thin air. Soon, the scene before everyone's eyes became illusory. Subsequently, everyone realized that they had appeared in another place. Everything in this place was so real. However, they knew that it was all an illusion. Illusory formation. Duan Lingtian smirked in disdain. Although his spiritual energy was only at the 3rd level of Emperor Wu stage, it was difficult for him to deal with Emperor Wu powerhouses who were on a higher level with his spiritual energy attack. However, his current spiritual energy was enough for him to break the illusory formation before him. One must know that he had the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes in his memory. During the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2nd lifetime, apart from being a royal grade weapon craftsman, he was also an inscription master. Relying on the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory of the inscription Dao, Duan Lingtian only needed a thought to break the illusory formation before him with his spiritual energy. From the beginning until the end, there was no obstruction in the illusory formation. After breaking the illusory formation, Duan Lingtian realized that the scene around him was like a demon dancing around. The group of people who came in with him were flying around and attacking continuously. They attacked the air as though they were possessed. Many people were even injured by accident. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the reason they seemed to have gone crazy was because of the illusory formation. Where's Xuanai? Soon after, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly when he realized Xuanai was gone. Apart from Xuanai, the remaining 86 people were all around him. Including him, there were a total of 87 people. Xuanai was the only one missing. Did something happen to Xuanai? Duan Lingtian's expression was a little grave. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to leave to look for Xuanai, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the surroundings. It was a gust of wind that made one's hair stand on end as though it came from a graveyard. The chilly wind blew, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to turn solemn. "Brat, you're in trouble today. It's a devil cultivator on the mortal shedding stage." At the same time, Wang Ba's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind, reminding Duan Lingtian, "Devil cultivator." Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a shocked expression appeared on his face. He was no stranger to devil cultivators. He had even taken the initiative to learn about them from Wang Ba. This was because Wang Ba was a devil cultivator back then. Moreover, he was a devil cultivator who had entered the saint stage. Therefore, Wang Ba knew devil cultivators as well as he knew himself. Naturally, he knew himself as well as he knew devil cultivators. This was because he was a devil cultivator himself. Devil cultivator was a general term. Those who cultivated with a stubborn cultivation method and were unscrupulous in order to raise their strength, regardless of whether they were martial cultivators or Tao cultivators. They were all called devil cultivators. You actually broke the illusory formation so quickly. At this moment, a voice that was filled with surprise resonated. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed a sturdy figure appeared in front of him at the same time as the rolling black fog appeared in all directions. It was a middle-aged man, dressed in black. He was tall like a gigantic tower. At this moment, the black-clad middle-aged man's eyes were staring at him intently. Dion? Just when Duan Lingtian was about to ask who the black-clad middle-aged man was, Wang Ba's voice resonated in his mind. Through Wang Ba's reminder, he guessed the identity of the black-clad middle-aged man in front of him. That's right. "I'm Dion, the island master of Half Moon Island," the black-clad middle-aged man replied. "Dion, you asked the 3 great overseas saint islands to select us under the pretense that you're recruiting direct disciples. All of this was just for today, to absorb our vital essence?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed fiercely. "How did you know?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian mentioning his scheme, Dion's eyes narrowed in shock. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to know about his plan. In fact, apart from him, only the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island knew about his plan. How could he have known that there was a devil cultivator hiding in Duan Lingtian's body? A devil cultivator who was a saint stage powerhouse in his prime. Wang Ba could easily see through a devil cultivator scheme, just like Dion's current motive. Chapter 13:27. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian already felt that something was amiss. As the island master of Half Moon Island, by right, he would not lack a suitable successor. However, he still asked the other 3 overseas saint islands to gather powerhouses in the prime of their lives. It was really puzzling. Earlier, Duan Lingtian learned this from Wang Ba. In the Tao martial saint land, martial and Tao cultivators below the age of 70 were considered to be in the prime of their lives. After all, as long as a martial and Tao cultivator in the Tao martial saint land broke through to the mortal shedding stage, they would have a lifespan of 300 years. Once they broke through to the saint rudiment stage, their lifespan would increase by another 200 years. As for saint stage powerhouses, it was even more ridiculous. Even the weakest one could live up to 1,000 years. Those who were at the top would have an endless lifespan. As long as they were not killed, they could live as long as heaven and earth. Due to this reason, people below the age of 70 were considered to be in the prime of their lives in the Tao martial saint land. No wonder the hidden fog martial competition only allows those whose age can be measured by the age measuring pearl to participate. Wouldn't those whose age can be measured by the age measuring pearl be below the age of 70? After putting everything together, Duan Lingtian finally realized what was going on. From the beginning, Dion, the island master of Half Moon Island, was lying when he said he wanted to take in a direct disciple to be the next island master of Half Moon Island. His intention was to get the 3 overseas Saint Islands to send powerhouses in the prime of their lives to him so that he could absorb their vital essence. Absorbing the vital essence of martial and Tao cultivators in the prime of their lives to raise their own strength. This kind of devil technique is the lowest level devil technique in the Tao martial saint land. Wang Ba's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was filled with disdain. As a former saint stage powerhouse, he had his own pride. As a devil cultivator, he looked down on devil cultivators who cultivated low-level devil techniques the most. In his opinion, this kind of devil cultivators were trash. They did not even deserve to carry his shoes. The lowest level devil technique? Don't tell me this kind of devil technique can only raise one's strength? Duan Lingtian asked. As long as there are enough martial and Tao cultivators in the prime of their lives for him to absorb the essence of, he will be able to improve greatly. His cultivation speed is not inferior to that of a middle-grade devil art cultivator. Wang Ba said, how can it only be a low-grade demonic art with such great improvement and fast cultivation speed? Duan Lingtian was a little confused. This kind of low-grade devil art is even inferior to other low-grade devil arts. Sometimes it's not a good thing to have a large increase in cultivation speed. Wang Ba snorted. It's fine if people who cultivate this kind of devil technique are willing to stay at the mortal shedding stage for the rest of their lives. However, if they try to break through to the saint rudiment stage, there's a 90% chance that they'll die. In the early stages of cultivating this kind of low-grade devil technique, even the cultivator himself won't be able to notice anything. However, once he tries to break through to the saint rudiment stage, he'll realize he's unknowingly planted a seed of disaster that's capable of killing him. Wang Ba finished in one breath. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Wang Ba. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Is there anything special about Di Yong absorbing the essence of powerhouses in the prime of their lives? Of course. Wang Ba said, the stronger the strength of a middle-aged man, the more powerful his essence will be. Otherwise, why do you think he urged the 3 overseas Saint Islands to select the most outstanding 90 people? Duan Lingtian nodded. He finally understood. Boy, you still haven't answered me. How do you know I'm going to absorb your essence? Diong's voice resonated and startled Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, horror dawned on him when he saw the scene before his eyes. Heavens, what did he just see? He saw Di Yong standing in the distance. Unknowingly, streaks of black light extended from his body. Each streak of black light was connected to a person and 86 middle-aged powerhouses. Today, apart from Di Yong and the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, there were only 88 people, including Duan Lingtian, who had entered the depths of the mountain. There were originally 90 of them. Since Han Xiu and I killed 2 people from Coral Island, there were 2 fewer people. When Duan Lingtian had broken the illusory formation and regained his senses, Han Shui and I had already noticed that she was gone. Therefore, apart from him, there were only 86 people left. Now, all 86 people were connected to the streaks of black light extending from Di Yong's body. The streaks of black light exuded a bone-chilling aura. This aura seemed somewhat familiar. While Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, his heart jolted. He felt like he had encountered a similar aura somewhere before, but he could not recall it at the moment. Di Yong stood in the air. The 86 streaks of black light extending from his body seemed to form a spider web, and he was the spider in the middle of the spider web. As for the 86 people connected by the streaks of black light, they were like its prey. Boom! Suddenly, a loud, muffled sound resonated. It was a shock wave gushing out of Di Yong's body. It swept out and shook Duan Lingtian's internal organs so much that he almost spat out blood. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw the 86 people connected by the streaks of black light. His body trembled all of a sudden. Subsequently, traces of blood-red mist extended from their bodies and swept toward De Jong along with the streaks of black light. Wang Yu. At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw one of them open his eyes. It was the direct disciple of Qing Xian's Emperor Wu Wang Yu. Just as Wang Yu opened his eyes, he seemed to have noticed something. His expression changed drastically. Wang. Without any hesitation, Wang Yu raised his hand and swept out his palm blade. He easily cut off the streaks of black light that connected him and broke free. So weak. Seeing that the streaks of black light were so easily cut off by Wang Yu and that there was no more blood-red mist on Wang Yu's body, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. Did this mean that as long as he made a move, he could easily cut off the other 85 streaks of black light and save everyone? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to give it a try, Wang Ba's voice was heard. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. Young man, for those streaks of black light, unless the person is connected, the other person who wants to cut them off must be at least as strong as De Jong. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. Based on what you're saying, the person who is connected can cut off these streaks of black light? Didn't you see it? This young man named Wang Yu easily cut off the streaks of black light that connected him. The reason why it was so easy was because the streaks of black light wanted to absorb his essence and did not repel him. It's impossible for him to cut off the other 85 streaks of black light. As soon as Wang Ba's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian saw Wang Yu making a move at lightning speed. He wanted to save his fellow disciples. There were a few people under Qing Xian's Emperor Wu who were in the top 30 of the hidden fog martial arts competition. However, no matter how Wang Yu attacked, even if he used his spirit weapon or his innate ability, he could not do anything to the streaks of black light that were connected to his fellow disciples. At this moment, Wang Yu's expression changed drastically. Looking at De Jong, who was in the middle of the 85 streaks of black light, Wang Yu looked around and quickly noticed Duan Lingtian. His eyes lit up immediately. Duan Lingtian, what's going on? Wang Yu came to Duan Lingtian's side and asked with a grave expression. In the distance, the 85 streaks of black light continued to send the dense blood-red mist into De Jong's body. At the same time, the skin of those who were connected to the 85 streaks of black light began to age. The most obvious change was for those who were originally young. As the blood-red mist continued to seep out of their bodies and was sent into De Jong's body through the black light, wrinkles began to appear on their faces. As the wrinkles continued to increase, their black hair began to turn white. In front of them, having one's hair turn white overnight was nothing at all. In just a few moments, their black hair had turned completely white. Just by looking at them with his naked eyes, Duan Lingtian could see that their vital essence was flowing away. Their vitality was also weakening. When the last trace of their vital essence was absorbed, their lives would come to an end. What a fast absorption speed! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He did not even have the time to explain to Wang Yu. He immediately asked Wang Ba, "Bastard, if I use the Devil Seal tablet, will I be able to deal with him?" Earlier, Duan Lingtian had already recalled the reason he found De Jong's aura familiar. It was because the Devil Seal tablet's aura was similar. The Devil Seal tablet was a super saint weapon that was ranked in the 10 great saint weapons ranking of the Tao martial saint land. It was not powerful, but it had a shocking ability. It could suppress a devil cultivator. To be more precise, it could suppress a devil cultivator's soul. Of course, with your cultivation base, you can use the Devil Seal tablet to deal with him. Wang Ba said, "Why didn't you remind me earlier?" When Duan Lingtian heard Wang Ba's words, horror dawned on him when he saw the 85 people were about to die. "I don't want to talk about it," Wang Ba said matter-of-factly. He made it very clear that he did not want to talk about the Devil Seal tablet. As a devil cultivator, especially one who had been suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet for many years, Wang Ba hated the Devil Seal tablet from the bottom of his soul. Naturally, he did not want to talk about it. As for the lives of the 85 people, they were worthless in his eyes. "I'll deal with you later." Duan Lingtian cursed. With a raise of his hand, the royal grade spirit bow and arrow appeared. He pulled the bowstring to the shape of a full moon and shot an arrow out. Body and arrow synchronization. At the same time that Duan Lingtian stepped on the arrows and flashed out, he put away the strong bow in his hand. Subsequently, another stone tablet appeared in his hand. It was a stone tablet that had a missing corner. The moment the stone tablet appeared, it was as though it had been injected with chicken blood. It pulled Duan Lingtian toward De Yong's direction. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's speed increased again. The Devil Seal tablet was extremely sensitive to devil cultivators who did not deliberately hide their souls. Its mission was to suppress the souls of devil cultivators. Die. Chapter 13:28. When the Devil Seal tablet encountered a devil cultivator, it was as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Now Duan Lingtian lifted it up and smashed it with all his might. It charged toward De Yong like a falling meteor. Child's play. When he heard the piercing sound of the wind, De Yong opened his eyes abruptly, a look of disdain on his face. However, in the next moment he realized something else. The stone tablet that was falling toward him was emitting an aura that made his heart palpitate. When the stone tablet approached him, his soul began to tremble violently. In an instant, his expression changed drastically. He realized that things were not that simple. Soul attack. Seeing that the stone tablet was getting closer and closer, and his soul was on the verge of collapse, De Yong's eyes suddenly narrowed. Waves of black energy surged out of his body, emitting waves of air. At the same time, a high-pitched sound rang out, causing Wang Yu's ears to bleed. Duan Lingtian's eardrums hurt from the sound, and he felt dizzy. Dragons roar! Before Duan Lingtian could react to what was happening, Wang Ba's voice rang out in a timely manner. His tone was filled with shock. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian shuddered and came to his senses. With just a glance, he saw that De Yong was no longer there. In his place was a black divine dragon that stretched for more than 100 meters. This divine dragon looked no different from the legendary Eastern divine dragon on Earth in his previous life. Its antlers were like a deer, its head like a camel, its mouth like a donkey, its eyes like a tortoise, its ears like a cow, its scales like a fish, its whiskers like a shrimp, its belly like a snake, and its feet like an eagle. It looked exactly like an Eastern divine dragon. However, it looked more like an Eastern divine dragon that had been demonized. Its scales were black and shiny, and its crimson eyes were motionless and cold. This black divine dragon was De Yong's transformation. To put it bluntly, it was De Yong's true form. Duan Lingtian was shocked, not because De Yong was not human, but because De Yong was a divine dragon. He could tell. De Yong's true form was not a flood dragon, but a true divine dragon. Boom, 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 boom. After De Yong transformed into his true form, the 85 black rays of light seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they accelerated the absorption of essence energy. In the blink of an eye, all 85 people's essence energy had been sucked dry. In an instant, the essence of the 85 people was sucked dry, turning them into 85 dried corpses. In the next moment, the 85 dried corpses were struck by the waves of energy coming from the other end of the black ray of light. They exploded one by one, turning into fine powder that filled the air and disappeared between heaven and earth. Bang! The devil-sealed tombstone landed on the black divine dragon's head with a loud bang. Almost at the same time, a deafening dragon's cry rang in the air. This time, regardless of whether it was Duan Lingtian or Wang Yu, they were prepared and were not greatly affected. It's fine. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. This was because he discovered that the devil-sealed tombstone had not suppressed the black divine dragon's soul when it had landed on its head. It was still alive and well, but its body had trembled a few times. Boy, what is this thing? From afar, the black divine dragon that watched the devil seal tablet soar into the sky and abandon it. Its crimson eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and its voice was filled with coldness and fear. Earlier, it had sensed a powerful suction force from the tombstone. Its soul had almost been sucked away. If its soul had been sucked away, it would have been finished. From an outsider's point of view, its body had only trembled a little. Only it knew that it had just walked through the gates of hell. Fortunately, I transformed into my true form at the critical moment. With the powerful soul defense of my true form as a dragon, I managed to block the terrifying suction force from that strange tombstone. The black divine dragon, Diyong, the island master of Half Moon Island, still had lingering fears. Boy, you almost ruined my plans. This day next year will be your death anniversary. Diyong stared at Duan Lingtian with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. If he had not transformed into his true form in time, his soul would have been sucked away. If that had happened, not only would he not have been able to absorb the vital essence of the 85 people, he might even have been killed. If his soul was destroyed, there was no way he could survive. Kill it first before you clamor to kill me. Faced with the murderous Diyong, Duan Lingtian looked at the sky above Diyong's head and sneered disdainfully. Huh. Diyong was stunned at first. Then he seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed drastically. When he lifted his head, he saw that the tombstone that had abandoned him was descending again in a menacing manner. That was not all. He also noticed that the tombstone gave him a more dangerous feeling than before. It seemed to be enraged. A tombstone would be enraged? At this moment, even Diyong wondered if he had lost his mind. Diyong no longer had the time to settle the score with Duan Lingtian. The tombstone that descended from the sky frightened him so much that his soul began to tremble violently again. I feel, even with my true form's innate soul defense, I'm afraid I won't be able to block the suction force from this tombstone this time. Not knowing why, such a thought suddenly appeared in Diyong's mind. Once the thought appeared, it was difficult to suppress it. This tombstone! Suddenly, Diyong saw the chipped corner on the tombstone. His eyes flashed, and a hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes. In the end, he seemed to have recalled something, and fear rose in his heart. The Devil's Seal tombstone. Oh my God! It's the Devil's Seal tombstone. Diyong recognized the Devil's Seal tombstone. The reason he did not recognize it in the beginning was because the Devil's Seal tombstone he knew in the past was not as complete as it was now. The Devil's Seal tombstone was originally divided into 3 parts. Now that the 2 parts had merged into one, it only lacked the last part to complete the Devil's Seal tombstone. At that time, the Devil's Seal tombstone would truly be considered a super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Currently, the Devil's Seal tombstone was incomplete. However, even if it was incomplete, it was still not something he could fight against. After recognizing the Devil's Seal tombstone, Diyong no longer had any intention to fight. There was only one thought left in his mind: run. Seeing the black divine dragon Diyong that was 100 meters long trying to escape from the Devil's Seal tombstone that was smashing toward him again, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian looked at each other. Diyong must have discovered that the Devil's Seal tombstone was not as simple as it seemed. Or perhaps Diyong knew how powerful the Devil's Seal tombstone was and recognized it. Ha! Looks like even the heavens are helping me. Boy, quickly get close to it. Once the Devil's Seal tombstone has suppressed its soul, I'll seize its body. Wang Ba's hearty laughter resonated in Duan Lingtian's mind. However, my soul is too weak now. Even if you activate the Devil's Seal tombstone, it'll be enough to suppress me. Once the Devil's Seal tombstone has suppressed its soul, I'll remind you to put the Devil's Seal tombstone away at that time. Don't suppress me as well. Wang Ba continued. There was a hint of seriousness in his tone. Okay, Duan Lingtian responded instinctively before he reacted. He could not help but ask, "Bastard, didn't you want the body of the dragon's direct descendant? This fellow doesn't seem to be very strong. It shouldn't be a direct descendant of the dragons, right? It's a direct descendant of the dragons," Wang Ba said before he continued to urge him. "Hurry up and go over now. As for the other matters, we'll talk about them after I've seized its body. Quick, quick." Wang Ba's tone was filled with anxiety and excitement. Anyone could hear the excitement in his voice. "Understood," Duan Lingtian responded before he raised his hand and took out the royal grade spirit bow and arrow again. He drew the bow, knocked the arrow, pulled the string, and released the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning. Duan Lingtian landed on it in time. His body followed the arrow as he charged toward Diyong, who had transformed into his true form as the divine dragon. His speed was getting faster and faster. At the same time, Diyong, who had not escaped far away, could not avoid the Devil's Seal tombstone. Once again, the Devil's Seal tombstone smashed heavily on his head. A shrill dragon cry resonated in the air, accompanied by an unwilling cry. No, this was the last sound Diyong left in this world. When the Devil's Seal tombstone smashed into his head, the suction force was even stronger than before. Although Diyong's main body had a strong soul defense, his soul was still sucked out by the Devil's Seal tombstone. To be more precise, it was the dragon's soul. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian rushed over and appeared next to the black divine dragon that had suddenly fallen from the sky after losing its soul. Ha 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 ha! Excited laughter filled Duan Lingtian's mind. The voice was getting further and further away. After a while, the laughter disappeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense Wang Ba's soul leaving his body. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on his face. He still felt uncomfortable with Wang Ba in his body. He felt much better now that Wang Ba had left. "Boy, quickly put away the Devil's Seal tombstone." Soon after, Wang Ba's voice sounded again and entered Duan Lingtian's ears. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he immediately put away the Devil's Seal tombstone into his spatial ring to prevent it from accidentally injuring Wang Ba. After putting away the Devil's Seal tombstone, Duan Lingtian looked at the black divine dragon's body that was still falling from the sky. The black divine dragon's body was covered in pitch-black dragon scales that gleamed with a cold light. However, its eyes were dim and lifeless. "Boy, I'll stay here for a while to get used to my new body. You don't have to worry about me." Wang Ba's voice sounded again. Duan Lingtian saw the huge body of the black divine dragon that was originally falling straight down from the sky suddenly trembled before it disappeared before his eyes and hid in the mist deep in the mountains. Duan Lingtian heaved a deep sigh of relief. He was still in a daze when he recalled the scene earlier. The fact that Diyong, the island master of Half Moon Island, was a devil cultivator had already shocked him greatly. However, it was only in the end that he realized Diyong was not just a devil cultivator. Diyong was also a direct descendant of the dragons. He was a black divine dragon. Duan Lingtian, what exactly happened earlier? Wang Yu came to Duan Lingtian's side without him noticing. There was only confusion in his eyes. From the beginning until the end, he had no idea what had happened at all. The island master of Half Moon Island, Diyong, didn't really want to recruit a direct disciple. No. Where's Xuanai? Just when Duan Lingtian thought that the matter had been resolved and was about to explain to Wang Yu, a light bulb went off in his head. He remembered Han Xuanai, and his expression changed drastically. Chapter 1329. Brother Ling Tian. Just when Duan Lingtian was worried about Han Xuanai's safety, a familiar voice came from afar, causing Duan Lingtian to heave a sigh of relief. "Xuanai." It was a young girl in yellow who came along with the voice. It was Han Xuanai. "Brother Lingtian, what happened here? I heard a few loud noises coming from here." Han Xuanai asked. Xuanai, where did you go? Duan Lingtian asked curiously and did not answer Han Xuanai for the time being. I encountered an illusory formation earlier. Initially, that illusory formation was nothing, but I wanted to see what would appear in the illusory formation, so I went after the enemy in the illusory formation. Han Xuanai recalled as she said, After that, I realized all of you were gone after I left the illusory formation. I must have gone too far. I searched for a long time. I only rushed back when I heard the noises here. Han Xuanai finished in one breath. You said the enemy in the illusory formation that you faced ran away? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. It seems like someone lured you away on purpose, Duan Lingtian said. Including him, out of the 88 people who were with him, only Han Xuanai had left. Moreover, it was the illusion in the illusory formation that lured her away. It was obvious that someone lured Han Xuanai away on purpose. It must be Diyong. However, he actually gave up on absorbing Xuanai's vital essence. Duan Lingtian frowned when he thought of this, but his frown eased a moment later. It must be because of the incident half a month ago. He must have known that it was a Dao talisman and guessed that Xuanai's background is not simple, so he didn't dare to attack her. Half a month ago, Han Xuanai had killed the first island master of Coral Island with a Dao talisman. This incident could be said to have shocked the entire Half Moon Island. As the island master of Half Moon Island, it was impossible for Diyong not to know. Dao talismans could only be inscribed by Dao cultivators above the Saint Rudiment stage, and not just any Dao cultivator could inscribe them. To be able to take out a Dao talisman, one must have an expert behind them or a powerful force behind them. No matter who it is, Diyong wouldn't dare to risk offending Xuanai. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to deduce this. You deliberately led me away? Han Xuanai was at a loss. Brother Lingtian, what are you talking about? Why is someone trying to distract me? Xuanai. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and said, Including you, me, and Wang Yu, there were 88 people who came in together. Now, only the 3 of us are still alive. What? After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, even Han Xuanai, who had seen the world, couldn't help but change her expression. 85 people gone? How long had it been? Brother Lingtian, what's going on? Han Xuanai asked. Her expression was solemn, which was rare for her. Earlier, as soon as I broke out of the illusory formation, Diyong, the island master of Half Moon Island, appeared. Duan Lingtian said with a solemn expression. As soon as he appeared, black mist rose from his body. 86 black rays extended from his body and connected to the other 86 people apart from me. 86 people were trapped in the illusory formation and were unconscious. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian recounted the situation. This included how Wang Yu woke up in time and escaped death. You're really lucky. Han Xuanai glanced at Wang Yu before looking at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, the island master of Half Moon Island, Diyong is a devil cultivator. Do you know about devil cultivators? Han Xuanai asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. What's a devil cultivator? Wang Yu could not help but ask. His expression did not look too good. It was not because of what Han Xuanai said earlier, but because of his senior brothers and junior brothers. His senior brothers and junior brothers were still alive and kicking when they entered. However, they were all gone in the blink of an eye. Devil cultivators refer to those humans, or demons, who do whatever it takes to elevate their abilities. Absorbing essence is only one of the methods devil cultivators use. There are also many devil cultivators who eat babies less than a month old raw. They devour the innate qi in the babies' bodies to cultivate. Han Xuanai gave a rough explanation. However, it was this rough explanation that shocked Wang Yu so much that his expression changed drastically. Raw. Eating babies raw? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression darkened, slightly as well. Although he had already heard about this from Wang Ba, he was still furious when he heard Han Shuanai mention it again. The actions of some devil cultivators were simply beasts. No, they were worse than beasts. Brother Ling Tian, what happened after that? Why would that Di Yong be so kind as to let all of you go? Han Shuanai asked. That Di Yong was killed by Duan Ling Tian. Before Duan Ling Tian could speak, Wang Yu had already answered. Di killed. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Han Shuanai was stunned. When she looked at Duan Ling Tian again, her eyes were shining with disbelief. Brother Ling Tian, you've taken the Devil's Seal tablet back? Han Shuanai asked through voice transmission. This was the only possibility she could think of. Based on what Duan Ling Tian had said earlier, she could deduce that Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, was at least at the mortal shedding stage. However, such a person had died in Duan Ling Tian's hands. If one were to use common sense to deduce this, they would not be able to figure it out. At this moment, she recalled the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet that was secretly swapped by Zhou Yi, Emperor Wu's direct disciple. She had learned about this when she went to Lost Stone Forest with Little White. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and replied through voice transmission. I've already killed Zhou Yi and taken the Devil Seal tablet back before you arrived at the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that Han Shuanai knew about the Devil Seal tablet. She was from the Dao Martial Saint land after all, and the Devil Seal tablet was a super saint weapon in the 10 Great Saint Weapon ranking. It was famous in the entire Dao Martial Saint land. He was not surprised that she knew the Devil Seal tablet was in his hands. Martial Emperor Shi from Lost Stone Forest had told him before that he had told Xuan Nai about the Devil Seal tablet. Although Emperor Wu did not know that it was the Devil Seal tablet, it was easy for Xuan Nai to figure it out with her intelligence. He was not surprised that he had found the Devil Seal tablet. With his current ability, unless he used the Devil Seal tablet, it was impossible for him to kill a powerful devil cultivator who had entered the mortal shedding stage. Brother Ling Tian, you must keep the Devil Seal tablet well. It's fine on Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. However, if people know that you have the Devil Seal tablet in the Dao Martial Saint land, countless people will do whatever it takes to get it. Han Shuanai continued to remind him through voice transmission. Her expression was grave. Understood. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had already mentally prepared himself for what Xuanai said. When he arrived at the Dao Martial Saint land in the future, he would not use the Devil Seal tablet unless he could guarantee that the Devil Seal tablet would not leak out. Brother Ling Tian, why don't we kill Wang Yu? After all, he saw how you killed Di Yong with the Devil Seal tablet. Han Shuanai said through voice transmission, There's no need. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said through voice transmission, he doesn't know about the Devil Seal tablet, and he doesn't know that I killed Di Yong because I used the Devil Seal tablet. In his eyes, I might be hiding my cultivation base. If that's the case, I'll ask him to swear on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation that he won't tell anyone that you killed Di Yong. Han Shuanai said. Before Duan Ling Tian could react, she had already forced Wang Yu to swear on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation that he would not tell anyone that he killed Di Yong. Wang Yu was already wary of Han Shuanai, who was powerful enough to kill the first island master of Coral Island. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had saved his life by killing Di Yong. Naturally, he had no reason to harm Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, he cooperated and swore an oath. He would not tell anyone that Duan Ling Tian had killed Di Yong. Duan Ling Tian was in a daze when he told Han Shuanai about what happened earlier. He did not expect that the island master of Half Moon Island, the leader of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands, would die in his hands. One must know that the island master of Half Moon Island had entered the mortal shedding stage and was above the peak of Emperor Wu's stage. Moreover, his true form was a divine dragon. However, if I don't have the Devil Seal tablet, even if there are 1,000 or 10,000 of me, I'm afraid I won't be enough to fill the gap between De Yong's teeth. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. The reason he was able to kill De Yong and suppress De Yong's soul was all because of the devil seal tablet in his hands. Naturally, it was also because De Yong was a devil cultivator. If De Yong was not a devil cultivator, but a normal martial or Dao cultivator, the devil seal tablet would not be able to restrain him at all. Duan Lingtian would not be able to kill him. However, if De Yong was not a devil cultivator, none of this would have happened today. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he thought about this. Everything that happened today seemed to be preordained by the heavens. Perhaps, until his soul was devoured and suppressed, De Yong still could not figure out why he was so unlucky to have encountered the nemesis of devil cultivators, the devil seal tablet. If he knew that Duan Lingtian had the devil seal tablet, he would have lured Duan Lingtian away like how he lured Han Xuanai away. Xuanai, what's the highest cultivation base of a devil cultivator that I can suppress with the devil seal tablet? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Brother Lingtian, you're at the innate stage now. You can suppress any devil cultivator at the mortal shedding stage with the devil seal tablet. Han Xuanai said. What if it's a Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator? Duan Lingtian asked again. With your current cultivation base, Brother Lingtian, even if you activate the devil seal tablet, the most you can do is make him hesitate to attack. You won't be able to suppress him at all. Han Xuanai said. Duan Lingtian was disappointed when he heard Han Xuanai's words. When I cultivate to the peak of the Emperor Wu stage, which is also the peak of the innate stage, will I be able to suppress a Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator with the devil seal tablet? Duan Lingtian asked again. No. Chapter 1330. Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the devil seal tablet from Han Xuanai. Even someone who has just broken through to the innate stage can use the devil seal tablet to suppress a mortal shedding stage devil cultivator. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently when he found out. A person who had just broken through to the innate stage was at the innate spirit refinement stage, which was equivalent to the void prying stage on Cloud Continent. A void prying stage martial artist could kill someone like De Yong with the devil seal tablet? The devil seal tablet is only one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, and it's already so heaven-defying. The other 9 super saint weapons that are on par with it must be around the same level. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock when he thought of this. At the same time, he yearned for the other 9 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. It'll be great if I can get another one. Duan Lingtian was daydreaming in his heart. Duan Lingtian. The demon beast that De Yong transformed into looks a little like the legendary divine dragon. Do you think the legendary divine dragon really exists? Wang Yu asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Dragon? You mean De Yong isn't human? Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Han Xuanai had already looked at Wang Yu in shock. She did not hear Duan Lingtian mention this earlier. Duan Lingtian only mentioned De Yong's actions. Yes, he's not human. This time, Duan Lingtian answered Han Xuanai. At the same time, he looked at Wang Yu and said, the true form he transformed into is indeed a divine dragon. A real divine dragon. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little emotional when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian had a different feeling towards the divine dragon. In his previous life on Earth, in his hometown, China, the dragon was a spiritual symbol that symbolized the more than 1 billion compatriots in China. On Earth, the Chinese were also known as the descendants of the dragon. Of course, the dragon referred to here was the Eastern dragon god in ancient Chinese myths and legends, not the dragon in the eyes of Western people. In the eyes of Duan Lingtian, the winged dragons in the eyes of the Western people were just some big bats. He was not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as the legendary Eastern dragon god in his homeland. Apart from that, the cultivation method he was practicing in this life, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, was not directly related to the word dragon, but it was indirectly related. When Wang Yu heard Duan Lingtian's words, he turned pale with fright and his heart was filled with shock. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai and asked, "Xuanai, are there dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land?" "Brother Lingtian, how do you know about the dragons?" Han Xuanai was a little surprised. In fact, not everyone knew about the dragons, even in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was because the divine dragons kept a low profile, to the extent that not many people knew about their existence. Naturally, this did not mean that the divine dragons were isolated from the world. On the contrary, the members of the dragons would be chased out to train as soon as they reached adulthood. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the people you passed by on the bustling street might be a member of the dragons. However, as long as the members of the dragons did not reveal their true forms, nobody would know they were divine dragons. The dragons had their own rules as well. They were not allowed to reveal their true forms unless they encountered a life-or-death situation and no one from the clan could come to their rescue. Any member of the dragons who dared to violate the rules would be captured by the dragons' law enforcement team and imprisoned in the dragons' prison valley for the rest of their lives. Due to this reason, very few members of the dragons dared to reveal their true forms outside and expose their identities. Naturally, it was only very few of them. There were also a small number of dragons who were punished after their identities were exposed. They were imprisoned in the Dragon Prison Valley for the rest of their lives. I heard it from a devil cultivator. Duan Lingtian said, "Devil cultivator?" Han Xuanai frowned. "Brother Lingtian, you know a devil cultivator?" Duan Lingtian nodded and told Han Xuanai about Wang Ba and how Wang Ba was trying to seize Di Yang's divine dragon's body. A devil cultivator from the Devil Seal tablet? The Saint Stage powerhouse who once opened 59 Saint Veins? Han Xuanai said cautiously, "Brother Lingtian, none of the devil cultivators are simple. Since Wang Ba's remnant soul has left your body, don't get too close to him in the future." As a member of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Han Xuanai naturally knew what a devil cultivator meant. Although not all devil cultivators were villains, 9 out of 10 villains in the Dao Martial Saint Land were devil cultivators. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, devil cultivators were hated by almost everyone. Naturally, this only applied to weak devil cultivators. Even if a powerful devil cultivator walked on the bustling street, not only would nobody dare to offend him, but nobody would dare to gossip about him as well. The Dao Martial Saint Land was also a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded, but he was not worried at all. He had the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. How could he be afraid of a devil cultivator? If Wang Ba's soul was hidden in someone else's body, the Devil Seal tablet might not be able to do anything to him. However, now that he had occupied a new body, the Devil Seal tablet would be able to suppress him. "Brother Ling Tian, you said earlier that Di Yang's true form is a black divine dragon, right?" Han Xuanai asked when she recalled this. Duan Lingtian nodded again. "It seems like Di Yang's a devil dragon." Han Xuanai took a deep breath and said in disbelief, "How's it possible that a devil dragon is still alive?" Moreover, he managed to reach the mortal shedding stage in such an environment. When she reached the end of her sentence, there was only dread on her face. "Devil dragon?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "Xuanai, what's the difference between a devil dragon and a divine dragon?" "In essence, there's no difference. A devil dragon is still a divine dragon. However, a devil dragon is considered a variant among the divine dragons. It's a mutant divine dragon." Han Xuanai continued, "All devil dragons are divine dragons that have been devilified. This kind of divine dragon is not tolerated by the dragons. Once it appears, it'll be executed as soon as it's born." "Executed?" Duan Lingtian was shocked. "There's a rumor in the Dao Martial Saint Land. A long time ago, the first devil dragon was born among the dragons. It was the appearance of that devil dragon that almost caused the extinction of the dragons. Because of this, they recuperated for several tens of thousands of years before they finally recovered. Han Shuanai said, "A devil dragon caused the extinction of the dragons? Is it that powerful?" Duan Lingtian was even more shocked. It's not that it's powerful. It's just that as long as it's alive, as long as it stays among the dragons, it will subtly devilify the other dragons. Han Shuanai said, "Rumor has it that it devilified almost half of the dragons, causing an unprecedented civil war among the dragons. That civil war caused the dragons to almost disappear from the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was only several tens of thousands of years later that they began to reappear again." Han Shuanai finished her sentence in one breath. "Just because of this, as long as the dragons are born, they'll be killed immediately?" Duan Lingtian asked again. "Yes." Han Shuanai nodded. The dragons learned their lesson from the past and began to set rules. As long as a devil dragon is born among the dragons, they'll have to kill it immediately to prevent future troubles. Naturally, it's not that easy for a devil dragon to be born. It's said that even after 1,000 years, there might not be a single devil dragon born. Han Shuanai said, "Once taken in by someone, for 10 years he's afraid of straw ropes." Duan Lingtian sighed. "Brother Lingtian, the devil dragon you saw earlier, how many claws did it have on each of its claws?" Han Shuanai suddenly asked as though she had recalled something. "5." Duan Lingtian said, "5." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Shuanai was shocked. "Brother Lingtian, are you sure?" "I'm sure." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Oh my God, that devil dragon is actually a direct descendant of the dragons." Han Shuanai sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, "Wang Ba did say that it's a direct descendant of the dragons. Shuanai, you only heard the number of claws on its claws, and you know that it's a direct descendant of the dragons?" Duan Lingtian was rather curious about this. "Brother Lingtian, among the dragons, according to the purity of their bloodline, the dragons are divided into 3 levels. Ordinary dragons are 3-clawed divine dragons. 3-clawed divine dragons are just ordinary members of the dragons. Their innate talent and strength are ordinary. Of course, saying that their innate talent and strength are ordinary is only relative to the other dragons." Han Shuanai patiently explained, "Above the 3-clawed divine dragon is the 4-clawed divine dragon. The 4-clawed divine dragon is usually an important figure among the dragons. For example, the elders and stewards are all 4-clawed divine dragons. Above the 4-clawed divine dragon is the 5-clawed divine dragon, which has the highest status among the dragons. The 5-clawed divine dragon is a direct descendant of the dragons and has a lofty status. And every generation of the dragon's patriarch is a 5-clawed divine dragon. Only a 5-clawed divine dragon can subdue the other dragons." At the end of her explanation, Han Shuanai continued, "According to the rumors I heard, the 5-clawed divine dragon of the dragons has always had 9 heads and has never changed. Only when the old 5-clawed divine dragon dies or ascends will a new 5-clawed divine dragon be born. A 5-clawed devil dragon is a rare sight that only appears once in 10,000 years." Han Shuanai said, "And the first devil dragon that appeared in the history of the dragons is said to be a 5-clawed devil dragon, a direct descendant of the dragons." Duan Lingtian did not expect that. There was such a division among the members of the dragons. 3-clawed divine dragon, 4-clawed divine dragon, 5-clawed divine dragon, and the first time he saw a real divine dragon, he saw a 5-clawed divine dragon. Moreover, it was a 5-clawed devil dragon. According to Shuanai, a 5-clawed devil dragon was rarely seen in 10,000 years. That's strange. Since the dragons have a rule, all devil dragons must be killed in their infancy. Then why is Diyong still alive? And why did he leave the Tao Marshall Saint land and come here? Chapter 1331. I don't know about that. Perhaps some of the direct descendants of the dragons felt that it was a pity to kill him, so they felt sorry for him. Han Shui Nai speculated, it's precisely because of this that they sent it out of the Tao Marshall Saint land. Otherwise, let alone an adolescent five-clawed divine dragon, even if it's an adult five-clawed divine dragon, the dragon clan wouldn't have sent it so far away. The five-clawed divine dragon inherited the bloodline of the dragons. It was the root of the dragons. If it was not for the fact that the five-clawed devil dragon was dangerous, the dragons would not have abandoned him. Underage? Xuanai, do you mean Diyong, the island master of Half Moon Island, is still an underage, five-clawed divine dragon? Duan Lingtian asked in shock. His true form is more than 100 meters long, so he'll be around 50 years old at most. The five-clawed divine dragon will only reach adulthood when he's 100 years old. Han Xuanai said. He'll only reach adulthood when he's 100 years old? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. Dragons are different from humans. They already have a lifespan of 1,000 years when they're born before they even start cultivating. Once they break through to the mortal shedding stage, they'll have a lifespan of 3,000 years. Han Xuanai continued, when they break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, they'll have a lifespan of 10,000 years. When they enter the Saint Rudiment stage, they'll have a lifespan as long as heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard that. This was much more heaven-defying than the other clans. Take humans, for example. Before they reached the Emperor Wu stage, they only had a lifespan of about 100 years. When they broke through to the Emperor Wu stage, they only had a lifespan of about 200 years. It was incomparable. Dragons are really God's favorites, Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Indeed, you can call them God's favorites. However, it's fortunate that their reproductive ability is very weak. Otherwise, this world would have been ruled by them, Han Xuanai said. Duan Lingtian agreed with her. If the dragons were as strong as humans, not only the Tao Marshall Saint Land, but even the three great mortal continents would have been ruled by them. At that time, the other clans' fate of being enslaved by them. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai were communicating using voice transmission. From the beginning until the end, Wang Yu could not hear them at all. Duan Lingtian before he could finish, he interrupted himself. Duan Lingtian's SS. TSS dragons. At the same time T. It S. SSSS A's dragons, 8 A's dragons, its dragoness, it was a five-clawed divine dragon. However, unlike ordinary divine dragons, its body was completely black, and the black scales on its body were gleaming with a cold luster. Its crimson eyes were staring at Duan Lingtian intently. Boy, you're really my lucky star. Not only did you find me the body of a direct descendant of the dragons, but it's also a five-clawed devil dragon. This five-clawed devil dragon walks the devil Tao, so it's the most suitable body for a devil cultivator. The five-clawed devil dragon spoke in human language. Its voice was filled with excitement. It was none other than Wang Ba, the devil cultivator who had occupied the five-clawed devil dragon's body. Although Wang Ba had asked Duan Lingtian to find him the body of a direct descendant of the dragons, it was just a casual request. In the Tao Marshall Saint Land, the dragon's body was undoubtedly one of the strongest among all clans. This was especially true for the body of a five-clawed divine dragon, a direct descendant of the dragons. It did not cross Wang Ba's mind that following Duan Lingtian would allow him to encounter the body of a five-clawed divine dragon. Moreover, it was the body of a five-clawed devil dragon. A five-clawed devil dragon was naturally devilized and walked the devil Tao. To Wang Ba, a former Saint Stage devil cultivator, The body of a 5-clawed devil dragon was the best body in the world. It was the most suitable body for him now. Bastard, you've completely taken over his body? Duan Lingtian asked. Bastard? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, whether it was Han Shuanai or Wang Yu who was standing at the side, the corners of their mouths twitched violently. Han Shuanai burst out laughing. She looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Be brother Lingtian, didn't you say his name is Wang Ba? Why did you call him bastard? Isn't it the same? Duan Lingtian said innocently, The same. When Han Shuanai saw Duan Lingtian's innocent expression, she could no longer hold it in and laughed out loud. Wasn't bastard a turtle? Humph. Boy, I've decided. From now on, I'm no longer called Wang Ba. The 5-clawed devil dragon hovered in the air. Its eyes were red and filled with blood energy. Its voice was deafening and loud. You're no longer called bastard? Then what's your name? Duan Lingtian asked. Wasn't this fellow called Diyong? I think this name is not bad. From today onward, I'll be called Diyong. The 5-clawed devil dragon continued to speak in human language. Diyong, this name is not bad. It's much better than your previous name. Han Shuanai smiled. Of course. If this name doesn't sound good, why would I change it? Little girl, you have good taste. The 5-clawed devil dragon raised its head proudly and looked at Duan Lingtian. Boy, remember this. From now on, I'll be called Diyong. You can call me Lord Diyong or Senior Diyong. Duan Lingtian ignored it and asked indifferently, Why haven't you transformed yet? Humph. I haven't completely occupied his body yet. Even if I lose the dragon soul, I'll still need some time to completely occupy the body of a 5-clawed devil dragon. This saint came out to tell you. This saint needs some time to completely take over this body. The former Wang Ba and current Diyong said. This Diyong was no longer the former island master of Half Moon Island, Diyong. Instead, he was the devil cultivator from the Tao Martial Saint Land, Wang Ba, who had changed his name to Diyong. After Diyong finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's response. His body that was more than 100 meters long trembled and hid in the mountain mist again, disappearing before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the other two. Compared to Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai's calmness, Wang Yu was completely dumbfounded. He could not regain his senses for a long time. Was Diyong, the island master of Half Moon Island, not already dead? How did he come back to life? He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai descended from the sky. They found the 85 dried corpses whose vital essence was sucked dry by Diyong, the island master of Half Moon Island, and kept their spatial rings. As for the profundity fragments, Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai did not let them go either. They had no use for the profundity fragments, but they could leave them for the other people in Lingtian's sect. In fact, some of these 85 dried corpses were at the Emperor Wu stage. They even had Emperor stage profundity fragments in their bodies. If you didn't come to Half Moon Island, you wouldn't have died. What a pity. If there's an afterlife, it's better for you to be an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian sighed. At the same time, he lifted his leg and stomped on the ground. At once, the ground trembled and ferocious cracks appeared. It was like a spider web that covered the 85 dried corpses. In the next moment, all of the dried corpses fell into the cracks. With Duan Lingtian's help, they were buried deep underground. Now, they could finally rest in peace. Shuanai, let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Han Shuanai and Wang Yu before they headed outside. 88 people came in, and only 3 left. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Duan Lingtian just now. Wang Yu still could not figure out what had just happened. He could not help but ask Duan Lingtian. Before he could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian had already interrupted him and said, I know what you want to ask. The island master of Half Moon Island, Diyong, is indeed dead. He was killed by me. As for the dragon, just now it's just Dion's body. A friend of mine has taken over his body, Duan Lingtian said. Soul possession? Wang Yu was shocked. You even know about soul possession? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Soul possession referred to using one's soul to take over another person's body. Generally speaking, only Emperor Wu powerhouses whose souls had been specially tempered could do this. If an ordinary Emperor Wu powerhouse's soul had not been specially tempered, even if they had reached the peak of the Emperor Wu realm, they would not be able to perform soul possession. On the contrary, even a first-level Emperor Wu realm martial artist could perform soul possession as long as his soul had been specially tempered, just like Emperor Wu of Samsara back in the day. Back then, Emperor Wu of Samsara wanted to seize Duan Lingtian's body to begin his third life of cultivation. Unfortunately, before he could perform soul possession, Lingtian's soul from Earth had already replaced Duan Lingtian's soul and taken over Duan Lingtian's body. When Samsara Emperor Wu of Samsara found out about this, he was flustered and exasperated. He wanted to destroy Lingtian's soul. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed and only ended up turning into ashes. The 3 lives rebirth technique that Emperor Wu of Samsara cultivates mainly tempers the soul. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to perform soul possession even if I had broken through to the peak of the Emperor Wu realm. Duan Lingtian knew this very well in his heart. I've read about soul possession in an ancient book. It said that a long time ago on Cloud Continent, there were some Emperor Wu powerhouses who specialized in tempering the soul. They would usually perform soul possession before they reached the end of their lifespan and take over another person's body to obtain a new life. Wang Yu answered Duan Lingtian's question. Unfortunately, there were very few people who succeeded. It's fine if they succeeded in soul possession, but if they failed, their soul would be destroyed. When Wang Yu reached the end of his sentence, he sighed. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was aware of what Wang Yu had said. It was precisely because of this that Samsara Emperor Wu of Samsara had to find the best opportunity to seize Duan Lingtian's body. Otherwise, he would be in danger of his soul being destroyed. Unfortunately, he encountered the soul of Lingtian, who came from Earth, and his soul was destroyed. However, Samsara Emperor Wu was Samsara Emperor Wu after all. His soul had been tempered many times and was very strong. Even if his soul was destroyed, he still retained his lifelong memories. Chapter 1332. Soul possession is extremely dangerous. Even if it's a saint stage powerhouse, other than those top existences, they wouldn't dare to say that they'll succeed 100% of the time. Han Xuanai snorted. I'm afraid the top existences among the saint stage powerhouses don't need soul possession. Duan Lingtian said, That's right. To a saint stage powerhouse, soul possession doesn't have much meaning. Han Xuanai nodded. Ordinary people would only risk soul possession when they were nearing the end of their lifespan. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well give it their all. The top existences among the saint stage powerhouses had endless lifespan, so they did not need soul possession at all. Unless they were devil cultivators who had lost their bodies after being suppressed by the devil seal tablet, just like Wang Ba and now Dion. Saint stage powerhouse? Wang Yi did not understand what Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai meant by saint stage powerhouse. His face was filled with confusion. You can ask your master about saint stage powerhouses. Han Xuanai glanced at Wang Yu and said nonchalantly, However, other than that, I don't want you to tell him about what happened here. It won't do you any good if you tell him. This matter involved the 5-clawed devil dragon. It was a matter of great importance. Han Xuanai knew this very well. Although the 5-clawed devil dragon was abandoned by the dragons, since it did not die in its infancy, it must have been a direct descendant of the dragons who felt compassion for it. The direct descendant of the dragons had quite a high status. If he knew the 5-clawed devil dragon was dead and its body was taken away, who knew how angry he would be? That was an adult, 5-clawed, divine dragon. It was at least at the saint stage. If it was enraged, it could do anything. Soon after, Han Shuanai told Duan Lingtian about her concerns. This matter is indeed a little tricky. We must think of a foolproof plan to deal with it. Once an adult 5-clawed divine dragon is enraged, it's no joke. Duan Lingtian ceaselessly racked his brain, intending to find a solution. Soon he thought of a way. When he mentioned this to Han Shuanai agreed. That's a good idea. This way, we won't anger the adult, 5-clawed divine dragon. Although the force behind Han Shuanai was quite powerful in the Dao martial saint land, it was still a force to be reckoned with. However, they dared not go head-to-head with the dragon clan. Killing a 5-clawed divine dragon was not difficult for the forces behind Han Shuanai, but the problem was that killing a 5-clawed divine dragon would also infuriate all the dragons. The dragons were famous among the saint stage powerhouses in the Dao martial saint land for being protective of their own. Outside the cloud-shrouded mountains, the people from the 3 outer saint islands stood in the air, waiting quietly. The 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island stood in the air, resting with their eyes closed. All of a sudden, the 3 of them seemed to have noticed something as they opened their eyes abruptly. With just a glance, they saw 3 figures slowly appear behind the clouds and mist that covered the deep mountains in front of them. They revealed their true appearances. The 2 of them. How's that possible? The 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. They were not surprised that Han Shuanai was able to come out. After all, the island master had told them not to provoke this young lady. However, the fact that the other 2 had come out alive made them feel that it was somewhat inconceivable. Logically speaking, the island master should have sucked out all of their vital essence and turned them into dried corpses. There must be something fishy going on. The 3 of them took a deep breath and moved in unison toward the 3 people who had just come out. The 3 people who had come out were naturally Duan Lingtian, Han Shuanai, and Wang Yu. The moment they came out, they saw a group of people from Hidden Fog Island led by Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, approaching them. What's the result? Tang Zhen looked at Han Shuanai with sparkling eyes that were filled with anticipation. He was very confident in Han Shuanai. That day, Han Shuanai had defeated the champion of the Coral Island martial arts competition with her own ability. Her ability was even more powerful than Duan Lingtian. From that moment on, compared to Duan Lingtian, who was the champion of the Hidden Fog Island martial arts competition, he was more optimistic about Han Shuanai. Han Shuanai shook her head. Tang Zhen was stunned. He then looked at Duan Lingtian and Wang Yu, only to see both of them shaking their heads as well. What happened? Don't tell me. None of you were selected by Lord De Yong? Tang Zhen revealed a disappointed expression. Lord De Yong's conditions for selecting his direct disciple are too harsh. We were eliminated in the first round. Wang Yu smiled bitterly. At the same time, he returned to Qing Xian Emperor Wu's side. There was a hint of bitterness in the depth of his eyes. His senior and junior brothers who had been with him for many years had died on Half Moon Island, just like that. Most importantly, although he knew the cause of their deaths, he could not reveal it. Otherwise, not only him, but even his master, Qing Xian Emperor Wu, would be implicated. He could choose not to believe Duan Lingtian's words. However, he had to believe Han Shuanai's words. Even if Han Shuanai did not tell him the exact reason, he dared not take the risk. Brother Lingtian, you and Miss Xuan were eliminated. Martial Emperor Lingxian, Yang Hui, asked in disbelief. In fact, he was not the only one. Even the group, including Qing Xian Emperor Wu, was in disbelief. Even she was eliminated. Who else can become the island master's direct disciple? They had witnessed Han Shuanai's ability. Putting aside the fact that she killed the first island master of Coral Island with the help of an external force, with her own ability, she killed the number one of the Coral Island martial arts competition in one move. It was enough to show how powerful she was. She was the best among the 90 people from the 3 overseas Holy Islands. It seems like there's still hope for our Sky Reef Island. The first island master of Sky Reef Island laughed. Among the 85 people who haven't come out yet, the most powerful one should be the number one of our Sky Reef Island martial arts competition. That's right. It seems like Sir Deong's direct disciple isn't just based on his ability. The elder of Sky Reef Island who came to join in the fun said. Hearing the first island master's laughter, Duan Lingtian glanced at him nonchalantly and thought to himself, if he knows that the 30 people from his Sky Reef Island are all dead, I wonder if he'll still be able to laugh. What's going on? The 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island looked at Duan Lingtian and Wang Yu from time to time. They could not figure out how these 2 people came out. Vice island masters. At this moment, a voice sounded in their ears, causing them to shiver. At the same time, they all turned to look at the purple figure in the distance. The person who condensed his origin energy was none other than Duan Lingtian. Island Master Deong has successfully absorbed the vital essence of the other 85 people. He asked me to inform all of you that he'll be in closed-door cultivation in the mountain for a while. Duan Lingtian continued. When the 3 of them heard this, they stared at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. He actually knew that their island Master Deong of Half Moon Island had absorbed the vital essence? Why, are all of you surprised? Duan Lingtian continued. Actually, it was a close call today. Wang Yu and I were almost sucked dry by Island Master Deong. Fortunately, Xuanai appeared in time and saved both of us. For Xuanai's sake, Island Master Deong spared Wang Yu and my life. However, he also asked us not to spread the news of him absorbing the vital essence. Duan Lingtian finished his sentence in one breath. I see. When the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island heard this, they glanced at Han Xuanai and came to a realization. They did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. If that was not the case, they did not believe Duan Lingtian and Wang Yu would be able to escape. After all, their island Master Deong of Half Moon Island was a person who was above the peak of Emperor Wu stage. Although the 3 of them were at the peak of Emperor Wu stage, they were no match for Deong, the island master of Half Moon Island, even if they joined forces. The 3 of us won't be involved in what happened after that. Island Master Deong asked all of you to clean up the mess. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered the ears of the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island again. The 3 of them nodded. Just like that, the matter was resolved. The 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island did not know that their island Master Deong of Half Moon Island had been killed and that his body had been possessed. They did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. The reason they did not doubt him was because they believed in Deong's ability almost blindly. There were a total of 88 people from the 3 overseas Saint Islands who entered the deep mountain. Naturally, it caused a huge uproar when only 3 of them survived. The first island masters of the 3 overseas Saint Islands demanded an explanation from Half Moon Island. However, in the end, they could only swallow their anger in the face of the powerful Half Moon Island. The recruitment of direct disciples by the island master of Half Moon Island came to an end. The people from the 3 overseas Saint Islands left one after another. However, Duan Lingtian and the rest did not return with the first island master of Hidden Fog Island, Tang Jin. They stayed for the time being. Yang, Hui brought the people from Lingxian Peak and left with Tang Zhen. Wang, you also left with Qing Xian's Emperor Wu. To him, the matter had been resolved. What he needed to do next was to forget what had happened and act as if nothing had happened. However, To Duan Lingtian, the matter had not been resolved. Now, all we have to do is wait for him to completely take over Di Yong's body and become the island master of Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian mumbled. For the next period of time, Duan Lingtian did not idle around. Other than accompanying the two ladies and occasionally dealing with the three little fellows, he spent the rest of his time cultivating. As for Honshu and I, she was also cultivating. She was trying to break through to the mortal shedding stage. Currently, she was only a step away from the mortal shedding stage. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On this day, Duan Lingtian was alone. He held the saint stone in his hand and sat cross-legged in the air above the calm ocean to cultivate. The 9 dragons wore sovereign techniques. Divine dragon form's mental cultivation method was circulating. His cultivation base was improving every second. Whoosh! Unknowingly, an old figure appeared in the sky not far away. Chapter 1333. After the old man appeared, he did not even greet Duan Lingtian. Instead, he pounced on him ruthlessly. It was obvious he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in one hit. The 7-foot-long spear in his hand was shooting out a spear ray that was several feet long. It caused the air to tremble as though it could pierce through everything. Boom! 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 As the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, the spear ray that was several feet long appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. It looked like it was going to pierce through Duan Lingtian's body. Oh no! The moment the old man struck with his spear, Duan Lingtian had already regained his senses. However, before he could react, the spear ray that shot out from the old man's 7-foot-long spear had already arrived in front of him. It was only a foot away from him. He had no time to dodge at all. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air, accompanied by a rolling shockwave that swept out in all directions. The top and the surroundings were still fine, but the sea below was turbulent. The originally calm sea seemed to have been smashed by a huge rock. Waves splashed up and shot up into the sky. It was a beautiful sight against the scorching sun. However, regardless of whether it was Duan Lingtian or the old man who suddenly appeared, they were not in the mood to watch this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was sent flying by a stone tablet like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. The moment the stone tablet landed on his body, a terrifying energy passed through the stone tablet and landed on his body. It caused his lungs to tremble, and he felt intense pain all over his body. If it was not for his strong will, he would have fainted. Duan Lingtian, who was sent flying spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, finally caught his breath. He immediately took out a royal-grade resurrection pill and consumed it. The pill's effect dissipated, and his injuries started to heal. However, due to the severity of his injuries, he could not fully recover even after consuming the royal-grade resurrection pill. At this speed, I'll need at least 30 breaths to fully recover. I'll have to stall for time. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun as he made his decision. Thanks to you. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly landed on the Devil Seal tablet that flew out with him. Earlier, it was he who had taken out the Devil Seal tablet in time and allowed it to block the spear for him. If not for that, he would have been killed. After flying for some distance, Duan Lingtian finally came to a halt. He looked at the old figure who caught up with him immediately and mocked. The second island master of the Hidden Fog Island sneakily attacked a nobody like me. Don't you think it's embarrassing? As long as I can kill you and avenge my son, so what if I become the laughingstock of the world? The old man who sneaked an attack on Duan Lingtian was the second island master of Hidden Fog Island, Qinbei. Ever since Tangzhen, the first island master of the Hidden Fog Island, had led the people back to the Hidden Fog Island, Qinbei had wanted to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his son. He thought the first island master would not interfere at that time. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to stay on Half Moon Island. Moreover, He heard that there was a mysterious young lady by Duan Lingtian's side who could kill the first island master of Coral Island with a piece of yellow paper that was filled with scribbles. The first island master of Coral Island's ability was on par with the first island master of Hidden Fog Island. At that moment, he felt the pressure. However, he still came to Half Moon Island. He had arrived at Half Moon Island a few days ago. Today, he finally found a chance to ensure that the young lady by Duan Lingtian's side would not appear. I didn't expect you to have a defensive spirit weapon. You're lucky, but next time, your luck won't be so good. Qin Bei sneered. Qin Bei, do you know why I killed your son? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. He needed time to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, he would not be a match for Qin Bei. Qin Bei, the second island master of Hidden Fog Island, was on Emperor Wu Stage 8th level. Although his ability had improved by leaps and bounds in the past 6 months to the point that even Hanshu and I was shocked, it was impossible for him to fight Qin Bei with his injured body. I don't care why you killed my son. Today will be the day you, Duan Lingtian, die. A cold gleam flashed across Qin Bei's eyes. He shook the 7-foot-long spear in his hand, and a terrifying origin energy swept out. Along with the skyrocketing profundity energy, it caused the air to tremble. The movement of the spear shook the air. It was like a stone falling into a calm lake, setting off circles of ripples. How powerful! Upon seeing that, Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. As expected of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island, Qin Bei's ability is top-notch even among the 8th level Emperor Wu stage martial artists. Although the heaven and earth energy would no longer consolidate into the heaven and earth phenomenon after leaving Cloud Continent, Duan Lingtian could faintly sense how terrifying Qin Bei's ability was. Qin Bei, before your son died, he told me something. Do you want to know? Duan Lingtian gasped inwardly when he saw Qin Bei was about to attack. However, he maintained a calm expression on his face as he spoke slowly. It was Duan Lingtian's calmness that stopped Qin Bei from attacking. What is it? The cold gleam in Qin Bei's eyes remained. He raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice, Qin Bei, you should at least show some sincerity if you want to know your son's last words, right? You look like you're about to kill me. I'm so scared that I can't even remember what your son said. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 7-foot-long spear in Qin Bei's hand and said, Why? Are you trying to stall for time? Qin Bei smirked. It's useless. Even if you release the communication jade slip and I can't catch up with it, I'm confident I can kill you before that little girl arrives. Stall for time? Communication jade slip? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Qin Bei, I have to say that your imagination is really rich. Do you think I don't know what you're talking about? Spit it out if you have something to say. Qin Bei snorted. His eyes stared deadly at Duan Lingtian. Don't play tricks in front of me. If you do anything, I'll kill you in an instant. I believe you have the ability. However, you should at least give me some time to think about it, right? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Currently, 10 breaths had passed. The injuries in his body had healed by 1/3. The Royal Grade Resurrection pill's medicinal effect was still spreading and healing the injuries in his body. His injuries were recovering at an extremely fast speed. He still needed close to 20 breaths to recover to his prime. The surface of the sea that was initially turbulent gradually regained its calm. High up in the sky, Duan Lingtian stood there quietly with a slight frown on his face. He seemed to be thinking about something. Meanwhile, Qin Bei, who was standing opposite him, was glaring at him. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would play some trick on him. Qin Bei held the 7-foot-long spear tightly in his hand. Faint origin energy was about to burst out. If anything went wrong, he would instantly unleash his full force to kill Duan Lingtian. My patience is limited. Another 10 breaths passed. Qin Bei's face turned grave as he said coldly, Wait a little longer. Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. He could not be bothered with Chun Bei's gloomy expression. His injuries were only a little bit away from being healed. Once he was fully healed, he would have the strength to fight with Chun Bei. In the past 6 months, his strength had improved in all aspects. He wanted to see how much his strength had improved. He treated Chun Bei as his touchstone. The last 10 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the injuries in his body had completely healed. At this moment, he only felt that his entire body was filled with strength. You tricked me. Chun Bei's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian relaxing his frown and a smile appearing on his face. In a fit of rage, the origin energy in his hand skyrocketed. Along with various profundities, it merged into the 7-foot-long spear. At once, the 7-foot-long spear trembled. A powerful energy spread out as though it could destroy everything. Whoosh! Faced with the enraged Chun Bei, a bow and arrow appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand out of thin air. He placed the arrow on the bowstring and pulled the bowstring into a full moon before shooting the arrow out. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When Chun Bei's long spear trembled and tore through the sky, the spear ray that was several tens of feet long pierced towards the place where Duan Lingtian was standing. However, Duan Lingtian had already dodged it. Body and arrow synchronization. Stepping on the rapidly shooting arrow, Duan Lingtian dodged Chun Bei's furious attack. However, his crisis was not over yet. He could hear the sound of the wind whistling behind him. Without turning his head, he could tell that Chun Bei had caught up with him. However, Chun Bei's speed was only on par with his. It was impossible for him to catch up with him. How's this possible? Chun Bei, who was chasing Duan Lingtian at full speed, had a drastic change of expression when he realized this. Disbelief filled his eyes. How can his speed be so fast? Nothing's impossible. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard what Chun Bei said. He smirked in disdain. Chun Bei, today, I'd like to see how capable you are as the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Don't you want to avenge your son? I'll accompany you to the end. Duan Lingtian had already jumped down from the arrow and stood in the sky far away. He looked down at Chun Bei from afar as he taunted him. Do you think you can defeat me just because your speed is on par with mine? What a joke. Chun Bei, I'm not the strongest in terms of speed. Hearing Duan Lingtian's taunts, Chun Bei was instantly enraged. He roared fiercely, unwilling to lose to Duan Lingtian in terms of aura. However, before he could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. Are you trying to say that your strongest point is not your speed, but your attacking technique? I'd like to see it for myself. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished a sentence, he knocked an arrow on his bow. With a clang, the bowstring vibrated as he pulled the bowstring into a full moon shape again. At the same time, Duan Lingtian fixed his gaze on Chun Bei, who was dashing toward him. After confirming that he had locked onto Chun Bei, he released the arrow in his hand. Whoosh! A sharp arrow that was as black as ink pierced through the air like a black lightning bolt and went straight for Chun Bei. Its target was between Chun Bei's eyebrows. Chapter 1334. Clang! Accompanied by a thunderous whistling sound. The sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air. It was Chun Bei who had turned around and blocked Duan Lingtian's arrow at the critical moment. Although the arrow was blocked by the 7-foot-long spear in Chun Bei's hand, he was not in a good state either. His spear and his body had to bear the force of the arrow. Not only that, even the 7-foot-long spear in his hand had a deep imprint on its shaft. The quasi-royal grade spirit weapon was actually damaged. However, Chun Bei did not pay attention to that because he was already injured, and his injuries were not light. Duan Lingtian, I admit that I've underestimated you. However, do you think you can kill me with just this little bit of strength? After consuming a grade 1 life recovery pill, Chen Bei's injuries recovered a little. After he recovered, he immediately charged toward Duan Lingtian. The long spear in his hand shook, and a spear ray that was several tens of feet long appeared again. Although Duan Lingtian had injured him with his arrow earlier, as far as he was concerned, it was because he'd underestimated Duan Lingtian that caused him to be injured. Moreover, the arrow earlier was not a threat to him at all. Just this little bit of strength. When Duan Lingtian heard Chen Bei's words and saw him charging toward him with his spear, a sneer crept up on the corner of his mouth. Subsequently, he did not plan to continue dodging. With a lift of his hand, he shot another arrow. Aerolite strike. Compared to the arrow earlier, this arrow was on a completely different level. The energy contained in it tore through the sky like a meteor falling from the sky. Clang! Another ear-piercing sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air, accompanied by a vast and rolling shock wave. Chen Bei blocked Duan Lingtian's arrow again. However, he was not as lucky as last time. His 7-foot-long spear was broken into two. The bones in his hand that was holding the spear all the way to his shoulder were shattered. The bones around his palm, in particular, were shattered into powder. Impossible! Chen Bei was in disbelief when he saw his quasi-royal grade spirit spear being broken just like that. However, his attention quickly fell on his crippled arm. How is this possible? His strength, how can he be so strong? To Chen Bei, the arrow that Duan Lingtian shot from behind was like the arrival of doomsday. After breaking through to elementary, the power of the meteor strike has actually increased so much. Duan Lingtian was very surprised by the effect of his arrow. It should be noted that he had only mastered the aerolite strike, one of the offensive techniques in the colossal aerolite arrow, to the intermediate stage 3 days ago. The minor accomplishment was the second stage of the Saint grade martial arts. After reaching this level, Duan Lingtian felt that its power had increased by several times compared to before. The increase was so great that it could be described as exaggerated. No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Chen Bei looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing there in high spirits. His face turned even more grave as he roared in his heart. There was a hint of despair in his roar. He knew very well in his heart he was no longer a match for Duan Lingtian. It was even more impossible for him to defeat Duan Lingtian in the future to avenge his son. Die. I want you to die. Duan Lingtian, I want you to die. In the end, Chen Bei was on the brink of insanity. He lifted his uninjured hand and grabbed the 7-foot-long spear. Once again, he attacked Duan Lingtian aggressively, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. After witnessing the power of the aerolite strike that had broken through to the intermediate stage, Duan Lingtian's confidence was boosted. Facing the crazy Chen Bei, he smirked in disdain. At the same time, his hands were not idle. Aerolite strike. Another arrow was shot out. This time, Chen Bei, who had lost his most important arm, could not block it at all. It easily pierced through his glabella. In the next moment, a bloody hole appeared in between Chen Bei's glabella. Brain matter splattered everywhere. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. He died with a grievance. An existence at the 8th level martial emperor stage. I actually killed him. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged. He even felt as though he was dreaming. I really didn't expect. After breaking through to the Emperor Wu stage 6, my fusion profundity and my sword profundity would be upgraded one after another. With just the aerolite strike, I can kill Chen Bei so easily. Duan Lingtian did not regain his senses for a long time. In the past 6 months, Duan Lingtian's strength had improved the fastest. Even he could not explain why. In the end, he could only blame it on the Saint Stone and the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he cultivated. The 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Divine Dragon form. Ever since I have broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, I feel like the speed of my cultivation is much faster. Now, every time my cultivation base improves, the speed of my cultivation becomes faster as well. Duan Lingtian could not help but marvel at the wonders of the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique after he had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. As expected of the cultivation method that's comparable to the 3 lives rebirth technique in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique is much more powerful than the top cultivation methods like the Han Bing's divine sword technique. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. After Chen Bei caused such a ruckus, Duan Lingtian no longer had the mood to continue cultivating. He went back to accompany the 2 girls. If it was not for the fact that he planned to go to the Dao Marshal Saint Land to look for his parents, he would have loved to stay by his 2 fiancées' side. Even if the land of love was a hero's grave, he would have accepted it. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months had passed. On this day, the entire Half Moon Island trembled violently as though there was an earthquake. Bastard! Duan Lingtian, who was originally cultivating in his room, had his eyes lit up all of a sudden. He immediately flew out. In the past year, the reason he did not leave Half Moon Island in a hurry was because of Wang Ba. Wang Ba, who had occupied the body of Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island. However, the current Wang Ba had used the name of the original owner of the body that he had occupied, Di Yong. Outside the mountain that was shrouded in clouds all year long, the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island stood in the air. They looked in the direction of the mountain in awe, but they did not dare to go closer. Lord Island Master is finally coming out of his closed-door cultivation. A smile appeared on the faces of the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island at the same time. Lord Island Master's strength will definitely increase tremendously when he comes out of his closed-door cultivation this time. By then, he'll be able to snatch that treasure from the hands of that sea monster. Xiao Kuin's eyes lit up as he said with a burning expression, "That's right. In the past, Lord Island Master's strength was on par with that sea monster, so he couldn't snatch that treasure. Now that he's coming out of his closed-door cultivation, he'll definitely be able to defeat that sea monster and snatch that treasure. Humph. Speaking of which, it's really infuriating. That sea monster couldn't figure out that treasure on its own, yet it was unwilling to give it to Lord Island Master. Let's see how it's going to die this time." The other 2 vice island masters of Half Moon Island said. "Treasure?" The 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island did not notice that a figure was flying above their heads as they were discussing. In the blink of an eye, it entered the mountain that was shrouded in clouds. Duan Lingtian had been waiting for a long time in the mountain. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the figure coming in from outside. "Xuanai, why are you only here now?" "Brother Lingtian, I heard the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island talking about some treasure," Han Xuanai said with a burning gaze. "Treasure?" Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up even more. What treasure? In his opinion, the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island were at the peak of Emperor Wu stage. Something that they called a treasure must be extraordinary. I'm not too sure what kind of treasure it is. I only heard them saying that the treasure seems to be in the hands of some sea monster, and that sea monster's strength is on par with Di Yong. Han Xuanai said so. That sea monster should be on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage, just like Di Yong. However, since Di Yong has absorbed the vital essence of 85 powerhouses in their prime, I'm sure he'll be able to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. If Tortoise can completely occupy its body, it'll be able to inherit its power. Han Xuanai continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's been a year. Theoretically, Tortoise should have completely occupied Di Yong's body. Let's go in and have a look. Duan Lingtian called out to Han Xuanai. Both of them went deep into the mountain. I remember that Tortoise went into hiding somewhere nearby last time. Duan Lingtian looked around and said, "That's right, it's here." Han Shuanai nodded. She recognized this place as well. "Boy, I've told you that I've changed my name. I'm no longer Wangba, I'm now Diyong." Just as Han Shuanai's voice fell, a dissatisfied voice sounded from afar and approached. Soon, a sturdy black figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai. It was a tall and sturdy black-clad, middle-aged man. Han Shuanai was unfamiliar with this figure. However, Duan Lingtian was familiar with him. It was Diyong, the island master of Half Moon Island, whom he had met before. Naturally, the soul of Diyong, the island master of Half Moon Island, had been suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet. His soul at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage was destroyed by the Devil Seal tablet in just a blink of an eye. The Diyong standing in front of Duan Lingtian was the Diyong whose body was occupied by Wang Ba's soul. It was a brand new Diyong. "I'm used to calling you that. I can't change it in a short period of time." Duan Lingtian shook his head in the face of Diyong's dissatisfaction. He then asked, "Tortoise, have you completely occupied this body now?" "Yes." Diyong nodded faintly. There was a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. He was dissatisfied that Duan Lingtian still called him Tortoise until now. Tortoise, he must have broken through to the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage after absorbing so much vital essence, right? Han Shuanai asked as she looked at Diyong. Diyong nodded again. "I've only heard of the direct descendants of the dragons, the five-clawed divine dragons. I know they're very talented. I'm curious, how many Saint Veins have you opened since you've broken through to the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage?" Han Shuanai's eyes lit up. Chapter 1335 23 Veins. Diyong's lips curled into a bright smile. 23 veins. Duan Lingtian did not feel anything when he heard Diyong's words, but Han Shuanai was shocked. He managed to open 23 Saint Veins at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Doesn't that mean he'll be able to open more than 70 Saint Veins when he enters the paramount mortal shedding stage? More than 70 Saint Veins. This time, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses when he heard Han Shuanai's words. His eyes widened in shock. He still remembered. The current Diyong and the former Wang Ba had said this before. During his time, the person who opened the most Saint Veins had only opened 67 Saint Veins. He had only opened 59 Saint Veins at that time. However, Xuanai said Diyong was able to open 70 Saint Veins? How could Duan Lingtian not be shocked? It shouldn't be a problem to open more than 70 Saint Veins. At this moment, the smile on Diyong's face became even brighter. As a former Saint Stage powerhouse, he knew the cultivation path of the mortal shedding stage very well. He had opened 23 Saint Veins at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. With such innate talent and the devil cultivation method he cultivated back then, he would definitely be able to open more than 70 Saint Veins when he was at the paramount mortal shedding stage. The mortal shedding stage was divided into 5 stages: the early mortal shedding stage, intermediate mortal shedding stage, mastery mortal shedding stage, and paramount mortal shedding stage. The strength of each stage was not the same. Whether it was a martial cultivator or a Tao cultivator, the Saint Veins that were opened in their bodies would be formed when they broke through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. The number of Saint Veins opened when one was at the paramount mortal shedding stage would be the number of Saint Veins opened in the future, unless there was a fortuitous encounter. Of course, such a fortuitous encounter was rare. It might not even happen once in 10,000 years. The number of Saint Veins would directly affect the cultivation speed of a martial cultivator or a Tao cultivator. The more Saint Veins one had, the faster one would be able to absorb the energy from heaven and earth and the energy from the Saint Stones, and vice versa. Furthermore, the number of Saint Veins one possessed would directly affect the strength of a martial cultivator and Tao cultivator. For martial and Tao cultivators of the same cultivation base, those with more saint bloodlines would be stronger, and vice versa. Now, I can understand why a five-clawed devil dragon was able to topple all the dragons. The five-clawed devil dragon was definitely the most talented among the five-clawed divine dragons. Han Shu and I sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, "As far as I know, in the history of dragons, an ordinary five-clawed divine dragon could only open up 66 saint veins at most. This body is simply too perfect. With this body, it's only a matter of time before I return to my peak. No, you can completely surpass me when I was at my peak." De-Yong reached out and gently stroked his body. The more he touched it, the more he liked it. He said with an intoxicated expression. Seeing De-Yong's actions, Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body. Was this fellow touching himself? Pervert. Too perverted. Boy, since you've helped me obtain the body of a direct descendant of the dragons, we're even now. From today onward, you'll cross your bridge, and I'll walk my own path. We'll have nothing to do with each other. Soon after, De-Yong stopped what he was doing and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said nonchalantly. Even upon hearing De-Yong's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes instinctively. Bastard, you've just obtained a new body, and you're in such a hurry to cut off all ties with me? Humph. Boy, you have the Devil Seal tablet, so it's better for me to stay away from you. Otherwise, what if you're in a bad mood one day and suppress me again? De-Yong snorted. His words were filled with dread. His soul had yet to fully recover. If he was suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet again, he would definitely die. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was even more terrifying than a saint stage powerhouse. He could kill him with just a wave of his hand. Even if he had obtained the body of a five-clawed devil dragon, possessed unparalleled innate talent, and had a smooth cultivation path in the future, he was still a devil cultivator after all. As a mortal shedding stage devil cultivator, he had no way of fighting back against the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand. The Devil Seal tablet activated by an innate stage martial cultivator could easily suppress a mortal shedding stage devil cultivator. I won't stop you if you want to leave. However, I hope you can help me clean up the mess. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Clean up the mess? Clean up what mess? De-Yong was stunned. I killed the original island master of Half Moon Island, De-Yong, and you took his body. Although he's a five-clawed devil dragon, he must have had other five-clawed divine dragons secretly helping him since he was able to leave this place alive. If we don't clean up this mess properly, what if the five-clawed divine dragon behind him comes looking for us? You used to be a saint stage powerhouse in the Tao martial saint land. Don't tell me you don't know how powerful an adult five-clawed divine dragon is? Duan Lingtian said as he glared at De-Yong. Why do you care so much? We'll just leave. Don't tell me you're afraid the five-clawed divine dragon will find us? De-Yong said nonchalantly. The Tao martial saint land was so big, he did not believe the adult five-clawed divine dragon would be able to find them, unless all the dragons made a move. However, this matter was related to the five-clawed devil dragon. He believed the five-clawed divine dragon would not dare to alarm all the dragons. In fact, the five-clawed devil dragon was a taboo to the dragons. Even if others did not kill it, the dragons would not let it go. We can leave, but what about my sect? If the five-clawed divine dragon really wants to pursue the matter, it'll definitely implicate my sect, Duan Lingtian said with a frown. You're so troublesome. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll help you clean up. Tell me, what do you want me to do? De-Yong said impatiently. You just have to continue to pretend to be the island master of Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian said. Pretend to be the island master of Half Moon Island? De-Yong frowned. Boy, I don't want to stay on Half Moon Island any longer. The Tao martial saint land is where I'm going next. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm not asking you to stay on Half Moon Island any longer. You just have to pretend to be the island master of Half Moon Island. As long as you explain yourself to the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island and leave, I don't care where you go. You want me to pretend to be the island master of Half Moon Island and leave as the island master of Half Moon Island? In that case, even if the 5-clawed divine dragon comes looking for me in the future, he'll think that I've left on my own accord? Diong asked. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's the only way I won't anger the 5-clawed divine dragon. Since the 5-clawed divine dragon is willing to risk being punished by the dragons to bring Di Yong away from the Dao Martial Saint Land, he must have a close relationship with Di Yong. I even suspect that the 5-clawed divine dragon might be Di Yong's parents. Duan Lingtian continued. Bah, nobody has the right to be my parents. Not even the 5-clawed divine dragon, Di Yong said with dissatisfaction. I'm talking about Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, whom I've killed, not you. Duan Lingtian said angrily. How about this? Go and look for the 3 vice island masters of Half Moon Island now and tell them that I'll be your direct disciple and hand Half Moon Island over to me. Moreover, ask them to swear on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation that they'll be loyal to me and not be disloyal. As for you, you can go to the Dao Martial Saint Land on your own after you've told them everything. Duan Lingtian continued to tell Di Yong. This was a plan that he had come up with long ago. He wanted to control Half Moon Island, the leader of the 4 great overseas Saint Islands. Half Moon Island was undoubtedly a good place for him. The Supreme Grade Origin Stone Reserve buried deep underground was twice as many as the Supreme Grade Origin Stone Reserve buried in the Hidden Fog Island. The cultivation environment here could be said to be the best outside of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, this was what Han Shu and I had told Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian planned to move Lingtian sect here after he had taken control of Half Moon Island. With Half Moon Island as their base, the strength of the people from Lingtian sect would definitely rise rapidly. Han Shu and I also clapped our hands and applauded Duan Lingtian's plan. Boy, you're really greedy. You actually want to take over this island, Di Yong said as he stared deeply at Duan Lingtian. Greedy? Duan Lingtian glanced at Di Yong in disdain. Speaking of greedy, how can I compare to you? You're occupying the body of a 5-clawed devil dragon. With its body, you can even open more than 70 saint veins. I wonder if there's anyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land who can open more saint veins than you. Duan Lingtian said. Ha, that's true. With this 5-clawed devil dragon's body, I'll definitely enter the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking. No, top 5. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Di Yong laughed out loud. Top 5? Is that all you've got? Duan Lingtian said with disdain as he rolled his eyes at Di Yong. Humph. Boy, do you really think the powerhouses on the Supreme Saint ranking are easy to deal with? Let me tell you, even in my era, the powerhouse who opened the most saint veins only managed to get into the 7th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Di Yong said, there are many powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Saint veins have a huge impact on one's strength. However, other aspects also have a huge impact on one's strength. That's right, Brother Lingtian. The powerhouses who are at the top of the Supreme Saint ranking might not have opened the most saint veins in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, the number of saint veins they opened is not much different from the powerhouses who opened the most saint veins. Han Shu and I said. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Of course, the gap isn't that big. For example, the Sword Saint I mentioned before, he opened all the hidden saint veins in his body and opened a total of 81 saint veins. The saint veins in other people's bodies are like a chasm compared to his. Regardless of other aspects, other people are far from his level because the gap in foundation is too big. Chapter 1336. Saint Vanes could be considered as the foundation of martial and Tao cultivators in the Tao martial Saintland. The more one opened, the better. The more Saint Vanes one had, the higher one's achievements would be in the future. Although the person who opened the most Saint Vanes did not necessarily have the strongest ability, he had a great advantage. It seems like the martial and Tao cultivators in the Tao martial Saintland have more powerful techniques. They can even ignore the difference in the number of Saint Vanes. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He was looking forward to his cultivation journey in the Tao martial Saintland. Currently, his cultivation base had already broken through to the 6th level Emperor Wu stage. As long as he continued to cultivate, he believed he could break through to the peak of the Emperor Wu stage within a year with the help of the Saint Stones. At that time, he would be able to break through to the mortal shedding stage. I believe in the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. The reason why he was confident he could break through to the peak of the Emperor Wu stage within a year was because of Duan Lingtian's unconditional trust in the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was a powerful technique that was on par with the 3 Lives Rebirth technique that the Reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated back then. On the other hand, the 3 Lives Rebirth technique that the Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated all those years ago was a level higher than the top cultivation techniques on Cloud Continent, like the Han Bing's God Sword technique, the Starry Sun technique, and the Dark Beauty Divine technique. Whether it was the Han Bing's Divine Sword technique, the Sun and Moon Star technique, or the Mystical Beauty Divine technique, all of them were powerful techniques that could be cultivated to the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. Techniques that were more powerful than them could be called the most powerful techniques on Cloud Continent. The 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island are outside now. When Xue Nai came over earlier, she heard them talking about an early mortal shedding stage, sea monster guarding a treasure. The treasure was snatched by the former island master of Half Moon Island, Diong, many times, but he did not succeed in the end. Duan Lingtian told Diong, they think, as long as you break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, you'll be able to snatch the treasure from the sea monster. Treasure? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Diong's eyes lit up. Go and wrap it up. Upon hearing that there was a treasure, Diong was more excited than anyone else. He immediately flew out. Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai followed him. The 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island were waiting quietly outside the mountains that were shrouded in clouds. They were not impatient at all. Soon their eyes lit up. Immediately after, they immediately looked at the figure that flew out from the depths of the mountain. This tall, black figure was very familiar to them. Island Master. In the face of the middle-aged man in black, the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, including Xiao Kuan, bowed respectfully. Yes, the black-robed middle-aged man was none other than Diong. Facing the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island who bowed to him, he nodded faintly. Of course, this was not the previous Diong, the Island Master of Half Moon Island. Although his body was still the same, his soul had changed. He was a completely different person. However, the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island could not tell. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai followed him out and stood behind Diong. The appearance of the 2 of them shocked the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island. From now on, this Duan Lingtian is my direct disciple. He's also the new Island Master of Half Moon Island, Diong said slowly. The 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island were dumbfounded. Did the Island Master not take a fancy to Duan Lingtian? Could it be that he changed his mind at the last minute? The more they thought about it, the more certain they were. I've decided to leave Half Moon Island in a few days and head to the Tao Martial Saintland. However, before I leave, all of you must swear to be loyal to this direct disciple of mine using the 99 heavenly tribulation. Diong continued. The three Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island did not expect De Jong to say this. Horror dawned on them. The reason they were willing to follow De Jong and be a Vice Island Master was because they were in awe of De Jong's strength. They were willing to be under De Jong. However, they were unwilling from the bottom of their hearts to be subservient to a brat. Why? Is there a problem? Seeing that the three Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island seemed to be hesitating, De Jong's eyes turned cold. A majestic aura extended from his body and swept toward the three Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island. Pooh! Barf! At once, the three of them trembled. They opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces turned pale, feeling the increasing pressure that was close to suffocation. The three of them could not help but feel despair. At once, the three of them admitted defeat. Then, under De Jong's sharp gaze, the three of them swore an oath using the 9-9 heavenly tribulation to be loyal to Duan Lingtian. After telling them everything, De Jong asked the three of them to lead the way to look for the sea monster that was guarding the treasure. Lord Island Master, that sea monster has been staying in the west all this time. Under the lead of the three Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the sea region west of Half Moon Island. They traveled all the way west for half an hour. On the vast and calm sea, the five of them stopped and stood there. Enter. After confirming that this was the place, a gentle energy extended from De Jong's body. It instantly transformed into a layer of transparent light shield and shrouded the five of them, including him. Then he led Duan Lingtian and the other three into the sea region. At once, the calmness of the sea was broken. Vast, rolling waves surged. The waves crashed one after another without stopping for a long time. At the same time, under De Jong's lead, Duan Lingtian and the other three had already gone deep into the sea region. "This isn't origin energy," Duan Lingtian mumbled as he observed the transparent light shield around him and sensed the aura that permeated it. "Brother Lingtian, this is true energy." Han Shu and I heard Duan Lingtian's whisper and explained, "When a martial cultivator's cultivation base breaks through to the mortal shedding stage, a chi pool will appear in his body. His origin energy will also transform into a new energy, true energy. True energy is an energy that's a level higher than origin energy." Han Xuanai explained. Duan Lingtian came to a realization. He was not surprised at all. "Where is it?" De Jong turned around and glanced at the three Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island and asked. "Over there." The three of them immediately pointed to the side. The sea monster's whereabouts would change every once in a while. All this while, the three of them had been personally tracking the sea monster's whereabouts. Therefore, they knew exactly where it was. Finally, under the guidance of the three Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian and the other two saw the sea monster. The sea monster was crouching in the depths of the sea, hiding among the algae in the deep sea. An octopus? When they got closer, Duan Lingtian saw the sea monster's appearance clearly. It was an octopus. To be precise, it was an extra-large octopus that looked like a towering mountain. The octopus crouched there like a mountain at the bottom of the sea. Soon, Duan Lingtian's gaze shifted and landed on one of the octopus's tentacles, as if he had discovered something. A small pagoda that was as tall as an adult was hovering in the air, wrapped around by the tentacles. From afar, the small pagoda looked very exquisite. Apart from that, it gave Duan Lingtian an extremely special feeling. This feeling was very intimate. Even Duan Lingtian wondered if he had sensed wrongly. "Lord Island Master, the treasure is over there." The three Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island looked at the small pagoda and whispered to De Jong. De Jong's gaze landed on the small pagoda as well. "It doesn't look any different. You're saying that it's a treasure?" Han Xuanai asked. "Miss Xuanai, you don't know. This small pagoda doesn't look special, But even when the Lord Island Master fought with this sea monster in the past, no matter how strong the force was, it couldn't be affected. Xiao Kuan said solemnly, when the force is 1 meter away from it, everything will be blocked. There's always a layer of force protecting it on the surface. Just like now, the sea monster's tentacles seem to be wrapped around it, but it's not actually touching it. Xiao Kuan continued. Upon hearing Xiao Kuan's words, Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, and Di Yong looked over. As expected, they saw that the giant octopus tentacles did not touch the small pagoda. There seemed to be a 1 meter square protective layer around the small pagoda that prevented anything from getting close. It's awake! Xiao Kuan exclaimed suddenly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian clearly saw that the giant octopus opened its eyes. Its eyes were as big as a wash basin, and they gleamed with a terrifying, cold gleam. As soon as it woke up, it noticed Duan Lingtian and the others. Its sharp gaze landed on Di Yong immediately. To it, Di Yong was already an old acquaintance. Boom! 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 As soon as the giant octopus moved, the entire seabed shook as though the ground and mountains were shaking. The seawater rolled, causing the transparent light shield that enveloped Duan Lingtian and the others to shake. However, it was a light shield that was held up by Di Yong's true energy after all, so it was not affected at all. Humph! In the face of the giant octopus that leaped up, Di Yong snorted coldly. His body moved, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of black lightning that shot out in an instant. Whoosh! The seawater shook, and a long vacuum water channel was drawn out. It only closed after a while. Rumble. At the same time, a loud noise was heard, and the ground and mountains shook again. In the next second, the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island were dumbfounded. A hole appeared on the giant octopus's head. It was a huge hole that could fit a person. The hole penetrated the giant octopus's head and killed it. Lord Island Master's ability. After the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island snapped back to their senses, they were shocked. The powerful sea monster that was on par with Lord Island Master in the past was killed by him in just 1 blow. Isn't this too exaggerated? Duan Lingtian was shocked as well. You're a citizen of Yanhuang land? Suddenly, an old voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing his heart to jolt. Yanhuang land? Wasn't that the name of the land of Hua in the ancient myths and legends of Hua in his previous life? Chapter 1337. Duan Lingtian was stunned by the old voice. It took him a long time to regain his senses. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian began to look around in an attempt to find the owner of the old voice. At this moment, he was filled with excitement. Subconsciously, he felt that the owner of the voice must have something to do with Earth, where he was from in his past life. You don't have to look for me. I'm in the pagoda in front of you. The old voice continued to sound. It made Duan Lingtian stop what he was doing and look at the little pagoda that was floating in the depths of the sea. At this moment, Di Yong was standing in front of the little pagoda. Suddenly, Di Yong extended his hand in an attempt to touch it. However, the invisible energy surrounding it blocked Di Yong, who was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Di Yong could not suppress this energy at all. This pagoda is not simple. Di Yong's eyes lit up. Indeed, it's not simple. Unknowingly, Han Xuanai had also come to Di Yong's side to observe the little pagoda. A moment later, she extended her hand to the little pagoda that was as tall as an adult. After testing it out, she realized that her energy could not suppress the energy surrounding the little pagoda. This energy doesn't seem to be true energy. Han Xuanai mumbled to herself. She was confused. At the same time, the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island also came forward to observe the little pagoda. Just like Di Yong and Han Xuanai, they could not do anything to the little pagoda and could only watch. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved. Origin energy, propped up a layer of light shield on the surface of his body. He came to Han Shuanai's side and extended his hand to grab the little pagoda that was floating in the air. Seeing Duan Lingtian's action, Han Shuanai, Diong, and the rest watched calmly. In their opinion, if they could not do anything to the little pagoda, it was even more impossible for Duan Lingtian to do anything to it. After all, Duan Lingtian's ability was the weakest among them. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and reached for the small pagoda. During this process, he did not seem to have encountered any obstacles and easily touched the small pagoda. How is this possible? Diong and the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island narrowed their eyes in shock and disbelief. Big brother Ling Tian, Han Shuanai, was also shocked by the scene in front of her. Even she and Diong couldn't do anything to Small Tower, but it was actually so easily touched by her big brother Ling Tian. Duan Lingtian's hand had just touched the small pagoda when it felt cold to the touch. At the same time, a warm stream of air extended from the small pagoda and flowed into his body through his hand, circulating around his entire body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt comfortable and warm all over his body. It was so comfortable that he closed his eyes without realizing it. Seeing how Duan Lingtian closed his eyes when he touched the small pagoda with an intoxicated expression, Diong, Han Shuanai, and the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island were all moved. Following that, Diong and Han Shuanai stretched out their hands one after another and slowly moved toward the small pagoda. Soon, they realized that when their hands were 1 meter away from the small pagoda, they no longer felt the pressure like before. This made their eyes light up. They took a deep breath and continued to move forward, wanting to touch the small pagoda. Boom! Boom! However, as their hands moved forward in unison, a terrifying wave of energy surged out and entered their bodies as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The 2 of them were sent flying. At that moment, both Diong and Han Shuanai turned pale. It was obvious that they were severely injured. Upon seeing this, the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island felt their scalps go numb and they shuddered. They completely dispelled the thought of touching the small pagoda. Soon after, the gazes of the 5 people simultaneously descended onto Duan Lingtian. They realized that although the small pagoda had released a powerful force, Duan Lingtian was not affected at all. He was still standing there with his hand on the small pagoda. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's eyes were tightly shut. The intoxicated expression on his face did not change at all. It was as though he was enjoying some kind of baptism. What the hell? Diong cursed. This stupid pagoda only recognizes this brat. It seems like brother Lingtian has an affinity with it. This pagoda is really spiritual. Even the 10 great super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Tao Martial Saint Land might not be as spiritual as this pagoda. Han Shuanai muttered to herself. Perhaps. It's one of the 10 great saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Diong said as a scorching flame rose in his eyes. The 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island looked at Duan Lingtian with jealousy in their eyes. They could tell that the small pagoda was not an ordinary object. What a joke! How could the small pagoda be an ordinary object if even the island masters of Half Moon Island could not do anything to it? No matter how surprised the 5 of them were, Duan Lingtian was currently in a wonderful state. This state was similar to the state a baby would be in before it was born. Duan Lingtian only felt that his entire body was enveloped by a gentle force. Not only was this force gentle, but it also gave him a warmth he had never felt before. It warmed his flesh, blood, bones, meridians. Everything in his body was undergoing an earth-shattering change as this energy entered his body. Time passed by quietly. Unknowingly, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body began to circulate on its own. It circulated according to the divine dragon form mental cultivation method of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. It was as though it did not know exhaustion and did not stop from the beginning. You have a good foundation. I didn't expect to meet a citizen of the Yen Huang land here. Now, I have a chance to leave this godforsaken place. An old voice resonated from the lowest level of the small pagoda and reverberated continuously. This small pagoda had a total of 7 levels from the top to the bottom. After an unknown period of time, Duan Lingtian only felt a warmth leaving his body. It made him feel like he had not had enough. However, when he opened his eyes and regained his senses, his pupils shrank. What's going on? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the elevation of his cultivation base. His original cultivation base of Emperor Wu Stage 6 was no longer there. His current cultivation base had broken through to the 9th level of Emperor Wu Stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he was dreaming. What's going on? I only touched the small pagoda, and then a force extended from the small pagoda. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged, and he could not calm down for a long time. Earlier, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had already fused its remaining force into your body to help you be reborn. At this moment, the old voice continued to resound. Duan Lingtian could hear it. This voice was the same one that had said he was a citizen of the Yen Huang land. 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When Duan Lingtian heard the other party's words, he could not help but be stunned. He felt that this name was familiar, as though he had heard it somewhere before. Brother Ling Tian. Just as Duan Lingtian began to think and recall, a voice rang in his ears and woke him up. He raised his head and saw Han Shui nigh looking at him with a face full of concern. Apart from Han Shuanai, Diong, and the 3 Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island were standing by the side as well. Brother Ling Tian, what happened just now? Why are you the only one who can touch this small pagoda, but we can't? Han Shuanai glanced at the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in front of Duan Lingtian with fear and asked curiously. I don't know either. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Boy, you closed your eyes and reveled in it for half an hour. What did you discover? Diong asked. There was a fire burning deep in his eyes. Half an hour? When Duan Lingtian heard Diong's words, he was stunned. So only half an hour had passed? It's only half an hour. My cultivation base has broken through from the 6th level Emperor Wu stage to the 9th level Emperor Wu stage. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged again. Also, the voice earlier said something about the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda using its remaining energy to help me shed my mortal body. Didn't my body shed my mortal body long ago? Duan Lingtian still remembered. All those years ago, when he was still in Cloud Continent and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he'd obtained the 10,000-year stalactite milk from the 7-star sword sect, and he'd been reborn with the assistance of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. At that time, his martial Dao innate talent had also reached the limit of a martial artist on Cloud Continent. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was puzzled by the old voice's words. Why? Did you discover something? Diong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked once more. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head and subconsciously concealed this secret. Subsequently, he looked at the tiny pagoda that floated before him and thought to himself, according to the voice earlier, it's called the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? It would be great if this 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was smaller. Duan Lingtian thought as he looked at the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda that was as tall as him. Practically at the same time Duan Lingtian finished thinking, he noticed to his astonishment that a shocking change had occurred to the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda before his eyes. Accompanied by circle after circle of illusory silhouettes that changed from large to small, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda shrunk and firmly fell into his hand in the end, holding the tiny pagoda that was only 30 centimeters tall. Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck and couldn't recover from his shock for a long time. whereas Diyong, Hanshu, and the others were shocked by the scene before their eyes. This pagoda can become smaller? Xiao Kuan, one of the 3 Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island, swallowed hard and said in disbelief, "I'm not dreaming." Another Vice Island master pinched his thigh hard. The pain that came from his thigh told him that everything before his eyes was real. Although the last Vice Island master did not say anything, the astonishment and disbelief in his eyes undoubtedly revealed his current feelings. Diyong and Hanshu looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. This tiny pagoda, could it really be one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? Diyong mumbled softly, "There's indeed a pagoda-shaped super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking called the Great Heaven Pagoda. Could it be this?" Chapter 1338. That's not right. Han Shuanai, who had just made her guess, seemed to have recalled something all of a sudden. She shook her head and denied her guess. Rumor has it that the Great Heaven Pagoda is in the hands of a current top saint stage powerhouse. It's impossible for it to appear here. If it's not the Great Heaven Pagoda, then what is it? Diyong muttered to himself as he looked at the exquisite pagoda in Duan Lingtian's hand. He did not know when he started frowning. He had no clue from the beginning until the end. At this moment, whether it was Han Shuanai, Diyong, or the 3 Vice Island masters of Half Moon Island, none of them noticed that Duan Lingtian's body trembled slightly. At the same time, a gleam flashed across the depth of his eyes. "I remember now. I remember now." Duan Lingtian looked at the exquisite pagoda in his hand, his emotions surging. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It's the immortal supreme treasure in the hands of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing, in the ancient myths and legends of China on Earth. In my previous life, there were various versions of the legend of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing, in his previous life. However, all the versions mention the immortal supreme treasure in his hands, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. However, Duan Lingtian quickly calmed down. Maybe it's just a coincidence that they have the same name. In the past, he didn't believe in the ancient myths and legends of his previous life because they were simply too unimaginable. However, after coming to this world, his thoughts changed. Moreover, as the saying went, there's no smoke without fire. Since those ancient myths and legends had been passed down, it was very likely that they were true. If the legends were true, then perhaps there really were people in the legends. As a citizen of the Yanhuang land, why are you here? Suddenly, the old voice sounded again and woke Duan Lingtian up. This time, Duan Lingtian heard it clearly. This voice that only he could hear came from the lowest level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. "Who are you?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he transmitted his voice transmission to the lowest level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. "Me. I'm the one and only 3-legged golden crow in the world. The people of the Yanhuang land call me the divine sunbird." The old voice continued to speak, revealing its identity. 3-legged golden crow? Sunbird? Duan Lingtian's heart shook violently, and his voice transmission was filled with astonishment and disbelief. "You. Could it be that you're the last 3-legged sun crow of legend that escaped with its life beneath Ho Yi's arrow?" Duan Lingtian remembered. In his previous life, there was a legend about Ho Yi shooting down the sun. Legend had it that in ancient times 11 suns had appeared in the sky, and one of them had originally existed. As for the other 10, they appeared later on. The extra 10 suns were actually 10 golden crows, 10 mischievous golden crows. Legend had it that they were the sons of the celestial emperor. When 11 suns appeared, the earth was scorched, and the people had no way to make a living. At this moment, a human expert named Ho Yi acted. Using his unparalleled archery skills, he killed 9 golden crows in succession, leaving only one that fled far away. I didn't expect you to know this. That's a long time ago. The old voice continued to speak, seeming very calm and unperturbed. However, his words had undoubtedly revealed his identity. He was the 3-legged golden crow that escaped from Ho Yi's arrow in the ancient myths and legends of Duan Lingtian's previous life. He was also the divine sun bird in the later generations' mouths. You're really the 3-legged golden crow? Duan Lingtian secretly gasped and said with some excitement, So, you're also from Earth like me? Earth? The 3-legged golden crow's tone was full of confusion. The Yen Huang land is on Earth, Duan Lingtian explained. The Yen Huang land. I left there a long time ago. Even I don't remember how long I've been away. As for the Earth you mentioned, we call it the Yen Huang planet. The 3-legged golden crow said. The Yen Huang planet is my hometown. As the 3-legged golden crow spoke, there was a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Yen Huang planet? Duan Lingtian was startled. It was the first time he heard that Earth had another name, but this was not the point for him now. How did you get here? The 3-legged golden crow asked again. I can feel that your soul has the breath of the people of the Yen Huang land. Your hometown should also be on the Yen Huang planet. I was killed by an accident. My soul crossed over to this world and was reborn. Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile. Can this be? The 3-legged golden crow's tone was full of surprise. Obviously, he could not understand Duan Lingtian's experience. How did you get here? Duan Lingtian asked. In his heart, there was a faint excitement. The 3-legged golden crow, like him, came from Earth. However, he was just an ordinary human on Earth, while the 3-legged golden crow was a powerful existence in ancient myths and legends, with a powerful strength comparable to the immortal gods. He was full of curiosity about how the 3-legged golden crow came here. Maybe I can have a chance to go back to Earth. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I came here with the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. Before Li Jing was killed, he forcibly tore the space and threw the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda into the space turbulence. The 3-legged golden crow recalled. After the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda was thrown into the space turbulence, it was seriously damaged, and I was seriously injured. It was not until 100 years ago that I woke up and began to recover on my own. Li Jing? Are you talking about the pagoda heavenly king Li Jing? Neza's father? Duan Lingtian secretly gasped again and asked. It's him. The 3-legged golden crow snorted. He's a useless guy. That old monk Dipankara actually gave him the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. What a waste of God's gift. The 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, was damaged. Not only was I seriously injured, but the other 6 immortal supreme treasures in the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, were also damaged. I don't know when they will recover. The 3-legged golden crow sighed. The other 6 immortal supreme treasures? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. However, before he could continue asking the 3-legged golden crow, Diang's voice resonated in his ears. Boy, we're even now. It's time for me to leave and head to the Dao Martial Saint Land. After informing Duan Lingtian, Diong left. He did not even bid farewell to the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian called out to Han Shuanai and brought the 3 Vice Island Masters back to Half Moon Island. After returning to Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian returned to the mansion he had stayed in for the past year and returned to his own room. From the beginning until the end, he did not even have the time to bid farewell to the 2 girls and the 3 little fellows. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian stared at the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda in his hand and asked, You said there are 6 other immortal supreme treasures in the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. Of course. It's precisely because there are 7 treasures in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that it's called the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The 3-legged golden crow said, 7 treasures, other than the 6 immortal supreme treasures. What about the other treasure? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. The other treasure is naturally me. The 3-legged golden crow said again. I almost forgot about you. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly and asked again, what are the other 6 immortal supreme treasures that you mentioned earlier? The 6 immortal supreme treasures are the jasper celestial sword, the astonishing god halberd, the universe ruler, the heavenly luo umbrella, the world cleansing horsetail whisk, and the battle heaven spike. The 3-legged golden crow said, can you give me one of them? Duan Lingtian asked with a burning gaze. Just by hearing the names of the 6 immortal supreme treasures, one could tell that they were divine weapons. If he could obtain one of them, would he not be invincible? Those were immortal supreme treasures. In the face of a celestial supreme treasure, even the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Tao Martial Saint Land were nothing. If you want to use them, go and get them yourself. There on the 2nd to 7th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The 3-legged golden crow said, get them myself? How do I get them? Duan Lingtian looked at the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in his hand. Do I have to find a spacious place and turn the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda into a huge pagoda before I enter? When we were at the bottom of the sea earlier, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had already acknowledged you as its master. Now, you only need a thought to enter the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The 3-legged golden crow said. A thought? Duan Lingtian looked at the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in his hand. With just a thought, he saw a flash in front of his eyes and arrived at an unfamiliar place. It was a spacious and vast space. As soon as he entered, he could feel a scorching aura that made him feel as though he was in a world of fire. After a while, the scorching aura disappeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw a huge bird that suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a huge bird that was covered in golden flames. The biggest difference between this huge bird and ordinary birds was that it had 3 legs. Ordinary birds only had 2 legs. You're the 3-legged golden crow? Duan Lingtian gasped and asked in shock as he looked at the huge flaming bird that had concealed its aura. Yes, the huge flaming bird, the 3-legged golden crow, nodded. This is the 1st level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was severely damaged after it was lost here due to the spatial turbulence. Currently, only the 1st level has been restored. It's because of this that I was able to wake up. The 3-legged golden crow continued to speak. It was one of the 7 treasures in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, and it guarded the 1st level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It was also the most important level. If one wanted to ascend to the 2nd level, they would have to pass through the 1st level. You said, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda has acknowledged me as its master? When did this happen? Duan Lingtian asked. This was what he wanted to know the most. He remembered that he did not make the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda acknowledge him as its master. It seemed like one had to drip blood first to acknowledge its master, right? When the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda helped you to be reborn, it had already acknowledged you as its master. Chapter 1339. After communicating with the 3-legged golden crow, Duan Lingtian had a rough idea of what had happened. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that he had obtained was Li Jing's personal weapon in the ancient myths and legends of Earth in his previous life. It was a top-notch celestial supreme treasure. According to the 3-legged golden crow, Li Jing had been killed. Before Li Jing was killed, in order to prevent the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda from falling into the hands of others, He forcefully tore open space and threw the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda into the spatial turbulence behind the spatial rift. The spatial turbulence was very terrifying. Even the person who killed Li Jing did not dare to enter it. As a top-notch celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was only damaged but not destroyed. In the end, it came here with the spatial turbulence, an unfamiliar planet. 100 years ago, the 3-legged golden crow on the first level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda had woken up. As time passed, although its injuries had healed, it could not leave. It was the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda and could not leave the pagoda on its own. In the past 100 years, the 3-legged golden crow had never thought that it could escape. Although it was the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda did not recognize anyone outside of the flame yellow continent as its master. It could not influence the will of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. However, what it did not expect was, after 100 years, it actually met a person from the Yanhuang land on this unfamiliar planet. To be more precise, it was a person who had the soul of a citizen of the Yanhuang land. Not only that, but the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda also recognized him as its new master. At that moment, the 3-legged golden crow knew that it had escaped. The 3-legged golden crow, who had lived for God knows how many years, was as calm as water. Even when Duan Lingtian mentioned its sworn enemy, Ho-E, its emotions did not fluctuate at all. However, after knowing that it had escaped, its emotions fluctuated slightly. What a pity! I can't get any of the 6 celestial supreme treasures. Duan Lingtian sighed with a regretful expression on his face. According to the 3-legged golden crow, if he wanted to get the other 6 immortal supreme treasures, he had to repair the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda layer by layer. After so many years, the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda had only repaired the first level on its own, allowing the 3-legged golden crow to awaken. Yet now, the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda had used the energy that it had accumulated for so many years to help him complete his rebirth. After expending this amount of energy, the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was temporarily unable to repair the 2nd to 7th floors. If you can find the materials I need, I can use the flames of the sun to help repair the damaged 2nd floor of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. The 3-legged golden crow said, "At that time you'll be able to ascend to the 2nd floor and obtain the jasper immortal sword. What materials do you want?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. "I don't know what these materials are called here. How about this? I will imprint the appearance of the materials into your mind." As the 3-legged golden crow spoke, a pair of burning eyes flashed, and an imperceptible stream of light swept out, instantly piercing into Duan Lingtian's glabella. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. At the same time, he discovered that there were many illusions in his mind. These illusions were of various materials. These materials included medicinal herbs, metals, and stones. Apart from that, there were also some liquids. "I don't seem to have any impression of these materials. Wait, I've seen this before. Isn't this the ethereal spirit herb? And this, I think it's the Mount Kuei rock." Duan Lingtian muttered as he raised his hand and took out 2 items, a stalk of grass and a crimson red stone. "How many of these 2 materials do you have?" The 3-legged golden crow's eyes lit up as he asked, "These are all rare materials on Cloud Continent. I don't have much stock on me. However, I can ask someone to collect them." Duan Lingtian said. At the same time, he took out the 2 materials. "All right, with these 2 materials, I can begin to repair the 2nd floor of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. However, I'll need more materials to completely repair the 2nd floor." The 3-legged golden crow said, "I understand. I'll ask someone to collect the other materials that you've told me about." Duan Lingtian nodded. Currently, He had already taken control of Half Moon Island. Once he gave the order, everyone on Half Moon Island, including the 3 Vice Island Masters, would work for him. Moreover, as the leader of the 4 overseas Saint Islands, Half Moon Island had a strong deterrent force. At that time, he could ask the other 3 overseas Saint Islands to help him search for the materials. As for Cloud Continent, he had the Ling Tian sect. Currently, the Ling Tian sect was already the #1 sect on Cloud Continent. It had a great influence and could mobilize the entire Cloud Continent to search for the materials. That's right. How should I address you in the future? Duan Lingtian asked the 3-legged golden crow. You're the new owner of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As the pagoda spirit of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it's only natural that I'll follow your lead. You can call me whatever you want. The 3-legged golden crow said, Then I'll call you Hualao from now on. Duan Lingtian sized up the 3-legged golden crow for a while and exclaimed, I remember. In the ancient myths and legends from my previous life, you 3-legged golden crows were known as the ancestors who played with fire. When it comes to playing with fire, no one can compare to you. Duan Lingtian said, Master, you flatter us. When it comes to playing with fire, us 3-legged golden crows can only be considered as the best or second best on planet Yanhuang. Moreover, even on planet Yanhuang, there's one person who can be compared to us. The 3-legged golden crow said. As it spoke, the flames on its body soared and contracted, emitting a dazzling brilliance like the scorching sun. It caused Duan Lingtian to feel a piercing pain in his eyes. He closed his eyes immediately. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes again, he realized that the 3-legged golden crow in front of him had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by an old man in a golden robe. The old man was skinny, so skinny that he was only skin and bones. However, his eyes were shining brightly like 2 scorching suns hanging there. Duan Lingtian knew that this was the human form of the 3-legged golden crow. Hualao, the person you're talking about. Is it the god of fire in the ancient myths and legends, Zhurong? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked curiously, Yes, it's Zhurong. Hualao nodded. His heavenly fire is a flame of the same level as my fire of sun, because he brought fire and light to the people of the secular world. He was honored by the later generations as the god of fire. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. He had also heard of the story that Hualao mentioned. Hualao, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is a top immortal treasure. Even if it's damaged, it should still be helpful to me, right? Duan Lingtian asked. This was what he cared about the most. As the saying went, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Subconsciously, he felt that the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would be of great help to him. Of course. Hualao nodded. Although the cultivation environment on the first level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is ordinary, the flow of time here is twice as slow as outside. Twice as slow? What does that mean? Duan Lingtian was momentarily stunned. It means 1 day outside is equivalent to 2 days on the first level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao said, 1 day outside is equivalent to 2 days on the first level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? This time, Duan Lingtian finally reacted. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. In other words, I've cultivated here for 2 days, but only 1 day has passed outside? That's right. Hualao nodded. After obtaining Hualao's confirmation, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat suddenly sped up. It was getting faster and faster. When he entered the first level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he could clearly feel that the cultivation environment here was much better than Half Moon Island. As for how much better it was, he would only know after he cultivated here. The cultivation environment is good, and the flow of time is slow. This is a treasure trove for cultivation. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and only then did his rapid heartbeat slow down a little. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian asked Hua Lao about the rebirth. It should be known that he had already completed the rebirth through the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Although the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda had used the energy that it had accumulated for many years to help him break through 3 levels in one go and reach the 9th level Emperor Wu stage. However, this should not be considered as a rebirth, right? The rebirth you're talking about is merely reaching the limit of a mortal's body. Right now, even the original body of the little devil dragon that left earlier can't compare to yours. Hua Lao said. When Duan Lingtian heard Hua Lao calling Di Yong a little devil dragon, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. That was a 5-clawed devil dragon. He was one of the direct descendants of the dragons, a 5-clawed divine dragon. Hua Lao, you said his original body can't compare to mine. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian asked. As far as he knew, the body of dragons, especially the body of a 5-clawed divine dragon, was one of the best in the entire Tao martial saint land. Let alone humans who were born with weak bodies. Even other powerful demon beasts could not compare to them. Hua Lao said, right now his body might be stronger than yours, but that's only because his cultivation base is higher. If your cultivation base is the same as his, your body will definitely be stronger than his original body. In the past, Duan Lingtian had learned about this from the current Di Yong, who used to be Wang Ba. The strength of a martial or Tao cultivator's body was closely related to their cultivation base. It was not only the original body of the dragons that would be strengthened as their cultivation base increased. Even a human's body would be strengthened as their cultivation base increased. However, the improvement of a human's body was far inferior to the improvement of a dragon's original body. Even if a human had broken through to the saint stage, their body would not even be comparable to a 3-clawed divine dragon at the early mortal shedding stage, let alone a 5-clawed divine dragon. However, Hua Lao said his body was stronger than the original body of a 5-clawed divine dragon at the same cultivation base. How could he not be shocked? Hua Lao, why you? Is what you said true? Chapter 1340. After obtaining Hua Lao's confirmation, Duan Lingtian was excited for a long time. One must know that the strength of one's body would affect one's strength to a certain extent. If humans and dragons of the same cultivation base, techniques, and saint veins were compared, the dragons would have the upper hand due to their strong bodies. If it was a 5-clawed divine dragon, it would not be a problem for him to cross ranks to fight an enemy. After a long time, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down. He asked again, Hua Lao, how powerful are you now? I don't know. Hua Lao shook his head. I'm not sure about the cultivation base levels in this world. However, I only need to exhale a breath to kill that little devil dragon from before so that he can never be reincarnated. When Duan Lingtian heard Hua Lao's words, the corner of his mouth twitched violently. Exhale a breath to kill Di Yong? One must know that Di Yong was a powerful being at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. The golden-robed old man in front of him was merely the 3-legged golden crow, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, who had yet to recover from his injuries. It seems like Hua Lao's strength must be above the saint stage. Duan Lingtian speculated. At the same time he was guessing, he felt a wave of excitement in his heart, and joy appeared on his face. Did this mean that from today onwards he would have a super fighter by his side? Before the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda is fully repaired, even if you're the owner of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, you can't let me leave the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. As though he saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts, Hua Lao said in a timely manner. At once, Duan Lingtian felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He completely sobered up and smiled dryly. How long will it take for the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda to be fully repaired? Walao, apart from the first level of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda having a good cultivation environment and a slow flow of time, does it have any other benefits? Duan Lingtian asked, unwilling to give up. He was determined to squeeze out the remaining value of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. No. Hua Lao shook his head. Can't I hide in the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda when I'm in danger? Duan Lingtian asked again, his face full of unwillingness. The 7 treasures' jewel pagoda contained a universe within it. If one was in danger, one could hide in it and no one would be able to do anything to him. Before the 4th level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda is repaired, if someone tries to flip the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda while you're inside, you'll be thrown out immediately. Hualao said, when that time comes, won't you be able to hold me back, Hualao, and prevent me from being blasted out? Duan Lingtian was still a little unwilling. I can't. Hualao shook his head. Hualao's reply completely dispelled Duan Lingtian's thoughts. You said before the 4th level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda is repaired. Are you implying that after the 4th level is repaired, I won't be thrown out? Duan Lingtian recalled Hualao's words and could not help but ask. That's right. Hualao nodded. Why? Duan Lingtian asked again. Only at that time will the inner space of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda be more than half stable and not affected by the outside world. Hualao said, the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda has a total of 7 levels. After 4 levels are repaired, the inner space will be more than half stable. After Hualao's explanation, Duan Lingtian was enlightened. I have to repair the 2nd to 4th levels as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he thought to himself. At that time, he could be considered to have a protective talisman. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he could enter the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda to take refuge. That's not right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something and asked, Hualao, back then, why didn't pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing hide in the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda? At that time, the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda should be intact, right? Since it was intact, the space inside would naturally be stable, and he could take refuge in it. At that time, the enemy Li Jing faced was so powerful that it exceeded your imagination. Even if he hid in the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, he couldn't escape death in the end. Not only that, the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda would have fallen into the enemy's hands. When Hualao spoke up to this point, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He was afraid of the enemy Li Jing faced at that time. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, on this planet of yours, there shouldn't be anyone who can destroy the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Therefore, as long as you can repair the 4th level, it's equivalent to you standing in a place of immortality. Hualao said, of course, the prerequisite is that you can react in time and enter the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda before someone kills you. Duan Lingtian nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll begin repairing the 2nd level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Hualao said to Duan Lingtian, Hualao, can I bring people into the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda? Duan Lingtian asked, you're the owner of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, so naturally you can bring people in as you wish. However, with your current strength, it's best that you don't expose the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda so easily to avoid being hated by others. Hualao said, Hualao, don't worry. The people I bring in will definitely be people I trust. Duan Lingtian said, that's good. I'm just giving you a suggestion. Hualao said again, Hualao, can I bring people into the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda by force? For example, if I encounter an opponent I can't defeat, I'll bring him in and you'll help me kill him. Duan Lingtian asked with an expectant expression on his face. This was something he had just thought of. Before the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda is completely repaired, The people you want to bring into the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda won't be able to enter unless they're willing. Hua Lao's words completely dispelled Duan Lingtian's wretched thoughts. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Hua Lao, do you mean that as long as the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda is completely repaired, I can bring people in by force? Duan Lingtian asked again. A complete Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda is a powerful immortal supreme treasure with both offensive and defensive capabilities. As long as it's not someone who's too much stronger than you, you can use the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda to suppress him and lock him in there. Hua Lao said, as long as you lock him in, I can help you kill him. What if you can't beat him? Duan Lingtian asked with a strange look in his eyes. If I can't beat him, I'll hide on another floor. Anyway, he can only hang around on the floor where he's locked up. Hua Lao said in a straightforward manner. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard this. How could this work? Hua Lao, I have another question. Is it possible for me to return to planet Yanhuang in the future? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked in a somewhat solemn tone. Planet Yanhuang was Earth. In the past, the hope of returning to Earth was slim. He suppressed the obsession in his heart to kill the guy who betrayed him. Now, when he encountered the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, his heart was restless again. It's not possible. It's definitely possible. Of course, the premise is that your strength must be improved. Only then can you return to planet Yanhuang. Hua Lao said. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this. As long as his strength improved, he could return to planet Yanhuang? At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt his heartbeat accelerate, and the blood in his whole body was boiling. At this moment, he had a new goal, and this goal was to return to Earth. I hope you won't be so short-lived. Unknowingly, a cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he muttered to himself. Soon, Duan Lingtian's thoughts moved, and in a flash he returned to the room. I really didn't expect I would meet you in this world. Looking at the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda in front of him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile. He was in a good mood now. Soon, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze. This was because he realized he couldn't put the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda into his spatial ring. Hua Lao, what's going on? Duan Lingtian used his voice transmission to pierce into the first level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and asked, The space in your spatial ring is only a low-level space, and it can't store living things. However, I'm in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, so your spatial ring can't store it. Hua Lao explained, I almost forgot. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. He felt that he had lost his mind. He had long known that the spatial ring couldn't store living things. You can shrink the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and put it in your ear, just like how Monkey Sun hid his Jingu Bang. Just when Duan Lingtian didn't know how to deal with the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, Hua Lao's voice sounded again and reminded him, Monkey Sun? Jingu Bang? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Hua Lao's words. Hua Lao, the Monkey Sun you're talking about. Is it the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong, who once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace? That's right. It's that horse protector. Hua Lao replied, That horse protector is amazing. Back then, when he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, Li Jing once suppressed him in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, but not long after he escaped. Looks like the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda isn't much, Duan Lingtian said. It's not that the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda isn't much, but the person who used the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda isn't much. If it were the original owner of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, Horse Protector wouldn't have been able to escape. Hua Lao said, The original owner of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he began to search the memories of his previous life on Earth. The original owner of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda you're talking about is Dipankara Buddha? It's that old monk Dipankara. Hualao replied. There was a hint of resentment in his voice. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the resentment in Hualao's voice. If the ancient legends in his previous life were true, Hualao was imprisoned in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda by Dipankara Buddha and became the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. No matter who it was, they would resent those who restricted their freedom. If that's the case, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is really not that simple. Duan Lingtian nodded and asked, Hualao, I heard that the great sage Heaven's Equal Sun Wukong's Rui Jingubang is also very impressive. I wonder how it compares to the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The Rui Jingubang is an immortal supreme treasure on the same level as the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. However, in terms of attack, none of the immortal supreme treasures can compare to it. Chapter 1341. If I'm lucky enough to meet the great sage Sun Wukong in the future, my life would not be in vain. Duan Lingtian exclaimed. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, Sun Wukong, was definitely the most popular character in the ancient myths and legends of his previous life. You might have a chance in the future. Hualao said, however, you're still too far away from that level now. Don't think too much about it, just cultivate well. After Hualao finished speaking, he did not make a sound and went to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian nodded. After shrinking the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to the size of a baby's fingernail, Duan Lingtian casually stuffed it into his ear and stuck it inside. This way, no matter what he did, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda would not fall out. When he walked out of his room, Duan Lingtian saw the 2 little girls sitting together and chatting. The 2 girls' eyes lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian coming out. Scoundrel, you rushed back to your room when you came back earlier. Did you have a realization and a breakthrough in your ability? Li Fei asked curiously. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. He did not tell them about the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda for the time being. It was too unbelievable to the 2 girls. It was better to let them know about it in the future. Young master, you've broken through to Emperor Wu Stage 7. Kerr's beautiful face was filled with admiration. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded again. He did not tell them that he had broken through to Emperor Wu Stage 9. If he did not know how frightened the 2 girls would be. Duan Lingtian only parted ways with the 2 girls after spending half a day with them. I'm going to look for the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island. He left as soon as he finished his sentence. Speaking of which, the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island were gathered together. Vice Island Masters. Duan Lingtian took the initiative to greet the 3 of them as soon as he appeared. Island Master. Although the 3 Vice Island Masters, including Xiao Kuan, refused to accept Duan Lingtian as the new master of Half Moon Island, they dared not disregard Duan Lingtian as they were bound by the oath. However, when they addressed Duan Lingtian, the new island master of Half Moon Island, they did not address him as Lord. For example, they addressed Diyong as Lord Island Master with great respect. Humph! Duan Lingtian coldly snorted. His sharp gaze fell on the 3 of them as he said in a deep voice, It seems that the 3 of you don't really respect me, the new island master. Facing the enraged Duan Lingtian, the 3 of them directly ignored him. I'll give all of you a chance. The 3 of you will join forces to fight me. If you can withstand 3 of my moves without being defeated, I'll give up my position as the island master of Half Moon Island. Duan Lingtian said, If that's the case, you won't be breaking your oath. Xiao Kuan and the other 2 did not expect Duan Lingtian to say that. They were a little surprised at that moment. There was a glimmer of hope in the depth of their eyes. If they had a choice, naturally, they did not want to be inferior to Duan Lingtian. However, if all of you lose, I hope that you'll respect me as much as you respect Diyong. Duan Lingtian said coldly. Sure. Xiao Kuan and the other two agreed immediately without any hesitation. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was like a newborn calf who was not afraid of a tiger. Defeating them in 3 moves? What a fool's dream! They more or less knew Duan Lingtian's ability. Although he was not bad, he was still a long way away from them. Humph! Seeing that Xiao Kuan and the other two had agreed, Duan Lingtian snorted. He raised his hand and a royal grade spirit bow and arrow appeared. He held the bow in one hand and the arrow in the other. As soon as the bowstring appeared, Duan Lingtian pulled the bowstring into the shape of a full moon before releasing the arrow in his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, the arrow pierced through the air like a bolt of black lightning. Body and arrow synchronization. At the same time, Duan Lingtian strode forward and landed lightly on the black lightning bolt. His speed became faster and faster as he moved with the black lightning. In the end, he turned into a series of afterimages in front of Xiao Kuan and the other two. At this moment, Xiao Kuan and the other two's expressions turned grave. Putting everything else aside, based on Duan Lingtian's current speed, he was no longer inferior to them. However, they still did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat them. Based on the speed that Duan Lingtian displayed, Duan Lingtian's ability was at most on par with any one of them. It was almost impossible for him to defeat the 3 of them together, let alone defeat them in 3 moves. Let's go! After the 3 of them glanced at each other, they moved in unison. With a speed that was not inferior to Duan Lingtian when he executed the body and arrow synchronization, they shot in 3 different directions and formed a circle that flashed towards Duan Lingtian. This is a good opportunity to test how strong my body is now. Faced with the 3 menacing opponents, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. A faint, 5-colored light shield slowly appeared around his body to protect him. If one looked closely, one would see that the 5-colored light shield was formed by 5-colored divine dragons that were moving at high speed. 9 dragons protection. The skill that Duan Lingtian was using was the Heaven-class advanced defensive martial skill that came with the 9 dragons War Sovereign technique. After the 5-colored light shield rose, Duan Lingtian stopped moving. The arrow at his feet was back in his hand. You're courting death. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had stopped moving and was holding up a defensive light shield to block their attack, Xiao Kuan and the other two could not help but sneer inwardly. Their movements did not slow down at all as they shot out like lightning. Boom! 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 3 figures flashed towards Duan Lingtian from 3 different directions at lightning speed. They either used their fists or palms, and when they waved their hands, it set off a series of thunderous air explosions. In the blink of an eye, their fists and palms landed on the 5-colored light shield around Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! 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 As the loud sounds reverberated, waves of rolling shock waves were emitted, and the 5-colored light shield shattered. At the same time, Xiao Kuan and the other two's attacks landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! 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 2 fists and 1 palm landed on Duan Lingtian's body, making 3 dull sounds. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. He was calm and composed. So this is the body that's even more powerful than a 5-clawed divine dragon's body? The 3 of them are at the peak of Emperor Wu stage. They didn't use any spirit weapons. Their fists and palms only felt like they were tickling me when they landed on my body after a portion of their strength was offset by my defensive martial skill. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He finally realized how terrifying the changes in his body were. Duan Lingtian knew his current strength very well. The reason his speed was on par with Xiao Kuan and the other two's was because he had cast the body and arrow synchronization from the Saint grade martial tactic colossal aerolite arrow. He had already cultivated the body and arrow synchronization to the fundamental awareness stage. As for his defense, it was impossible for him to block Xiao Kuan and the other two's attacks, since he did not cast any defensive techniques from the Saint grade martial tactic. However, he managed to block them now. All of this was because his body's defense was very strong. His body was no longer comparable to the body of an ordinary human Emperor Wu. With the help of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, he was reborn. According to Huo Lao, his body was even stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon. In fact, the strength of a 5-clawed divine dragon's body was well known even in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only a handful of people whose body was comparable to a 5-clawed divine dragon. How's this possible? Horror dawned on Xiao Kuan and the other two's faces when they realized their attacks were blocked by Duan Lingtian's body. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. Although a portion of their attacks were blocked, the energy contained in it was still extremely terrifying. They thought Duan Lingtian would be severely injured even if he did not die. However, the result was completely out of their expectations. Duan Lingtian was not injured at all. Was he still AF * King human? Was a human's body so monstrous? Now it's my turn. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. His voice was calm, but it shocked Xiao Kuan and the other two's faces. When they regained their senses, they saw Duan Lingtian had already shot an arrow at lightning speed. He had also flown away with the arrow in just a blink of an eye. They sighed in relief when they saw this. However, soon after, they saw Duan Lingtian suddenly turned around when he moved to the side. His eyes were extremely sharp when he looked at them. At the same time, he raised the bow in his hand. Oh no! Horror dawned on the three's faces as they hurriedly took out their respective spirit weapons. They knew Duan Lingtian was going to counterattack. First move! The moment the 3 spirit weapons entered their hands, before they could dodge, Duan Lingtian's calm voice resonated in their ears again. It sent chills down their spines. Aerolite strike. At the same time, the arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand flew out. It was so fast that Xiao Kuan and the other two did not even have time to react. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of blood splattered. Xiao Kuan and the other vice island master of Half Moon Island had their shoulders pierced, leaving behind 2 hideous bloody holes. Blood gushed out continuously. Just 1 arrow had injured 2 people. The 2 injured men looked at each other, a bitter smile on their lips. They knew very well that Xiao Kuan was merciful. This was after the other party had shown mercy. Otherwise, the arrow just now would not have pierced through their shoulders, but their chests. Second move. When the last vice island master of Half Moon Island regained his senses and began to flee, Duan Lingtian spoke again and shot out the arrow in his hand. Aerolite strike. Since he could injure 2 people with 1 arrow, it was even easier to injure 1. In the blink of an eye, the shoulder of the last vice island master of Half Moon Island was also pierced. 3 people were defeated in 2 moves. Relying on the movement technique that he had cultivated to the first stage of the Saint grade martial tactic novice initiation, Duan Lingtian's speed was on par with Xiao Kuan and the other 2. Relying on his strong body, Duan Lingtian could withstand the attacks of Xiao Kuan and the other 2. Relying on the attack technique that he had cultivated to the second stage of the Saint grade martial tactic, intermediate Xiao Kuan and the other 2 could not withstand Duan Lingtian's attacks at all. Island Master! At this moment, while Xiao Kuan and the other 2 were shocked, they were also convinced. They sincerely regarded Duan Lingtian as the new island master of Half Moon Island. Chapter 1342. There's something I need all of you to do. Duan Lingtian spoke calmly and ordered Xiao Kuan and the other 2 to send people to look for materials to repair the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Apart from using half-moon island strength, we also need to use the strength of the other 3 overseas Saint Islands. I'll be going on a long trip soon. I'll inform the other 3 overseas Saint Islands and Hidden Fog Island. As for the other 2 overseas Saint Islands, I'll leave them to you. Duan Lingtian's words contained an indisputable tone. He left as soon as he was done speaking, leaving Xiao Kuan and the other 2 with his back to them. Our new island master of Half Moon Island is too terrifying. Xiao Kuan sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right. It's only been such a short time, and his ability has already surpassed ours. I suspect he's not human at all. If he's human, how could he withstand our attack with his body? The other 2 Vice Island Masters gasped as well. They were shocked from the bottom of their hearts when they recalled the earlier scene. When Duan Lingtian left, he had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Now that my cultivation base has broken through to the 9th level Emperor Wu stage, due to the fact that the profundity that I've comprehended is slightly weaker. In terms of origin energy and profundity, I'm far from Xiao Kuan and the other 2. However, I've cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. The movement technique in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow that I've cultivated to the fundamental awareness stage has made up for the difference in speed between me and them, allowing my speed to be on par with theirs. Also, with my current body, as long as they don't use spirit weapons, I'll be able to withstand their attack with brute force. Of course, this is also because they haven't cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic. If they had cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic, my body definitely wouldn't be able to take it when they cast the offensive techniques in it. Among the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, the Aerolite Strike is the first technique that I've cultivated. It's also the highest level of offensive technique currently. With it, my attack power far surpasses Xiao Kuan and the other 2. The battle just now allowed Duan Lingtian to have a better understanding of his own strength. The most important thing now is to elevate the 2 profundities. I heard from Xuanai that the martial artists on Cloud Continent must first comprehend one of the Emperor Stage profundities to the 9th level if they want to break through to the Mortal Shedding Stage. At that time, I'll use the 9th level Emperor Stage profundity as a medium to fuse all the profundities into my body and use them as a boost to open my Saint Veins. Once a Saint Vein is opened, it means that one has broken through to the early Mortal Shedding Stage. Any 9th level Emperor Wu powerhouse who had comprehended a 9th level Emperor Stage profundity was known as a Peak Emperor Wu powerhouse. For example, the 3 Deputy Island Masters of Half Moon Island, the first Island Masters of the 3 overseas Saint Islands, were also experts of this level. After returning to the mansion, Duan Lingtian learned that Han Shu and I was in closed-door cultivation. According to the 3 little fellows, Han Shu and I was breaking through to the Mortal Shedding Stage. All of you get ready. When your sister Shui, Nai, comes out of closed-door cultivation, we'll return to Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian said to Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. The 3 little fellows' eyes lit up when they heard that. They had long wanted to leave this godforsaken place on Cloud Continent, apart from the powerhouses from the 2 great ancient clans. There was almost no one who was more powerful than them. Therefore, they were like fish in water on Cloud Continent. They could do whatever they wanted. However, when they arrived at Half Moon Island, they realized that there were many people who were more powerful than them on this palm-sized island. For the next period of time, apart from accompanying the 2 little girls, Duan Lingtian spent the rest of his time comprehending the fused profundity and the sword profundity in peace. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered something that shocked him. He realized that no matter if it was comprehending the fused profundity or the sword profundity, the speed at which he comprehended it was terrifyingly fast. It only took him half a month to break through the fused profundity and the sword profundity. It took him another 2 months to break through the 2 profundities again. Walao, do you know what's going on? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Hulao. He had a feeling that this had something to do with the second rebirth of his body. Hulao's answer was just as he had guessed. His body had been reborn for the second time. Not only was his body's strength stronger than the five-clawed divine dragon, but his perception was also much stronger than before. It was not something an ordinary person could compare to. According to Cloud Continent's saying, the speed at which one comprehended profundity depended on the level of one's comprehension. In fact, it depended on one's perception. Those with strong perception would comprehend profundity very quickly. On the contrary, it would be very slow. This was also the reason why the original island master of Half Moon Island, Diom, could break through to the mortal shedding stage so quickly even though he did not enjoy the cultivation resources of the dragons. As a five-clawed devil dragon, a top five-claw divine dragon, his perception was extremely terrifying due to his powerful body. However, Duan Lingtian's body was even more powerful than his at this moment. Naturally, his perception was even more terrifying. When Han Shu and I came out of closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian's sword profundity had taken a step forward. He had comprehended the 8th level Emperor stage, sword profundity. Xuanai, you've broken through? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at Han Xuanai, whose childishness had faded a little and whose temperament had changed drastically. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded with a smile. How many saint veins have you opened? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. 10. Han Xuanai replied. The moment her words left her mouth, the smile on her face grew wider. She had opened 10 saint veins at the early mortal shedding stage. Such innate talent was considered outstanding even in the Dao martial saint land. One should know that when a martial or Dao cultivator at the mortal shedding stage opened saint veins, the more saint veins they opened. Han Xuanai had opened 10 saint veins when she was at the early mortal shedding stage. In the 4 subsequent breakthroughs, she opened more saint veins at each level compared to the previous ones. When she was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, she could open at least 11 saint veins. When she was at the mastery mortal shedding stage, she could open at least 12 saint veins, and so on. When Han Xuanai broke through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, she could open at least 60 saint veins. 60 was just a conservative estimate. Martial or Dao cultivators in the Dao martial saint land who had opened more than 50 saint veins would break through to the saint stage sooner or later as long as they did not die prematurely and did not encounter any accidents. Due to this reason, Han Xuanai was very satisfied and happy. After all, although she was a native of the Dao martial saint land, she did not cultivate according to the cultivation method of the natives of the Dao martial saint land. Her cultivation method was the same as the cultivation method of the martial and Dao cultivators on the mortal continent. The advantage was that her foundation was deep. Of course, her cultivation speed was slow as well. However, her efforts were rewarded. Breaking through to the early mortal shedding stage and opening 10 saint veins was the best reward for her. Xuanai, congratulations. Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked. After that, he quickly congratulated Han Xuanai. He was happy for her, opening 10 saint veins at the early mortal shedding stage. Xuanai's future was limitless. Thank you, Brother Lingtian. At this moment, Han Xuanai could not stop smiling. Since Xuanai had come out of closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian told her about his plan to return to the Cloud Continent. I plan to move the Lingtian sect to Half Moon Island when I go back this time. Half Moon Island is indeed the best place to cultivate outside of the Dao martial saint land. With this place as the foundation, the Lingtian sect will become a real super sect sooner or later. Han Xuanai agreed with Duan Lingtian's plan. She already had feelings for the Lingtian sect. During the days when Duan Lingtian was missing, she was the acting sect leader of the Lingtian sect. She controlled the Lingtian sect on behalf of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian left Half Moon Island with Han Xuanai and the two girls, the three little fellows and Han Xuanai. After leaving Half Moon Island, they did not return to the Cloud Continent directly. Under Duan Lingtian's lead, the group of people went to the Hidden Fog Island again. They immediately found Tang Zhen, the first island master of Hidden Fog Island. Island Master Tang wears first revered Elder Chi Hua of the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Seeing that Han Xuanai was next to Duan Lingtian, Tang Zhen, who had witnessed Han Xuanai killing the first island master of Coral Island with a Dao talisman, did not dare to be negligent. Elder Chi Hua was taken away by the people from the Dao Martial Saint Land some time ago. People from the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian frowned. What about the girl he brought back from the Cloud Continent? She was taken away as well. Tang Zhen said. People from the Dao Martial Saint Land. Why did they take them away? Han Xuanai asked. I think it's because they used to have the fire spirit body. I'm not sure about the details. Tang Zhen said. I see. It seems like one of the forces from the Dao Martial Saint Land has taken a fancy to their fire attribute, innate talent. Han Xuanai nodded. When she reached the end of her sentence, she muttered to herself as though she had figured out something. As someone from the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was only natural that she knew some things that ordinary people did not know. Xuanai, however, Duan Lingtian was confused. He did not know what was going on at all. Brother Ling Tian, Sister Tian Wu must have been taken in by one of the forces from the Dao Martial Saint Land. That force must have taken a fancy to her innate talent of having the fire spirit body. Han Xuanai said. Didn't the fire spirit body's energy in her body disappear a long time ago? Duan Lingtian frowned. Brother Ling Tian, I've already told you that she used to have the fire spirit body. Han Xuanai interrupted Duan Lingtian and emphasized the word used to. The body of a person who used to have the fire spirit body will be affected and become more inclined towards the fire attribute. Whether it's the fire attribute cultivation method or the fire attribute saint grade martial tactic, this kind of person's progress will be much faster than ordinary people. Han Xuanai continued. I see. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood. As it turned out, Tian Wu's innate talent was taken in by one of the forces from the Dao Martial Saint Land. Do you know which force in the Dao Martial Saint Land it is? Chapter 1343. Even Tang Zhen, the island master of Hidden Fog Island, did not know which force in the Dao Martial Saint Land had taken Feng Tianwu away. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. However, one thing's for sure. Tianwu is safe now. Duan Lingtian secretly sighed in relief when he thought of this. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian asked Tang Zhen to help him look for the materials he needed to repair the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Whether it was out of fear of Han Xuanai's methods or Half Moon Island's prestige, Tang Zhen did not dare to slack off when it came to Duan Lingtian's request. He immediately ordered the entire Hidden Fog Island to search for the materials. When Tang Zhen found out that Duan Lingtian had become the new island master of Half Moon Island, he was so shocked that he could not regain his senses for a long time. At this time, Duan Lingtian also found out that the group of Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent had returned to Cloud Continent. Whether it's the 3 overseas Saint Islands or the 3 great mortal continents, including Cloud Continent, all of them suffered great losses during the trip to Half Moon Island. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The scene that had happened before his eyes was still vivid in his mind. The original island master of Half Moon Island, Diom, had used his devil technique to absorb the vital essence and killed 85 outstanding powerhouses in their prime from the 3 overseas Saint Islands and the 3 great mortal continents. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the rest left Hidden Fog Island. After leaving Hidden Fog Island, they returned to Cloud continent directly. Along the way, Han Shuanai, the powerhouse at the early mortal shedding stage, brought Duan Lingtian and the rest. Their speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not compare to it. When Duan Lingtian came, it was Yang Hui, the spirit profound Emperor Wu, who brought them along. Yang Hui's cultivation base was only at the 4th level Emperor Wu stage. In terms of speed, he was a far cry from Han Shuanai. With Han Shuanai's speed, it only took a few days for Duan Lingtian's group to traverse the vast sea and smoothly return to Cloud Continent. Along the way, because their speed was too fast, they didn't even alarm the powerful demonic beasts in the sea. After Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the northern outer continent of the Cloud Continent, they continued on their journey. They passed through the Ruo Shui River and successfully arrived at the inner land of the Cloud Continent. Xuanai, I would like to ask the 2 great ancient clans to help me find those materials. After returning to the mainland, Duan Lingtian said to Han Shuanai, "It's a small matter." Han Shuanai smiled casually. To her, getting help from the 2 ancient clans was indeed a trivial matter. Little gold, little black, little white, go and ask the other Yao emperors for help. Duan Lingtian said to the 3 kids. All right. The 3 kids' eyes lit up. To them, this was a fun thing. If any Yao emperor or Emperor Wu dared to refuse to cooperate, they would have an excuse to attack. They had been on Half Moon Island for such a long time that they were bored out of their minds. Duan Lingtian was confident in the strength of the 3 little fellows. Even if they encountered the most powerful Qing Xian Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor Man Wu on the surface, they might not be a match for them. Moreover, Qing Xian Emperor Wu knew them and would definitely cooperate with them. As for Demon Emperor Man Wu, after witnessing Han Shuanai's techniques, even if he was more powerful than them, he would not dare to refuse to cooperate with them. After Han Shuanai and the 3 kids left, Duan Lingtian brought the 2 girls to the Lingtian sect's new encampment. He had already found out the location of the Lingtian sect's new encampment from Han Shuanai. The new encampment of the Lingtian sect was a towering mountain peak. Han Shuanai named it Lingtian Peak. I'll bring you back to pay respects to senior sister Yang Shui first. Duan Lingtian reached out his hands and held the 2 girls' hands tightly. He brought them all the way to the Lingtian sect's encampment. The original encampment of the Lingtian sect was also where the Yin-Yang sect used to be. When Kerr and Li Fei heard Duan Lingtian's words, their eyes turned red. At this moment, they couldn't help but think of their senior sister, who sacrificed her life for them. Feeling that the 2 girls' emotions were a little unstable, Duan Lingtian held their hands a little tighter. At the same time, he comforted them. If senior sister Yang Shui knew that you 2 were still alive and well, she would be able to rest in peace even in the underworld. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian brought along the 2 little girls and flew swiftly like a shooting star that soared through the sky. His speed was so swift that it was shocking. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a loud sound rang out and entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other 2. The sound was getting closer and closer. It was the sound that came from in front of Duan Lingtian and the other 2. It was obvious that someone was fighting. Duan Lingtian didn't intend to pay attention to it. However, as a loud and clear voice sounded, it caused him to abruptly stop in his tracks. Following that, his expression became solemn. Chiyu, today is the day you die. This thunderous shout was also the reason why Duan Lingtian stopped. Chiyu. Kerr and Li Fei looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They were not unfamiliar with this name. They still remembered it. When Duan Lingtian and the other 2 were talking about their past, they had mentioned a 3rd-rate force in the eastern region of the northern desert in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. That 3rd-rate force was a sect called the 5-Element Sect. The 5-Element Sect was divided into 5 peaks: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among them, The peak master of Wood Peak was called Chi Yu. Their man had a deep relationship with the five-element sex Wood Peak. Could it be just a coincidence? Li Fei asked. Whether it's a coincidence or not, we'll know once we go and have a look. Duan Lingtian replied. In just a blink of an eye, he brought the two girls to the place where the sound of fighting was coming from. There were 3 sturdy middle-aged men besieging a person. In the sky, the heaven and earth phenomenon was turbulent. Silhouettes of ancient black dragons gathered and galloped. However, such a scene could not be seen in the 4 overseas Saint Islands. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on this. Peak Master Chi Yu. Although Duan Lingtian could only see the back of the person besieging the person, he could still recognize him with just a glance. He was the former peak master of the 5-element sex Wood Peak, Chi Yu. That person who had helped him a lot in the past. Currently, Chi Yu had suffered quite a serious injury while being besieged by 3 people. He was in a perilous situation. If this continued, it would not take long for him to be killed. After confirming that the person before him was Chi Yu, Duan Lingtian vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already next to Chi Yu. Boom! At the same time, a vast and rolling shockwave swept out and blasted the 3 people besieging Chi Yu away. The 3 of them shot out like arrows that were shot out from a bow. They were battered and exhausted. Along the way, blood continued to spurt out from their mouths. The blood splattered across the sky, and it was extremely dazzling. After flying for a distance, the 3 of them finally came to a halt. Their faces were as pale as a sheet of paper. It was only after they consumed the healing medicinal pill that their injuries were slightly better. Ew. Who are you? Subsequently, the 3 of them regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread when they looked at Duan Lingtian. The 3 of them were the Demon Emperor's direct disciples. However, they were easily sent flying by a person. It was obvious that this person's cultivation base was at the Emperor stage. It was either the Demon Emperor or Emperor Wu. At this moment, Chi Yu had also consumed the healing medicinal pill and recovered his breath. Initially, he thought he would definitely die today. However, he did not expect someone to save him. After he recovered his breath, the first thing he did was to look at his savior. Thank you, benefactor, for saving. However, he was stunned before he could finish his sentence. He recognized the purple-clad young man in front of him with just a glance. Compared to the past, he did not seem to have changed at all. If there was anything different about him compared to the past, it would be the change in his temperament. Currently, his temperament was unfathomable in his eyes. Duan Ling. Chi Yu looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. His voice was filled with astonishment. When Duan Lingtian saw that Chi Yu was so shocked that he could not even call out his name, he smiled and interrupted him. Peak Master Chi Yu, it's been a long time. I can't believe that you've already entered the peak of the martial monarch stage when we meet again. So what if I'm at the peak of the martial monarch stage? Compared to you, I'm not even worth mentioning. Chi Yu sighed. His gaze was complicated. Previously, when he first met Duan Lingtian, he did not think much of Duan Lingtian's strength at all. Moreover, with his strength at that time, he only needed to lift a finger to crush Duan Lingtian. However, he was ashamed of his inferiority when it came to Duan Lingtian's martial Dao innate talent. When they parted ways at the entrance of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he knew that Duan Lingtian would shock him the next time he met Duan Lingtian. However, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would shock him to this extent when they met again. All these years, he felt that the improvement of his strength could be considered as good. Currently, he had even broken through to the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor Wu stage and becoming an Emperor Wu powerhouse. However, even then, he still could not compare to the current Duan Lingtian. Needless to say, he could guess that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had already broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to send the 3 people who had joined forces to attack him flying in just an instant. If only one of these 3 people was a match for him, they would not be able to defeat him at all. However, he would not be able to handle the 3 of them when they joined forces. Earlier, he thought he would definitely die. However, he did not expect that someone would save his life at the critical moment. This person was none other than Duan Lingtian. The 3 of us are Lord Demon Emperor Man Wu's direct disciples. May I know which Lord Demon Emperor or Emperor Wu you are? One of the 3 muscular middle-aged men cupped his hands and asked Duan Lingtian. When he mentioned Demon Emperor Man Wu, a hint of arrogance could be seen on his face. Demon Emperor Man Wu was one of the 2 strongest Emperor stage powerhouses on Cloud Continent. Among the Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent, he was second to none. No demon could compare to him. As a direct disciple of Demon Emperor Man Wu, it was only natural that he was proud of himself. Demon Emperor Man Wu's direct disciple. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 of them indifferently and said, "You don't deserve to know who I am. However, since you've injured Peak Master Chiyu, I'll let Peak Master Chiyu decide your fate." Chapter 1344. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, horror dawned on the 3 direct disciples of Demon Emperor Man Wu. Arrogant, too arrogant. This was the only impression they had of the purple-clad young man before them. "Peak Master Chiyu, what are you going to do to them?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Chiyu. "We're Demon Emperor Man Wu's direct disciples. If you dare to touch us, our master won't let you go." Before Chiyu could reply, horror dawned on the 3 direct disciples of Demon Emperor Man Wu as they screamed at Duan Lingtian and Chiyu. During this period of time, one of them even tossed out a communication jade slip. At this moment, this was the only thing they could do. They did not dare to run at all. In front of this powerhouse, who was either a demon emperor or emperor, they would most likely be killed in just a blink of an eye if they dared to run. He even threw out a communication jade slip. Is it for Demon Emperor Man Wu? Duan Lingtian studied the 3 of them with great interest. His expression remained unchanged. It was as calm as before. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, horror dawned on the 3 of them. They had screamed at the top of their lungs to attract Duan Lingtian's attention so that Duan Lingtian would not notice the communication jade slip. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would still notice the communication jade slip. At the same time, the origin energy on their bodies surged. Their profundities followed closely behind as they looked at Duan Lingtian vigilantly. A hint of despair could be seen in the depth of their eyes. Demon Emperor Man Wu. Horror dawned on Chi-Yu's face. He had been in the inner land of Cloud Continent for quite some time. He had heard of Demon Emperor Man Wu and knew that he was the most powerful demon emperor on Cloud Continent. It did not cross his mind at all. The 3 demon monarchs who were fighting him were Demon Emperor Man Wu's direct disciples. Duan Lingtian, let's go. Chi-Yu immediately sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to ask Duan Lingtian to flee. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian was an expert like Emperor Wu, he was still no match for Demon Emperor Man Wu. After all, Demon Emperor Man Wu was the strongest demon emperor on Cloud Continent. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to have heard Chi-Yu's words. Instead, he looked at the 3 of them with great interest. "It seems like all of you are very confident in your master. In that case, I'll wait for him here. Wait for him to come." When Duan Lingtian said this, Chi-Yu's expression changed again. He thought that Duan Lingtian had lost his mind. On the other hand, the 3 people opposite him sneered, thinking that Duan Lingtian was seeking his own death. Time passed quietly. Chi-Yu, who was originally burning with anxiety, gradually became numb. Why is Duan Lingtian still so calm? Did he know Demon Emperor Man Wu? You know that Demon Emperor Man won't attack him even if he comes? Qi Yu could only come to this conclusion when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression. As for the thought of Duan Lingtian defeating Demon Emperor Manwu, he did not even dare to think about it. Subconsciously, he thought it was impossible. Time continued to pass quietly. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian suddenly lifted his head and looked at the sky. At the same time, a figure as strong as a bull and as tall as an iron tower appeared before his eyes. It was Demon Emperor Man, whom he had seen a few times overseas. What's going on? As soon as Demon Emperor Man appeared, he saw Duan Lingtian. After frowning, he asked his 3 direct disciples, "Master." His 3 direct disciples greeted him respectfully before they looked at Duan Lingtian in unison and said, "Master, it's him. He wants to kill us." "Master, he intentionally waited for you to appear. It's obvious he doesn't think highly of you." While they were complaining, they were also fanning the flames. Demon Emperor Man Wu's expression turned grave when he heard this. The trip to Hidden Fog Island and Half Moon Island earlier had caused him to lose a few outstanding direct disciples. Due to this reason, he valued the remaining few direct disciples very much. Now that he heard someone wanted to kill his direct disciples, he was completely enraged. However, although he was enraged, he did not lose his mind. He began to scan his surroundings as though he was looking for something. There's no need to look. The person you're worried about isn't here. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew what Demon Emperor Man was looking for. It was none other than to see if Han Xuanai was by his side or not. Previously, when Han Xuanai killed the first island master of Coral Island with a Dao talisman, Demon Emperor Man was present as well. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. Due to this reason, he was wary of Han Xuanai. "You want to kill my direct disciples." Demon Emperor Man Wu's expression turned cold when he heard that Han Xuanai was not around. He glared at Duan Lingtian and asked coldly, "Aren't you going to ask me why I want to kill them?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously, "There's no need to ask. No matter who it is, anyone who wants to kill my direct disciples will have to pay the price." Demon Emperor Man Wu enunciated each word clearly. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness, as though he was about to devour someone. His personality of protecting his disciples was clear for all to see. How domineering, as expected of Demon Emperor Man Wu. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly with a hint of mockery in his tone, "Duan Lingtian, I admit that your innate talent is not bad. Unfortunately, you're nothing in front of me now." Demon Emperor Man Wu's expression turned gloomier. When he reached the end of his sentence, he was filled with disdain. "Yes, one must know one's place. However, I think it's even more important to know one's place as a demon. What do you think?" Duan Lingtian asked calmly. Demon Emperor Man Wu's expression remained unchanged. Faced with Duan Lingtian, who was not afraid of him, the furious Demon Emperor Man Wu's heart skipped a beat. It was as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his head. He sobered up a little and thought to himself, "What makes this Duan Lingtian so audacious?" Demon Emperor Man Wu began to observe his surroundings again. Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he saw Demon Emperor Man Wu's actions. However, he did not say anything to Demon Emperor Man Wu. Instead, he looked at Qi Yu and said, "Peak Master Qi Yu, if you want to kill the 3 of them, I can do it on your behalf at any time." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of Demon Emperor Man Wu's 3 direct disciples changed drastically. On the other hand, Qi Yu was shocked. At this time, Duan Lingtian still dared to say that he wanted to kill the 3 direct disciples of Demon Emperor Man Wu. "Peak Master Qi Yu, I'll take your silence as a yes. Since that's the case, I'll kill the 3 of them to avenge you, Peak Master Qi Yu." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, He glared at the three direct disciples of Demon Emperor Man Wu with a cold glint in his eyes. "You're deliberately mystifying things." Demon Emperor Man Wu, who had confirmed that there was no one around, snapped back to his senses. He glared at Duan Lingtian and shouted in a low voice. When he noticed Duan Lingtian's killing intent toward his three direct disciples, horror dawned on him as he flew out. Unfortunately, he was still too late. Bang! 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 With three explosions, the three direct disciples of Demon Emperor Man Wu exploded into a bloody mist, leaving behind three spatial rings and a pile of profundity fragments. After catching the spatial rings and profundity fragments, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and used an invisible force to guide them to land in front of Qiyu. Clearly, he wanted to give these spoils of war to Qiyu. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Demon Emperor Man Wu, who was enraged by the death of his three direct disciples, was on the verge of going berserk. He roared and charged toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, it was as though he had transformed into a primordial beast with his mouth wide open. It was as though he would not stop until he had devoured Duan Lingtian. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted in the face of Demon Emperor Man Wu, who was charging toward him. His expression did not change at all. It was not until Demon Emperor Man Wu arrived in front of him that he finally made a move. He raised his hand, and a strong bow appeared in his hand out of thin air. Then he placed his hand on the bowstring. Buzz! As he pulled the bowstring into a full moon and released it, a loud noise reverberated in the air. It was accompanied by a rolling and vast shockwave that tore through the sky and met Demon Emperor Man Wu's attack head-on. In just a blink of an eye, Demon Emperor Man Wu's attack was completely neutralized by the shockwave. Not only that, but the vast shockwave also landed on Demon Emperor Man Wu and sent him flying. Demon Emperor Man Wu flew for dozens of meters before he finally came to a stop. He held back the blood that almost flowed out of his mouth. After he caught his breath, he forced the blood back into his stomach. Even at this moment, he still tried his best to maintain his image. However, his pale complexion betrayed him. Demon Emperor Man Wu took a deep breath and consumed a healing pill. His injuries finally eased a little. When he regained his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was only fear in his eyes. At this moment, he had completely given up on avenging his three direct disciples. What a joke! The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier was far from what he could compare to. No matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to avoid a tragic death. Therefore, he chose to give up. Perhaps this way he could escape death. Duan Lingtian, I didn't ask clearly earlier. Now that I think about it, the three of them must have offended your friend. It's understandable that you killed them. In order to survive, Demon Emperor Man Wu took the initiative to admit defeat. At this moment, there was only shock in his heart. He had never expected this. He did not know when this purple-clad young man, whom he had not taken seriously in the past, had become stronger than him. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier was far from what he could compare to. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's end this matter here. Duan Lingtian said. He had no intention of making things difficult for Demon Emperor Man Wu. All right. Demon Emperor Man Wu hurriedly nodded. He could not wait for such an ending. However, there's something that I want to ask for your help with. I'm sure you won't refuse, right? Duan Lingtian said without beating around the bush. The two of them who had been at each other's throats a moment ago were now sitting together and chatting calmly. Seeing this, Qiyu was stunned. Of course not. Demon Emperor Man Wu hurriedly shook his head with a smile on his face. As for what was behind the smile, only he knew. Demon Emperor Man Wu, if you can do your best to help, I'll consider how to reward you. If you can help, I'm willing to take out the Saint Stone to thank you. Chapter 1345. Duan Lingtian promised Demon Emperor Man Wu a Saint Stone. As long as Demon Emperor Man Wu could find the materials he needed, he was willing to give Demon Emperor Man Wu a Saint Stone. Naturally, Demon Emperor Man Wu was overjoyed. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Demon Emperor Man Wu bade farewell and left in a hurry. "Scoundrel, why didn't you kill him?" Li Fei frowned. She did not like Demon Emperor Man Wu's arrogant attitude. Keeping him alive is 1,000 times better than killing him. He's the strongest demon emperor on Cloud Continent. His influence is extraordinary. With his help, the efficiency of searching for materials will be much higher. Duan Lingtian said, "Demon Emperor Man Wu, I'm afraid all the demons in the inner land of Cloud Continent will work for him if he gives the order." Kerr said softly, "That's exactly what I want." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Whether it's the two great ancient clans or Qin Xian's Emperor Wu, they might be the best in terms of rallying power among human martial artists. However, those wild and unruly demons wouldn't pay any attention to them. With Demon Emperor Man Wu's help, it'll naturally be different." This was the reason Duan Lingtian was willing to promise Demon Emperor Man Wu a Saint Stone. In the eyes of the demon beasts in the inner land of Cloud Continent, Demon Emperor Man Wu was no doubt an emperor. Who would dare to disobey an emperor's order? Moreover, demon beasts were more efficient than human martial artists in searching for materials. Demon beasts lived in the wilderness, so they might have seen the materials in the past and know where to find them. Duan Lingtian was doing his best to repair the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Naturally, he was also doing his best to repair the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda as soon as possible. According to the 3-legged golden crow, Hulao, even if he only repaired the 2nd level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, he would still be able to obtain the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. The Jasper Celestial Sword was an offensive celestial supreme treasure with extraordinary power. In addition, Duan Lingtian also learned that, as long as he repaired the 2nd level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, he would be able to ascend to the 1st level to cultivate. The 2nd level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda had an even better cultivation environment. In addition, the flow of time was even more exaggerated. 3 days in the 2nd level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was only 1 day in the outside world. Therefore, regardless of whether it was for the Jasper Celestial Sword or for a better cultivation environment, Duan Lingtian wanted to help Hu Lao repair the 2nd floor of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda as soon as possible. Qiyu stood aside, speechless for a long time. His gaze descended upon Duan Lingtian, and it was extremely complicated. The arrogant and unruly young man in the past had already achieved so much. Even Demon Emperor Man Wu, who was known as the strongest demon emperor on Cloud Continent, was not a match for him. "Peak Master Qiyu, how did you offend Demon Emperor Man Wu's personal disciple?" Duan Lingtian looked at Qiyu and asked curiously. "It's all because of this spirit artifact." Qiyu waved the narrow sword in his hand and smiled wryly. The narrow sword looked very ordinary, but it exuded a fierce aura as though it could tear everything apart. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized it. It was a royal-grade spirit sword. After searching through Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian soon found out that this was one of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's works. "This sword is a treasure." Duan Lingtian smiled. You can tell. Qiyu was a little surprised. In fact, even he only knew how extraordinary this sword was after he used it. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and changed the topic. "Peak Master Qiyu, did you travel alone in the inner land? You didn't join any sect or family?" "No." Qiyu shook his head. "I left the 5 Elements sect because I didn't want to be tied down. After all these years, I've gotten used to being idle. That's not bad. However, you still have to be careful when you travel outside, especially the sword in your hand. Don't let other people see how extraordinary it is, so that it won't cause any trouble." Duan Lingtian reminded Chiyu. In the future, Peak Master Chiyu, if you're tired outside, you can go to the Lingtian sect anytime. When you arrive at the Lingtian sect, you just have to say that you're my friend, Duan Lingtian said. Lingtian sect? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chiyu's eyes narrowed. Are you talking about the #1 sect on Cloud Continent, the Lingtian sect? I've long heard that Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Lingtian sect, has gone missing. Everyone in Lingtian sect is looking for him everywhere. Don't tell me that you're the sect leader of Lingtian sect? Although he had long heard that the sect leader of Lingtian sect was also called Duan Lingtian, Chiyu thought it was just a coincidence. In his opinion, no matter how high the innate talent of the Duan Lingtian Chiyu knew was, it was impossible for him to become the sect leader of the #1 sect on Cloud Continent in just a few years. He thought that he was just a person with the same name as the Duan Lingtian Chiyu he knew. However, now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words and recalled the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed earlier, he could not help but associate the Duan Lingtian Chiyu knew with the sect leader of Lingtian sect. Yes, the Lingtian sect is my sect. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he seemed to have recalled something and continued to say, the two brothers Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi are currently in the Lingtian sect as well. Nangong Chen and his brother were the direct disciples of the sect leader of Five Element sect. Initially, they were at Lingxian Peak, where the spirit profound Emperor Wu, Yang Hui, cultivated. According to Xuanai, they went to the Lingtian sect after that. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian Chiyu would actually be the sect leader of the #1 sect on Cloud Continent. Chiyu sighed as he shook his head. Chiyu shook his head and sighed. In the end, he asked solemnly, Duan Lingtian, your current cultivation base should be above the 8th level Martial Emperor stage, right? As far as he knew, Demon Emperor Manwu was at the 7th level Demon Emperor stage. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded his head. After that, both of them chatted for a while before parting ways. Before that, Duan Lingtian introduced the two girls to Chiyu. Chiyu could not help but exclaim, Duan Lingtian, you're really a winner in life. Wasn't that so? Not only did Duan Lingtian have a heaven-defying innate talent, but he was already standing at the peak of Cloud Continent at such a young age. Even his two fiancées were 1 in a million beauties. After parting ways with Chiyu, Duan Lingtian brought the two girls and continued to head to the original Yin-Yang Sect's estate. That place was still considered as the Lingtian Sect's estate. However, it had already become a branch. Two people were in charge of this branch. Duan Lingtian had already heard about this from Xuanai when they were still on the road. These two people were also the ones who were unwilling to leave back then. Xiongquan and Gold Thug. Young Master. Xiongquan and Gold Thug were a little excited when they saw Duan Lingtian again. In fact, the reason they stayed here was because they stubbornly believed that Duan Lingtian would definitely return. Now, Duan Lingtian had indeed returned. Miss Kerr, Miss Fei. Subsequently, Xiongquan looked at Kerr and Li Fei and greeted them respectfully. He was no stranger to Kerr and Li Fei. He knew that they were his young master's fiancées. His young master had spent a lot of effort to search for these two girls. However, he did not find them in the end. Mistress. With Xiongquan's reminder, Gold Thug regained his senses and quickly bowed to Kerr and Li Fei. Kerr and Li Fei nodded, while they forced a smile on their faces. A hint of anxiety could be seen in their eyes. Seeing how anxious the two girls were, Duan Lingtian brought them to the wooden house where Yang Shue's body was placed. With the ice coffin, Yang Shue's body was still intact. Senior Sister. When the two girls saw the white-clad lady lying in the ice coffin, 2 streams of tears rolled down their beautiful faces. There was only guilt on their faces. After all, Yang Shui had died protecting them. Senior Sister, The scoundrel has avenged you. You can rest in peace in the netherworld now. Li Fei said softly. Senior sister, Sister Fei, and I are fine. Don't worry. We'll live well and not let you down. Kerr was sobbing. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed before he left. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian did not disturb the two girls and allowed them to accompany Yang Shui. During this period of time, apart from cultivating, he also refined some pills for Xiongquan and Gold Thug. As Duan Lingtian's people, Han Shu and I did not treat them badly after she became the acting sect leader of Lingtian sect. Due to this reason, their cultivation base was not low at all. 10 days later, 3 figures stood at the peak of the former Yin Peak of the Yinyang sect, which was now Lingtian Peak. They were none other than Duan Lingtian, Kerr, and Li Fei. In front of them stood 2 tombstones. One of the tombstones was Yang Shui's tombstone. The other tombstone belonged to the former Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak of the Yinyang sect, who was also the master of Kerr, Li Fei, and Yang Shui. The Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak of the Yinyang sect was also the elder sister of Peak Master Qin Xiang of the 7-Star Sword sect. Duan Lingtian had never seen her before. However, she was the master of the 2 girls after all, and she was very good to them. Due to this reason, he still bowed to her tombstone. Facing Yang Shui's tombstone, Duan Lingtian bowed solemnly. Senior sister Yang Shui, thank you. If it wasn't for you risking your life to protect them, I might not have been able to see these 2 girls. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he bowed deeply. After Yang Shui was buried, Kerr and Li Fei guarded her tomb for another 3 months. During these 3 months, they just sat cross-legged in front of the tombstone and waited quietly. It made Duan Lingtian's heart ache. 3 months was enough for many things to happen. Duan Lingtian's strength had improved. In terms of sword profundity, he had successfully comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage, sword profundity. In terms of fused profundity, he had comprehended the 8th level, fused profundity. Now, I can be considered to have entered the peak of the Emperor Wu stage. As long as I can use the sword profundity as a medium to merge the 2 great profundities into my body and open up a saint vein, I'll be considered to have entered the mortal shedding stage. Chapter 1346. Duan Lingtian still could not figure out what the fused profundity was. Back then, when the 5 Monarch stage nature profundities were fused together, it became the fused profundity. Its power was comparable to an Emperor stage profundity. Puzzled, Duan Lingtian decided to ask the 3-legged golden crow, Hulao, in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. After entering the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian saw Lao sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. He did not know if he was cultivating or resting. When Duan Lingtian entered, Lao had already opened his eyes. Duan Lingtian asked the question in his heart. Profundity. Lao raised an eyebrow. It was his first time hearing this term. After all, the cultivation system was more or less different in every place. Profundity was just a term used on Cloud Continent. Perhaps it was not the same in the other 2 mortal continents. It's this energy. When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, the 5-colored energy gathered and transformed into a 5-colored ball of light that hovered in the air. This is the fused profundity I'm talking about. Also, this is the sword profundity. Duan Lingtian raised his other hand as well, and a translucent sword that emitted waves of fierce aura hovered above his palm as it spun continuously. So, this is the profundity you were talking about. Lao glanced at it and nodded. The profundity you mentioned is similar to the 5 elemental qi on planet Yanhuang. Once the 5 elemental qi completely fuses into one's body, one's potential will be stimulated, and one's strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Hua Lao's words. What Hua Lao said was similar to the meaning of the profundity. According to Xuan Nai, once the profundity completely fused into one's body, one would be able to open up a saint vein. At that time, the profundity would become a part of one's body and no longer be independent. This was similar to the 5 elemental qi that Hua Lao mentioned. Your sword profundity seems to have reached the limit of the 5 elemental qi. As for the fused profundity, it seems to be reaching its limit. However, I can clearly feel that it still has a lot of potential that hasn't been unearthed. Elder, whose gaze landed on the 5-colored ball of light floating in the air. As he spoke, a hint of doubt appeared on his face. A lot of potential. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted when he heard that. He thought to himself, don't tell me the current fused profundity is only at the Monarch stage? Profundity, profundity, profundity? The more he thought profundity, 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 the more to Lingtian's. Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? The profundity was Proy's profundity. If it could be upgraded to the profundity, 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 how powerful would it be? 10 times more powerful than the profundity, profundity? What did that mean? Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body when he thought about it. If it's possible, I hope you can make a breakthrough after you fully unearth the potential of the fused profundity. At that time, the benefits you'll reap will be unimaginable. Hua Lao pondered for a moment before he said to Duan Lingtian, wait until I've fully unearthed the potential of the fused profundity. Duan Lingtian frowned. If the 8th level fused profundity that he had comprehended was only at the 8th level Monarch stage fused profundity, would he not have to comprehend the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity to fully unearth the potential of the fused profundity? From the 8th level Monarch stage fused profundity to the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity. Heavens, how long would that take? However, Duan Lingtian believed Hua Lao's words. Who was Hua Lao? The 3-legged golden crow. The divine sun bird from the ancient myths and legends in his past life. To put it bluntly, there was no reason for someone like that to lie to him. Moreover, he was the owner of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda now. As the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, it was impossible for Hua Lao to harm him. There was no reason for him to do so. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and voiced his concerns. The time needed to comprehend the 9th level Emperor stage, fused profundity, was too long. It's true that it'll take a little longer. However, you can cultivate in the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Time passes slower in there. Hua Lao told Duan Lingtian, on the 1st level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, 2 days inside is only 1 day outside. Also, if you can find enough materials, I'll be able to repair the 2nd level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. At that time, when you cultivate on the 2nd level, 3 days inside is only 1 day outside. Hua Lao continued. That's the only way. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had decided not to use the 9th level sword profundity as a medium to open the hidden saint veins in his body for the time being. He would wait until he had comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage, fused profundity. Fused profundity. I only hope you'll give me a pleasant surprise when the time comes. Duan Lingtian comforted himself inwardly. He knew that from the moment he made this decision, he was destined to open the saint veins a little later to break through to the mortal shedding stage. At the same time, a strong premonition rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. His decision might affect the number of saint veins he opened in the future. In this case, I should have a chance to surpass Wang Ba. Wang Ba opened 23 saint veins at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Even Xue Nai won't be able to open 23 saint veins when she breaks through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. She'll only be able to open 22 saint veins at most. The Wangba that Duan Lingtian mentioned was naturally Wangba. He was also the current Diong who had left Half Moon Island and gone to the Dao Marshall Saint Land. The reason he was so confident was that he was no longer who he was in the past. Not only had he undergone a second rebirth, but his foundation was also extremely solid. What a joke! In terms of foundation, what else could compare to the fused profundity? I'm really looking forward to it. It'll be great if I can open 81 Saint Veins. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He was having a sweet dream in his heart. It was a dream that he subconsciously thought was impossible to come true. In fact, in the long history of the Dao Marshall Saint Land, there were only 3 people who had opened 81 Saint Veins. Although he had not experienced it himself, he could roughly guess how difficult it was to open 81 Saint Veins. This was due to Hua Lao's reminder and his determination. In the next period of time, Duan Lingtian focused all his attention on comprehending the fused profundity. Comprehending the fused profundity was the only thing he could do now. No matter if it was his cultivation base or his sword profundity, he had already reached his limit. There was no way he could continue to improve it. What a coincidence! The sword Dao comprehension that originated from the word sword in my mind was completely digested when I comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage, sword profundity. Duan Lingtian muttered, "It seems like it's time to go back and take a look at the word sword. I wonder if my profundity of the sword will continue to improve when I see the word sword again and comprehend more about the sword Dao." In terms of the sword profundity, Duan Lingtian had already comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage, sword profundity. Logically speaking, he had already reached his limit. However, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, the word sword profundity was different. However, the word sword could not be looked at with common sense. He had a deep understanding of this in the past. The 2 girls guarded Yang Shui's coffin for 3 months. They only left after 3 months had passed and returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Let's return to the southern outer land. After informing the 2 girls, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Xiongquan and the gold thug and left with the 2 girls. Although Xiongquan and the gold thug wanted to leave with Duan Lingtian, they dismissed the thought when they thought of Ke and Li Fei. Would it not be tactless to follow them at this time? Duan Lingtian brought the 2 girls and passed through the vast and boundless Roshui River before they arrived at the southern outer land. After returning to the southern outer land, Duan Lingtian sighed as he recalled the past. At this moment, he recalled the Lu clan that was annihilated by the Han clan. The Lu clan that he had stayed in for a period of time was gone, just like that. Ke and Li Fei stayed by Duan Lingtian's side, quietly without saying a word. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. If the Han clan's disciple who annihilated the Lu clan was still alive, Duan Lingtian would immediately find him and kill him to avenge the Lu clan. However, the Han clan's disciple had already died in Han Xuanai's hands. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian could only reminisce about the Lu clan in the past. As long as Lu Bai is still around, the Lu clan's roots are still intact. I'll help him rebuild the Lu clan this time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled Lu Bai. Lu Bai, the second young master of the Lu clan, was also a survivor after the Lu clan was annihilated. After that, he crossed the Ruoshui River to the inner land and entered the Lingtian sect and became a member of the Lingtian sect. After letting out another long sigh, Duan Lingtian brought the 2 girls and left the land of Beiki in the southern outer land. With Duan Lingtian's current speed, it did not take long for him to step onto a familiar land, the northern desert. Previously, when he first left the Dark Han dynasty, he came to the northern desert to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by the third-rate force Skywolf Fort in the northern desert. When the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began, he truly stepped onto the stage of Cloud Continent. Looking back, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh even though he had lived 2 lives. Without staying in the northern desert, Duan Lingtian brought the two girls back to the Dark Han Dynasty, to the Darkstone Empire, to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and finally to the Seven-Star Sword Sect. After a few years, the Seven Sword Peaks in the Seven-Star Sword Sect's estate that soared into the sky had also returned to how it used to be. It did not look like the sect had been annihilated. High up in the sky, Duan Lingtian stood there and looked at the Seven Sword Peaks. A hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. On the other hand, the two girls standing next to him had their eyes red. They were so emotional that their delicate bodies began to tremble slightly. They had left this place for far too long. When they left, they would never have thought that this would happen. Chapter 1347. Kerr, go see Peak Master Qin Xiang. She's surely missed you very much these past few years. Duan Lingtian said to Kerr. Kerr nodded when she heard Duan Lingtian, then flew out and directly entered Dubhe Peak, the head of the seven great sword peaks. Scoundrel, I want to erect a tombstone for Master and Senior Sister, Li Fei said in a light voice. Even though she'd long since found out from Duan Lingtian that her seven-star sword sect's master, Elder Bai, and senior sister, Zhuqing, had already died. But now that she was reminded of the past, she still felt slightly sad. I've already erected the tombstone that day. It's at Elder Bai's original cultivation place, Duan Lingtian said. At that time, when the seven-star sword sect was rebuilt, he and the current sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, MOU, and the others had erected tombstones for the Seven-Star Sword Sect higher-ups that had passed away. Scoundrel! Li Fei felt sorrow from the bottom of her heart when she heard Duan Lingtian, and she threw herself into Duan Lingtian's embrace as two streams of clear tears flowed down to wet Duan Lingtian's clothes. But Duan Lingtian didn't mind. He hugged Li Fei with one hand, and his other hand patted Li Fei's soft and smooth back. Little Fei, Elder Bai, and senior sister, Zhuqing, surely don't wish to see you like this. Under Duan Lingtian's consolation, Li Fei's mood gradually recovered. Subsequently, Li Fei and Duan Lingtian went to Alcade Peak together, and they went to Elder Bai's original cultivation place. Although no one had lived in Elder Bai's original cultivation place for many years, the environment inside was still the same as before. Those flowers and plants were obviously frequently trimmed by people. MOU is quite considerate. Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew that it was surely MOU who asked people to frequently trim the flowers and plants here. In front of the wooden house, there were two tombstones. It was precisely the tombstone of the former Alcade Peak's Elder Bai and her disciple, Zhuqing. Master, senior sister, Scoundrel has taken revenge for both of you and rebuilt the Seven-Star Sword Sect. All of you can rest in peace in the underworld. Li Fei stood in front of the tombstone and said softly. Her tears kept falling, making her look very pitiful. Duan Lingtian stood to the side, looking at the two steels in front of him in a daze. At this moment, the scenes of the Seven-Star Sword Sect being annihilated appeared in his mind. Even now, when he recalled that scene, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Although he'd already taken revenge for them, it was impossible for them to come back to life. They'd left him and the Seven-Star Sword Sect forever. Duan Lingtian silently bowed deeply towards Elder Bai and Zhuqing's tombstones. Elder Bai, senior sister, Zhuqing, rest assured, I will take good care of little Fei. Duan Lingtian spoke to the two tombstones. After paying their respects to Elder Bai and Zhuqing, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei left Alcade Peak and once again returned to the expanse of space they stood in when they came here. When they arrived there, Duan Lingtian instead noticed that Kerr had already returned. There was a familiar figure by Kerr's side, Qin Xiang, the peak master of the Seven-Star Sword Sect's Alcade Peak. Compared to that year, the current Qin Xiang hadn't changed much. This was sufficient to show that she'd taken good care of herself. After all, only by breaking through to the martial monarch stage would one be able to maintain one's youth forever. Before the martial monarch stage, although the higher one's cultivation was, the slower one aged. But if one didn't take care of it, the traces of time would still be left behind on one's appearance. Duan Lingtian, you really don't intend to see the sect leader? Qin Xiang's gaze was extremely complicated when she saw Duan Lingtian once more. Earlier, she'd already heard Kerr speak of the accomplishments Duan Lingtian had obtained in these past few years, and she even knew that Duan Lingtian was now the sect leader of the #1 sect on Cloud Continent. Besides shock, there was only shock in her heart. That little fellow from all those years ago had actually already stood at the peak of Cloud Continent at this moment. When she recalled the past, she even had a feeling as if she was dreaming. If they knew about this in the netherworld, they would surely be able to close their eyes in peace. Qin Xiang thought to herself. They naturally referred to the group of 7-star sword sect members that had perished along with the annihilation of the 7-star sword sect, including the former sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Linghu Jinhong. Not for now. The 7-star sword sect will always be the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he spoke. Yes. Qin Xiang nodded, as she was naturally able to discern the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. It was undoubtedly because he didn't want to interfere with the future of the 7-star sword sect. If the members of the 7-star sword sect knew that Duan Lingtian was now the sect leader of the #1 sect on Cloud Continent, the Lingtian sect, they would surely hope that the 7-star sword sect would submit to the Lingtian sect. At that time, the 7-star sword sect would become a vassal of the Lingtian sect, existing in name only. Yet, that wasn't something that Duan Lingtian wanted to see happen. Master, you're really not leaving with me? Kerr looked at Qin Xiang with an expression of reluctance. Although her current cultivation far surpassed Qin Xiang, but as the saying goes, a master for a day is a mother for life, the kindness of teaching her in the past was something that she didn't dare forget for her entire lifetime. Earlier, Kerr had advised Qin Xiang to leave, but was refused by Qin Xiang. Kerr, I know you're filial. However, I've spent most of my life in the 7-star sword sect, and I can't leave it. Qin Xiang held Kerr's hand lovingly and said gently, when you have a child with Duan Lingtian, remember to come back and visit me often. Kerr was so embarrassed that her cheeks flushed when she heard Qin Xiang's words. Under Qin Xiang's gaze, Duan Lingtian left with the 2 little girls. In just a blink of an eye, they had already appeared in the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom, an affiliate kingdom of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was their hometown. Duan Lingtian's purpose for returning this time was very simple. He wanted to visit his old friends and ask them if they were willing to leave with him and head to the overseas Saint Island, Half Moon Island. After returning this time, Duan Lingtian brought the 2 little girls to the imperial city's divine might marquis estate to meet the 2 old marquises. The reason he said there were 2 old marquises was because Nya Wu Tian, the former divine might marquis, had already retired. The current divine might marquis was Nya Fin, the junior marquis back then, and he was also Duan Lingtian's big brother Nya. Time flew by and the world changed. Duan Lingtian was deeply moved by his return this time. Not only did Nya Fin have a house full of children, but even Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun also had a house full of children. What was worth mentioning was that Li Xian, the former little fatty, also had 3 sons and a daughter. Besides that, Duan Lingtian made a trip to the imperial palace to meet the old emperor. The old emperor who was valiant in the past was getting old, and he had already passed on the throne a few years ago. Duan Lingtian, do you know when Bai Yao will be back? The old emperor asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. The Bai Yao that the old emperor mentioned was naturally the former #1 beauty in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Princess by Yao. I don't know either. However, if I see her, I'll ask her to come back to see you. Duan Lingtian replied. Good, good. The old emperor's face was filled with smiles when he heard this. Princess Bai Yao was his most sensible daughter, and he loved her dearly. Even those princes could not compare to her. If Princess Bai Yao was a man, he would have passed the throne to her long ago. Father and mother are really too much. They actually took Princess Bai Yao away. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he thought about Princess Bai Yao's whereabouts. Not only Princess Bai Yao, but his father and mother had also taken Xiao Yu's sister, Xiaolan, away as well. When he met Xiao Yu earlier, Xiao Yu had also asked about Xiaolan's whereabouts, but he really did not know anything about it. To be more precise, although he knew Xiaolan was in the Dao Martial Saint Land, he did not know where in the Dao Martial Saint Land she was. Unfortunately, the voice transmission jade slip in the exquisite jade box was damaged by me. Otherwise, I'll definitely be able to see Mother, Xiaolan, and Princess Bai Yao when I arrive at the Dao Martial Saint Land and meet with the person that Father has arranged for me. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about this. Originally, in the voice transmission jade slip that Duan Rafeng had left for Duan Lingtian, he had told Duan Lingtian to look for the person that he had arranged for him somewhere in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Unfortunately, the voice transmission jade slip was damaged, and the most important part was lost. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not know where to look for the person that his father had arranged for him. Currently, even if Duan Lingtian went to the Dao Martial Saint Land, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to look for his father. After leaving the Imperial Palace, Duan Lingtian went to Paladin Academy to see the dean, Sima Changfeng. Sima Changfeng was his teacher in Paladin Academy. Although he did not teach him anything, he had helped him a lot. He had always been grateful to him, so he had always treated him as his teacher. Little fellow, what level has your cultivation reached now? Sima Changfeng asked directly when he saw Duan Lingtian again. This was the thing that interested him the most every time he saw Duan Lingtian. Emperor Wu, stage 9th level. Duan Lingtian smiled. Pooh! When Sima Changfeng heard Duan Lingtian's words, he spat out the tea that he had just sipped. His face was slightly flushed as he asked, W, what did you say? M. Martial Emperor Wu, stage. 9th level Emperor Wu stage? Yes, teacher. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. When Sima Changfeng heard this, he studied Duan Lingtian from top to bottom as though he was looking at a monster. He muttered, Although I knew you're a freak, I didn't expect you to be so freakish. Emperor Wu, stage 9th level. That's the limit a martial artist can reach, right? Sima Changfeng had long heard that the peak of a martial artist was the Emperor Wu stage. Once one had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, one would be an Emperor Wu stage powerhouse. An Emperor Wu stage powerhouse was an existence that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent and looked down on all living things. To him, an Emperor Wu stage powerhouse was an existence that only existed in legends. However, the little fellow standing before him, his former student, was actually an Emperor Wu stage powerhouse. Moreover, he was an existence at the 9th level of the Emperor Wu stage. At this moment, he wondered if he was dreaming. Chapter 1348. In the past, I also thought that the 9th level Emperor Wu stage was the limit of a martial artist. However, this is not the case. Duan Lingtian sighed. What do you mean by that? Don't tell me there's someone more powerful than an Emperor Wu stage powerhouse? Sima Changfeng asked with a glare. In his opinion, an Emperor Wu stage powerhouse was a legendary, invincible existence. However, Duan Lingtian said that the 9th level Emperor Wu stage was not the limit? In other words, there was no doubt that there was someone more powerful than an Emperor Wu stage powerhouse. Teacher, in our Cloud Continent, the 9th level Martial Emperor realm is indeed considered to be at the peak. However, outside of the cloud continent, there's an even bigger world. Duan Lingtian patiently explained to Sima Changfeng about the things outside of the cloud continent, including the 4 great overseas saint islands, the other 2 mortal continents, and the Dao Martial Saint Land. As Duan Lingtian patiently explained, Sima Changfeng listened in a daze. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. A frog at the bottom of a well, a frog at the bottom of a well. It seems like I, Sima Changfeng, am indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. After listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, Sima Changfeng let out a long sigh with a self-mocking expression on his face. I should say that more than 99% of the people in the cloud continent are frogs at the bottom of a well. That includes me in the past. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Teacher, I came back this time mainly to ask if you're interested in going to the overseas Saint Islands. Once you're there, with the help of the superior cultivation environment and my help, your strength will definitely improve rapidly. Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with temptation. At the very least, you'll be able to break through to the martial monarch stage. It's not impossible for you to break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Martial monarch stage. Sima Changfeng's breathing quickened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Can I? Why not? Don't forget, you're Duan Lingtian's teacher. Duan Lingtian said with a confident smile. If it was another person, he would not be so sure. However, Sima Changfeng had a high innate talent and comprehension ability. With his help, it was not difficult for him to break through to the martial monarch stage. Emperor Wu's realm was not impossible. Lacking in talent, it's okay. In the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there was a record of the location of the 10,000-year stalactite. Once he went there and collected the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Sima Changfeng would be reborn and possess the ultimate innate talent of a martial artist on Cloud Continent. Poor comprehension? It didn't matter. Intent realm fragments, Upanishad fragments, intent realm fragments. Good. I'll go with you. Sima Changfeng's face was covered in smiles as he said with slight excitement, I, Sima Changfeng, have persisted in the martial Tao all my life. Until now, I have married and have lived my entire life alone. If my cultivation is able to break through to the martial monarch stage, then I wouldn't have lived my life in vain. Sima Changfeng had no attachments, and he agreed to leave with Duan Lingtian with a few words, whereas the others more or less had attachments. This also caused Duan Lingtian to come with 3 people and leave with 4 people, so there was only 1 extra person. This extra person was precisely Sima Changfeng. As for the people that were unwilling to leave, Duan Lingtian respected their choice. He would return to see them when he was free in the future. At that time, if they wanted to leave, he would bring them along. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Lingtian's group arrived at the sky above a remote mountain forest in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After a short while, Ker Lifei and Sima Changfeng descended from the sky under Duan Lingtian's lead. When the 3 of them landed on the ground and focused their eyes, they were completely stunned. All of this was because they were attracted by the word sword on the mountain wall in front of them. It was as though their souls were captivated by the word sword. The gigantic word was carved by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang in one smooth motion. This word, sword, contained Feng Qingyang's comprehension of the sword Tao. It was precisely because of this word that Duan Lingtian was able to successfully comprehend the 9th level Emperor stage, sword profundity, in an extremely short amount of time. The 9th level Emperor stage profundity was also a peak profundity. Lingtian boy. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian looked at the red-robed middle-aged man who was cultivating cross-legged with his eyes closed and greeted him with a light smile. The red-robed middle-aged man was none other than Feng Wu Dao. He was also Feng, Tianwu's father. They, Feng Wu Dao stood up and immediately went to Duan Lingtian's side. He looked at Ke, Li Fei, and Sima Chong Feng with a puzzled expression on his face. Uncle Feng, they're my fiancés. I've mentioned them to you before. As for him, he's my teacher in my hometown. Duan Lingtian introduced him with a smile on his face. Yes. Feng Wu Dao nodded. Then he seriously sized up Ke and Li Fei. When he saw the two women's peerless appearances, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Both of them were not inferior to his daughter, Feng Tianwu, in terms of appearance. Kid Ling Tian, where's Tianwu? She didn't return with you? Feng Wu Dao asked. When he heard Feng Wu Dao mention Tianwu, a guilty expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Uncle Feng, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of Tianwu. What's wrong with Tianwu? When he saw Duan Lingtian's guilty expression and apologizing to him, Feng Wu Dao had a bad premonition in his heart, and his face went grim. At the same time, the red robe on his body couldn't help but flutter as his origin energy shot into the sky and transformed into sword-shaped flames that emitted waves of fierce aura as if it could break through everything. Don't worry, Uncle Feng. Tianwu is fine. Duan Lingtian hurriedly replied, as he was able to discern that Feng Wu Dao had misunderstood. Feng Wu Dao's expression eased up when he heard Duan Lingtian, and the sword-shaped flames on his body were restrained once more. Then what you meant earlier was, Uncle Feng, I said I didn't take good care of Tianwu, because Duan Lingtian interrupted Feng Wu Dao and told him everything that happened afterward. Apart from concealing the fact that the Devil's Seal tablet was a famous super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land, he didn't conceal anything else and told him everything without holding back. Feng Wu Dao instantly learned about Feng Tianwu's experience, and that Feng Tianwu had been taken in by force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. During this time, Duan Lingtian also explained the Dao Martial Saint Land to Feng Wu Dao, causing Feng Wu Dao to be shocked as well. He felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, after learning that Feng Tianwu was safe and sound. Feng Wu Dao heaved a sigh of relief. Uncle Feng, I'll go to the Dao Martial Saint Land after I've settled the matters on Cloud Continent. At that time, I'll look for Tianwu as well. Duan Lingtian told Feng Wu Dao, Uncle Feng, you can rest assured. I'll definitely find Tianwu. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he vowed solemnly, Don't worry. So long as Tianwu is fine, she'll come back sooner or later. Feng Wu Dao said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Uncle Feng, where's Hu? Duan Lingtian glanced at the surroundings and didn't notice a sixth person, so he couldn't help but look at Feng Wu Dao and ask. Who was precisely that child from Bear Village. He was also the only person in Bear Village that knew the secret of this place. That kid, Hu, is wandering outside whenever he has nothing to do. Presently, not only in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but even in the Darkstone Empire, he can already be considered as a top figure. Chapter 1349. The comprehension of the sword Dao contained within the word sword attracted Ke Li Fei and Sima Changfeng, causing them to be intoxicated and completely immersed in it. In the sky above the canyon, an inconspicuous pagoda stood on a lush green tree. This pagoda was Duan Lingtian's 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating on the first level of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, woke up. He had been meditating to comprehend the fused profundity during this period of time. During this period, he tried to look at the word sword in the canyon. However, nothing happened like before. The word sword no longer sent any obscure information into his mind. Due to this reason, he could not store the sword Dao comprehension from the word sword anymore. Could it be because I've comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage, sword profundity? That's not right. According to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's message, if someone can completely comprehend the sword Dao comprehension contained in the word sword, they'll be able to do whatever they want in the Dao Martial Saint Land. After persisting for a few days, Duan Lingtian still could not figure out the reason. In the end, he could only give up and focus on comprehending the fused profundity. In just 4 months, Duan Lingtian had made 2 breakthroughs in his fused profundity. The first time, it broke through from the 8th level Monarch stage, fused profundity, to the 9th level Monarch stage, fused profundity. The 9th level Monarch stage, fused profundity, was comparable to an ordinary 9th level Emperor stage profundity. Once it was unleashed, its strength was comparable to the strength of 10 ancient black dragons. The second time, the 9th level Monarch stage, fused profundity, broke through to the 1st level Emperor stage, fused profundity. Its strength was twice as strong as before. It was comparable to the strength of 20 ancient black dragons. The 1st level Emperor stage, fused profundity, that I've comprehended is 10 times stronger than an ordinary 1st level Emperor stage profundity. When I comprehend the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity, it should be 10 times stronger than an ordinary 9th level Emperor stage profundity as well. An ordinary 9th level Emperor stage profundity was equivalent to the strength of 10 ancient black dragons. Duan Lingtian's 9th level Emperor stage sword profundity was just like that. On the other hand, once Duan Lingtian comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage fused profundity, the energy it contained was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient black dragons. The strength of 100 azure dragons. What did that mean? Even if a powerhouse at the peak of Emperor Wu stage wields a royal grade spirit weapon and unleashes his full strength, it's already considered shocking if his strength is equivalent to the strength of 60 to 70 ancient black dragons. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart suddenly trembled. As for me, once I've comprehended the 9th level Emperor stage, fused profundity, I'll be able to kill anyone at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage with ease. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. Using just 1 profundity to kill a powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage, who unleashed his full strength without holding back. Even Duan Lingtian felt his scalp tingle just thinking about that scene. However, I've just comprehended the 1st level Emperor stage, fused profundity. I'm still far from comprehending the 9th level Emperor stage, fused profundity. Duan Lingtian quickly calmed down. However, he did not calm down for too long because he thought of something else. If I integrate the 9th level Emperor stage, fused profundity, into my body and open up Saint veins, the effect will definitely be better. I wonder how many Saint veins I'll be able to open up when I break through to the mortal shedding stage. I'm really looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian still remembered what Xuanai had told him before. According to Xuanai, the martial and Dao cultivators from the mortal continent had a much stronger foundation than the natives of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Their cultivation base could be said to have been accumulated over time. Once they broke through to the mortal shedding stage, it would be unstoppable. For months, after asking Hualao and learning that he had cultivated for 4 months, Duan Lingtian could not help but jolt awake. It's been so long. I wonder if Kerr and little Fei have woken up. 4 months in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda is 2 months outside. Hualao, who was sitting cross-legged nearby, reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw he was so anxious that he stood up. I almost forgot. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. Only now did he remember that the time in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda was different from the time outside. 2 days in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda was 1 day outside. Duan Lingtian thought about the 2 girls and left the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he realized Kerr, Li Fei, and Sima still had not woken up. I'm afraid we'll have to wait a little longer with their current condition. After looking down at the canyon for a while, he noticed Duan Lingtian was cultivating with his eyes closed. Duan Lingtian did not disturb him and returned to the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Hua Lao, wake me up in half a year. Duan Lingtian greeted Hua Lao before he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Through his observation earlier, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the two little girls still needed a period of time before they would wake up. Moreover, the period of time that they would wake up after a period of time was only the first time they woke up. He had already told them about it. After they woke up for the first time, they would familiarize themselves with the benefits that the word sword brought them. After that, they could begin to accumulate the sword Tao contained in the word sword in their minds. They would spend time to slowly comprehend it in the future, just like him earlier. When their minds were filled with the sword Tao from the word sword, he would bring them away. It was the same for Sima as well. He had already informed them beforehand. Therefore, according to Duan Lingtian's estimation, the three of them would need at least a few months to complete the first two steps. Duan Lingtian immersed himself in his cultivation and fully immersed himself in comprehending the fused profundity. The Emperor stage nature profundity fragments in his hand were being consumed rapidly. Every 10 days to half a month, there would be an Emperor stage profundity fragment that would shatter. If someone were to see this, they would definitely feel heartache and even scold Duan Lingtian for being a wastrel. However, all of this was nothing to Duan Lingtian. Previously on Half Moon Island, the former island master of Half Moon Island, Diom, had used his devil technique to absorb the vital essence of 85 powerhouses in their prime and turn them into dried corpses. Among the 85 powerhouses in their prime, almost half of them were Emperor Stage powerhouses who had nurtured Emperor Stage profundity fragments. After they died, the profundity fragments in their bodies were all in Duan Lingtian's hands. Therefore, Duan Lingtian could still bear this kind of consumption. If it was someone else, they would have a headache. The path of comprehending the fused profundity was like a bottomless pit. Initially, one Emperor Stage nature profundity fragment would shatter every half a month. Later on, it would shatter every 10 days. Later on, it would shatter every 7 to 8 days. Then it would shatter every 5 to 6 days. When one Emperor Stage nature profundity fragment shattered every 3 days, Hua Lao woke Duan Lingtian up. It's been half a year already. Duan Lingtian regained his senses and had a surprised expression on his face. In his mind, it felt as though only a few days had passed. It's been 3 months outside. Hua Lao reminded him. It's been 3 months. It should be about time. Duan Lingtian smiled and left the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda again. This time, he shrunk the pagoda and stuffed it into his ears before he descended from the sky. He was in a good mood. After half a year of comprehension, his fused profundity had improved by another 2 steps. He had successfully comprehended the 3rd level Emperor Stage, fused profundity. They're about to wake up. Duan Lingtian glanced at Kerr, Li Fei, and Sima. As someone who had experienced this before, he could easily tell that their minds were about to be filled with sword Tao comprehension from the word sword. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian stepped into the air. A wave of air swept out soundlessly as he shot up into the sky like a rocket. He did not know how high he had reached when a 5-colored flame suddenly burst out of Duan Lingtian's body. It emitted a majestic and vast aura. It was the fused profundity. As the 5-colored flame rose, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head and made a series of muffled sounds. Soon after, the heaven and earth phenomenon formed. There was a total of 40 silhouettes of ancient black dragons spiraling down. They were lifelike and had a majestic aura. With the strength I can display now, even without using the Saint Grade martial tactic, I can easily defeat a powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage who hasn't cultivated the Saint Grade martial tactic. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself, if I use the Saint Grade martial tactic, I'm almost invincible among those below the mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was being conservative. He was only almost invincible. In his opinion, unless there was a powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage who had cultivated the human, rank, prominent saint, grade, martial, tactic technique to an extremely high level, it was impossible for anyone to be a match for him. It was almost impossible for a powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor Wu stage to meet this condition. What a magical world! No, I should say it's a magical planet. Only the heaven and earth energy on the cloud continent and the surrounding seas can form the heaven and earth phenomenon. No matter how powerful one is, the heaven and earth energy won't form the heaven and earth phenomenon when they leave the cloud continents, surrounding areas, and arrive at the sea. Duan Lingtian exclaimed, disregarding everything else. Just this point alone made him feel that it was very magical. It was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. A few days later, Kerr, Little Fei, and Sima Changfeng woke up one after another. Their abilities had more or less been elevated. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was also preparing to bring them back to the inner land of the cloud continent to the Lingtian sect's new estate. The new estate. Duan Lingtian had only heard about it from Xuan'ai. He had not been there before. Uncle Feng, you should leave with us too. Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Wu Dao, I'm going to move the Lingtian sect to the overseas Saint Island, Half Moon Island. The cultivation environment there is better. Feng Wu Dao had heard about Duan Lingtian's achievements in the inner land of the cloud continent. He also knew that the cultivation environment on Half Moon Island was great. Therefore, he agreed to leave with Duan Lingtian. However, if I leave, who's going to guard this canyon? Second Tiger isn't here either. Chapter 1350. Uncle Feng, you don't have to worry about that. Duan Lingtian smiled. Under Feng Wu Dao's puzzled gaze, Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air above the canyon, set up an inscription formation that covered the entire canyon. Currently, Duan Lingtian was already at the 9th level Emperor Wu stage. His spiritual energy had also reached the 9th level Emperor Wu stage. An inscription formation that was set up with such spiritual energy was, naturally, extremely powerful. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian placed 10 saint stones as the energy source of the inscription formation. Unless it's someone who's at the 7th level Emperor Wu stage or above, it's impossible for anyone else to break this inscription formation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself after he finished setting up the inscription formation. What a joke! This was an inscription formation that he had set up with 10 saint stones. What was a saint stone? It was a good item that could help Emperor Wu powerhouses to raise their cultivation base rapidly. It was similar to origin stones, but it was not something that origin stones could compare to. The reason Duan Lingtian was so generous was not because he was the island master of Half Moon Island and would be able to obtain some saint stones from the supreme grade origin stone mine on Half Moon Island every once in a while. It was because Xuan'ai had given him many saint stones. According to Xuan'ai, saint stones were very common in the Dao martial saint land. Although they were common, they were not that easy to obtain. For example, it was extremely difficult for some mortal stage martial and Dao cultivators who did not have any background to obtain a saint stone. Xuan'ai, on the other hand, had a powerful force behind her, so it was only natural that she had many saint stones in her hands. The saint stones that Xuan'ai had given him amounted to more than 1,000 pieces. The quality was much better than what he originally had. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not even bat an eyelid when he took out 10 saint stones to set up the inscription formation. According to the words of the earth in his past life, he was being willful because he was rich. After setting up the inscription formation, Duan Lingtian and the others left the canyon. The group of 4 became a group of 5, after allowing the 4 of them to cultivate by themselves. Duan Lingtian led them forward, and they quickly left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and entered the Darkstone Empire. They continued to head north and entered the Dark Han Dynasty. After arriving at the Dark Han Dynasty, Duan Lingtian made a trip to the Imperial City. Originally, he wanted to ask Zhang Shouyong if he was interested in leaving with him. However, when he arrived at the Zhang clan in the Imperial City, he was told that Zhang Shouyong and his wife had already left the Imperial City last year. I wonder where big brother Zhang went. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Towards Zhang Shouyong he had always been grateful, not for anything else, but for saving his life back then. Even now, he didn't dare to forget that kindness. I can only wait until the next time I come back and see if I can see big brother Zhang. Right now, I'm going to the Blade Sect. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and had a plan. The Blade Sect was a third-rate force in the southern area of the northern desert. It was also the sect that Duan Lingtian's childhood friend, Su Li, had joined. He was going to the Blade Sect for Su Li. However, when he arrived at the Blade Sect, he found out that Su Li had followed Jian Shursan and left the Blade Sect as soon as he left. Why didn't they come looking for me? When he recalled the unhappiness in the Blade Sect and the promise he made to Su Li and his disciple before he left, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Su Li and Jian Shursan were the same as Zhang Shouyong. He did not know where they went. For this reason, Duan Lingtian could only bring the four of them back to the inner land of the Cloud Continent. I've spent 10 months in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Outside, it's been 5 months. Including the other time, it's been 6 months since I returned to the Cloud Continent. After returning to the inner land, Duan Lingtian suddenly had a thought. 6 months. I wonder how they found the materials I asked for. The materials he asked for were the materials needed to repair the second level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. After mobilizing more than half of the humans and demon beasts on the Cloud Continent to search for the materials, Duan Lingtian really wanted to know how the results were after 6 months. With Duan Lingtian's speed, he soon arrived at the Lingtian sect's new residence, even though he was only bringing 6 people with him. Originally, he brought 4 people with him. However, when he passed by the Lingtian sect's original residence, he brought Xiong Quan and the Gold Thug along. Xiong Quan and the Gold Thug were unwilling to leave in the past because they wanted to wait for Duan Lingtian to return. Now that Duan Lingtian had returned, they were naturally willing to leave. When Duan Lingtian and the group of 7 returned to the Lingtian sect, regardless of whether it was Han Shu and I, Little Gold, Little Black, or Little White, all of them had already returned from outside. In 6 months, they had already completed the task that Duan Lingtian had asked them to do. After returning to the Lingtian sect again, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted when he saw the new surroundings. After a long while, he could not help but sigh. There was a rich, high-grade origin stone reserve buried under the Lingtian sect's new residence. In the entire Cloud Continent, such a cultivation environment was considered pretty good. Apart from the 2 great ancient clans' residences on the Cloud Continent, there was no other place that could compare to this. Moreover, there was a supreme-grade origin stone reserve buried under the 2 great ancient clans' residences. Sect leader. Not long after Duan Lingtian returned, Han Shu and I ordered all the 7-star Sword Sect senior officials and disciples who were guarding the residence to meet Duan Lingtian, the real sect leader of the Lingtian sect. She was only the acting sect leader. Now that Duan Lingtian had returned, she returned the Lingtian sect to Duan Lingtian. Zhang San, Luo Ping, and all of you long time no see. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he looked at the few familiar faces in front of him. Other than Zhang San and Luo Ping, the 2 former vice sect leaders, there were also familiar faces like Qin Xiao Shuai, Lu Bai, the Nangong twins, and the others. Sect leader. Zhang San and Luo Ping were slightly excited when they saw Duan Lingtian again. Qin Xiao Shuai, Lu Bai, and the others were no exception, and all of them were extremely excited. although they had long since found out that Duan Lingtian was safe and sound from Nangong brothers. When they really saw Duan Lingtian safe and sound, they still could not help but feel slightly excited in their hearts. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that only a few familiar faces remained, because Xuan had long since mentioned this matter to him. At that time, because the Han clan's Hanjing had arrived at the Lingtian sect, facing Hanjing's formidable strength, the Lingtian sect was on the verge of annihilation. At that time, besides these few familiar faces, everyone else had betrayed him. Your Li Si. Duan Lingtian looked at the unfamiliar face next to Zhang San. It was not difficult for him to guess his identity. Li Si was the only person who had just joined the Lingtian sect not long ago, when the Lingtian sect was on the verge of annihilation but did not betray the sect. He was also Zhang San's friend, sect leader. When Li Si saw Duan Lingtian taking the initiative to greet him, a smile bloomed on his face. He felt that his choice back then was so wise. Sometimes being unafraid of death was not necessarily a bad thing. After he gave the order and dismissed all the senior officials and disciples of the Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai and asked, Xuanai, how many of the materials that I wanted have been found? A lot, Han Xuanai said with a smile. At the same time, she handed a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. The materials that were handed over are all in here. Now, no matter if it's humans or demons, they've practically turned the inner land of the cloud continent upside down, just to help brother Duan Lingtian look for the materials. There will be a lot of materials that will be delivered to your door later. Han Xuanai finished in one breath. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Just as Duan Lingtian had thought earlier, the demon beasts on the cloud continent who handed over the most materials and were the most diligent were the demon beasts on the cloud continent. In this aspect, they had a natural advantage. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied with this. After sending the materials in his hand into the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, and into Hua Lao's hands, Duan Lingtian left the Lingtian sect and went to see Demon Emperor Manwu. This is what you deserve. Duan Lingtian gave a saint stone to Demon Emperor Manwu. As long as you're not a short-sighted person, and as long as the demon beasts collect more materials, I'll still give you the reward you deserve. Before Duan Lingtian left, he said to Demon Emperor Man Wu meaningfully. Demon Emperor Man Wu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He held the saint stone tightly in his hand and began to issue orders to his direct disciples. They continued to mobilize the demon beasts on the inner land of the cloud continent to search for the various materials that Duan Lingtian needed. For this, he even made a promise. As long as the demon beasts handed over a lot of materials, regardless of their cultivation base, they would have a chance to become his disciple. Although they would only become the disciple with the lowest status under Demon Emperor Man Wu's command, countless demon beasts would still go crazy over it. Gradually, apart from the inner land, the demon beasts on the outer land also began to search for the materials that Duan Lingtian needed. Apart from the demon beasts who found a lot of materials, the human martial artists also found a lot of materials. For the next period of time, Duan Lingtian stayed in the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, and seriously comprehended the fused profundity. His fused profundity was improving every second. Kerr and Li Fei sat cross-legged on both sides of him, causing the atmosphere to become more peaceful. A few days ago, in order to improve the 2 girls' strength as soon as possible, he revealed the wonders of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda to them. At the same time, he brought them into the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. The 2 girls were shocked by the wonders of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda for a long time. After a long time, they gradually calmed down. To them, the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was just too shocking. They could not compare to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had heard various versions of ancient myths and legends in his past life. He had long known about the existence of the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Therefore, When he first heard about the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda's ability, he quickly calmed down. When Kerr and little Feyer's cultivation base has improved a little more, and when the second level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda is repaired, I'll bring them to the Dao Marshal Saint Land. Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. This was also the reason he brought the 2 girls into the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda to cultivate. Chapter 1351. Apart from comprehending the fused profundity in the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda and transporting materials into the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, in the remaining time, Duan Lingtian began to move the Lingtian sect. The Lingtian sect was now the number 1 sect on the Cloud Continent. Due to Han Xuanai, the Lingtian sect had a transcendent status on the Cloud Continent. Even the 2 great ancient clans did not dare to offend them. Therefore, the migration of the Lingtian sect went smoothly. Apart from Qing Xian's Emperor Wu, Demon Emperor Man Wu, and a group of Emperor Wu and Demon Emperors who came to help, the 2 great ancient clans also sent powerhouses to help. At this moment, Qing Xian's Emperor Wu, Demon Emperor Man Wu, and the rest of the famous Emperor Wu and Demon Emperors on the Cloud Continent finally realized that there were many existences that were more powerful than them in the 2 great ancient clans. These existences were so powerful that they could defeat or even kill them with just 1 blow. There were many people in the Lingtian sect. Even with the help of a group of Emperor Wu and Demon Emperors, they still had to make 2 trips to bring everyone to Half Moon Island. It's fortunate that there are so many people to help. Otherwise, with just me, Xuanai, Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black, I don't know how long it would take to move the people from the Lingtian sect to Half Moon Island. After most of the people from the Lingtian sect had been moved and were taken over by the 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the Lingtian Peak and muttered to himself. The Lingtian Peak beneath his feet was the new residence of the Lingtian sect on the Cloud Continent. However, it had become an old residence now. Apart from Duan Lingtian and a few people around him, only some of the elders from the Lingtian sect had not left the Lingtian Peak. These elders from the Lingtian sect were in charge of receiving the materials sent from all over the Cloud Continent to repair the second level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. As time went by, the materials from all over the Cloud Continent decreased. In the end, there was nothing left. Even if a large number of human martial artists and demon beasts on Cloud Continent dug 3 feet into the ground to search, they still could not find the materials needed to repair the second level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Walao, how much more do you need? Without the materials, Duan Lingtian also felt a headache. He couldn't help but ask Hulao. The second level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda is already 50% repaired. If I have more materials, I'll be able to repair it completely. Hulao said, once it's fully repaired, you'll be able to ascend to the second level and obtain the Jasper Celestial Sword. You'll also be able to cultivate on it. This 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda is really a bottomless pit. Even with so many materials, only half of the second level has been repaired. This was only the second level. There were still 5 more levels to go. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Currently, the materials needed to repair the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda could no longer be found on Cloud Continent. It can't be helped. The materials you sent in are the lowest grade of the materials I told you about. Naturally, I'll need a lot of these materials. Hulao said, if it's the highest grade materials I told you about, you'll only need 1 of each to completely repair the second level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Hulao, the materials you mentioned. Not only me, but even Xuanai has never heard of them. Where do you want me to find them for you? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Han Xuanai was the young miss of a powerful force in the Dao Marshal Saint Land. Her knowledge was not something he could compare to. However, even then, she had never heard of the materials Hua Lao mentioned. If even Xue and I did not know about them, it was even more impossible for him to know about them. There aren't any of those materials on this planet. Hua Lao frowned. That shouldn't be the case. The materials I mentioned were based on the standards of planet Yanhuang in the past. Even the highest grade materials can be collected in the past on planet Yanhuang as long as one is willing. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Naturally, he knew. The planet Yanhuang of the past that Elder Hu mentioned was the Earth that only existed in ancient myths and legends a long time ago. At that time, humans had just been born. This planet might not have those materials. After all, it's impossible for Xue and I to know all the materials on this planet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, Duan Lingtian learned from Hua Lao. More than 80% of the materials collected on Cloud Continent to repair the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda could not be used to repair the third level because those materials were too low grade. According to Hua Lao, Duan Lingtian divided the materials that Hua Lao mentioned into 5 levels. The 5 levels were elementary, intermediate, 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 advanced, and advanced. The best materials collected on Cloud Continent were intermediate, intermediate, and elementary materials. However, most of them were elementary materials. Elementary materials were useless in repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At the very least, intermediate and elementary materials were needed. At this rate, I'm afraid it'll take a long time before the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is completely repaired. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt powerless. After some time, Han Shu and I returned from the overseas Saint Island, Half Moon Island. At the same time, she brought back the materials that the 4 overseas Saint Islands had collected. Compared to the materials collected on Cloud Continent, the materials that Han Shu and I brought back could be said to be very little. However, since most of them were intermediate, intermediate, and elementary materials and a few intermediate materials, the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired by another 30% on top of the 50% that it had already repaired. Since then, the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was successfully repaired by 80%. I have turned the Cloud Continent and the 4 overseas Saint Islands upside down, but the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is only 80% repaired. Duan Lingtian had a wry smile on his face. If you can get the dragon pearl from the little devil dragon, you'll be able to repair the remaining 20% immediately. Hua Lao said to Duan Lingtian, Hua Lao, why didn't you say so earlier? Look at him now, he's gone. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Naturally, he knew the little devil dragon that Hua Lao mentioned was Diyong. Diyong's true form was a 5-clawed devil dragon, the top existence among the 5-clawed divine dragons. I'm afraid he won't be willing to give you the dragon pearl if he hasn't left. Hua Lao said. Why? Duan Lingtian asked. After Hua Lao's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood. As it turned out, every dragon only had 1 dragon pearl. A dragon's dragon pearl was equivalent to a demon beast's inner core. The only difference was the dragon pearl was innate. Once a dragon's dragon pearl was taken, it would die as well. Therefore, there was only one way to take a dragon's dragon pearl, and that was to kill it. Kill a 5-clawed devil dragon? Duan Lingtian smiled dryly. Indeed, just as Hua Lao said, even if Wang Ba possessed Diyong, who was reborn, he would not be able to obtain the dragon pearl. Although he could use the devil's seal tablet to kill Diyong, he could not bring himself to do it. No matter what, Diyong had saved his life before, even though he had his own motives. Although he had ulterior motives, it was an indisputable fact that Diyong had saved his life. Previously, he had used the devil's seal tablet for the 3rd time in Lost Stone Forest. If it was not for Diyong, he would have been killed. However, Duan Lingtian was still surprised. A 5-clawed divine dragon's dragon pearl was actually comparable to the few high-grade materials that Huo Lao had mentioned. If that's the case, the few high-grade materials that Huo Lao mentioned are treasures on the same level as a 5-clawed divine dragon's dragon pearl? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought of this. Xuan Nai had told him about this before. Even among the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were not many 5-clawed divine dragons. There were only 9 of them. In other words, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were at most 9 5-clawed divine dragons' dragon pearls at the same time. It seems like it'll be a long journey to repair the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. I'm afraid I'll only be able to repair the 2nd level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda after I arrive at the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Since he could no longer find the materials needed to repair the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda on the Cloud Continent, Duan Lingtian was ready to leave. When the 2 girls woke up from their cultivation, Duan Lingtian brought them out of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Together with Han Xuanai, he brought the remaining elders from the Lingtian sect and left the Cloud Continent for the overseas Saint Island, Half Moon Island. Before the 2 girls woke up, Duan Lingtian visited the group of Emperor Wu and Demon Emperors one by one. Apart from the powerhouses from the 2 great ancient clans, he also gave out saint stones one by one. Duan Lingtian was never one to owe favors. As for the 2 great ancient clans, Duan Lingtian asked Han Xuanai to thank them on his behalf. After returning to Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian gathered all the people from the Lingtian sect and Half Moon Island. At the same time, he also officially allowed the senior officials and disciples of Half Moon Island, led by the 3 Vice Island Masters, to join the Lingtian sect. The 3 Vice Island Masters of Half Moon Island, who were previously intimidated by Duan Lingtian's powerful strength, did not dare to have any objections. Since they did not dare to have any objections, their subordinates were even more so. From then on, the Lingtian sect settled down on Half Moon Island. Since the Lingtian sect had moved to Half Moon Island, the buildings in the central area of Half Moon Island naturally had to be changed. Under Duan Lingtian's order, all the old buildings were overturned and new buildings were erected one after another. The Lingtian sect's base on Half Moon Island was soon built. It only took half a year to complete all of this. Looking down at the majestic sect's base under his feet, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. If it was on Earth in my past life, such a huge project would have taken at least 8 to 10 years to complete. But in this place, it only took half a year to complete everything inside and out. Duan Lingtian's thoughts became active when the Lingtian sect's new base was completed. It's time to leave, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Leave Half Moon Island and head to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Whether it was to return to Earth or to look for his parents, he had to go to the Dao Martial Saint Land. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.